But you guys do know that you can pour CO2
But if you're as old as what you believe in, and you've been dead about 1,000 years ago.
Yeah.
Yet I'm alive.
But you guys know you can pour CO2 in a bucket and measure the weight increase, right? You know that.
Yeah, but you're arguing for you're arguing for it remaining in the bucket indefinitely. That's why you're shifting your little claim.
If you don't blow on it, yeah, it will.
Oh, forever.
Yeah.
Okay.
Where would it go?
Wow. You got an example of that?
Hell, even if it were liquid, it would evaporate.
Okay.
All gases make their way out of the atmosphere, so I don't know why you would say it would stay in the bucket indefinitely. That's just a monster.
Better argument is
well, that's what we've been.
Gases
well,
are solid, so I mean.
Yeah, he just got done telling us that gases were solid Muskane.
Hold on, Haas, we got a new player. Callus is.
Oh, Haas, that's not what was said.
Mez, shut your dumb ass up.
You need to take this on board. You're having problems.
Indeed, it was.
Help.
Well, welcome back, Scott. Good to see you back around.
All right. Maybe someday you guys let your defenses down just a little bit so you can understand the world. Maybe. But I will not hold my breath.
Well, Scott, didn't you just say you dump some gas in a bucket, it's going to stay there indefinitely? That's your claim.
Yeah, if you don't blow on it, he said.
It's amazing how you guys got to skip over everything else and just get to that part. Do you agree that you can pour gas in a bucket?
Well, that was the most ridiculous part. You did it to yourself.
Can you pour gas in a bucket and measure the weight increase? Yes or no?
Yeah.
That's not the initial thing.
That's not what I'm critiquing, Scott.
I know.
Address what I'm critiquing.
But what do you think that means if you can do that? What does that say about the gas itself? Does it need a container?
Does it need a container?
Yeah, does it need a four-sided container? Does it need something to hold it from the top? If you can pour carbon dioxide into a bucket on a scale and watch the weight increase as you're doing it, does that indicate that you do not need a top part of that container?
No, that doesn't indicate that you need a container, but you're begging the question there because the container, it would already be inside of a container. So, I mean, you're not really proving a point there. Because you can pour gas into a bucket doesn't necessitate a container.
Okay, what accounts for the weight increase then?
You pouring a substance into the bucket.
Yeah, but how come it increases in weight?
Because it was an empty bucket, or it had some air in it, right? There's already some air in it.
Yeah.
More air.
You pour more air into a thing that's already filled with air.
Yeah, pressure on the bucket.
Already.
No, there's no pressure. You're just pouring it.
Until it hits the container. That's the bucket.
But what accounts for the increase in weight?
The substance that you poured into it.
The increase in pressure on the container of the bucket that you have on the scale.
Wait, you're telling me the substance I poured into it has weight?
Obviously.
Oh, so gases have weight, huh?
That makes the scale go up, dude.
So gases have weight then?
Yeah, if you fill up a propane tank, you fill up a scuba tank, you fill up any kind of tank.
I agree.
Yeah, we all agree.
Does that mean gases have mass? Do gases have mass then? If they have weight.
Now you just want to get into an argument about the definition of mass, and I mean we can go into
he's avoiding that.
No, I don't.
Because he wants to say that mass is material.
I mean, there's plenty of
it has weight, right?
But do gases have mass?
It has weight.
We're getting so close, guys. We're getting so close. Do gases have mass?
Don't say mass, Scott. Just stay with weight.
Well, but weight requires gravity.
No. But that's
you're talking about gas in the container.
Okay, that's a good point. That's a good point. It has weight. We'll stay with weight.
So it presses on things. I mean, in a container, it presses on the scales, right? It causes the whole container gas system to press harder on scales.
Yeah, let's hear. I want to see if Scott will let that. It seems like it sunk in, and when Peter said it, that's interesting.
No, Peter just realizes who you guys are and how I should talk to you.
No, I used to be a Glober, so I know how to speak to Globers.
Scotty.
By the way, how you doing, Peter? Been a while.
Doing great, Scott. How are you?
Good. I'm doing well, thank you. Just come to see if there's any change. And apparently no change.
Well, no change in you.
Yes,
you're still seeking that curve, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, the 4 nanometers that you would expect to see in your bathtub, Scott. Still on a search for that, huh?
No, I have not ever searched for that. I just
tried to measure that every night.
You say you haven't searched for it. You just told me what you would expect.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. You don't have the chutzpah to search for it.
That's true.
Yep.
Dropping some Yiddish here. Nice.
Yeah, nothing's changed, Scott. We haven't drifted back to La La Land.
Okay. So what have you guys been doing for the last year?
You name it.
I missed the whole Antarctic thing. Kind of wish I was here for that to see how you guys ignored that.
Will Duffy has run away from it too. So did you not hear that? That's the new news.
Yeah, no, he didn't. But
he did. The mega church pastor himself said that 24-hour sun in Antarctica has no bearing on whether or not the Earth's a globe. I know, isn't that funny?
Well, but I don't care
your
what
mega church pastor let you down.
My mega church pastor? No, not mine.
You just brought it up.
No, because he wasn't the only one there, right? Who else was there with him?
Couple charlatans, a CIA handler, McCune, who acted a lunatic once he got down there in the name of science, screamed into a cell phone. A bunch of dudes lined up, took their shirts off, every other one of them, and then that's the charlatan.
Oh, Jaren's a charlatan now? Okay.
A mumbling charlatan, that no one really gives a shit what he says. He sits in front of a brick wall with purple neon lights.
Okay. So
they were hoping they had underestimated what a flurf is. They thought that we're beanie wearing, mumbling jerks who sit in the dark and podcast endlessly on charlatan topics. Right. Nothing to do with reality.
Sounds about right to me. What part they missed?
Yeah. But anyways, the guy who got the whole field trip together in the first place has walked away from the supposed finality of it.
So how did you walk away from it when the 24-hour sun actually happened? Or do you not believe it happened?
I wasn't there. Luckily, I wasn't down there taking my shirts off with the bros.
Okay, so you don't believe it happened then. All right.
Yeah, I put megachurch pastors at the top of my list of people that. Why don't you call into NPR and tell them how much you trust megachurch pastors?
I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about the other people that went with him.
Yeah, I know, but these are the hyper intellectuals of this society, and here you are touting a megachurch pastor's field trip.
You are.
It's weird. You brought it up.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did, Scott.
No, I didn't.
You said, "Oh, I wasn't here. I was looking forward to seeing how you guys reacted to the final experiment." That 24-hour sun. You brought it up.
No, I brought that, but what does that do with the megachurch pastor?
Okay, so there you
He
go.
just organized it, but other
The
people went,
megachurch
right?
pastor, yeah. And then you just told me that he didn't say something that he's recently said. In
Well,
fact,
tell us
last
that.
week, in fact, Matt Powerland came out of retirement after 5 years, made a video. Within 10 minutes of the video, said, "Hey, I want to quote unquote debate with Will Duffy." Well, within 72 hours of that, Will Duffy said, "Hey, I'm going to be on a podcast, and I'm never going to talk about the final experiment again."
Okay, so why are we talking about Will Duffy again? I don't care about Will Duffy.
You brought him up.
No, I
You
didn't.
told me he said something. Yeah, you did.
No, I didn't.
You brought up his experiment.
No, I didn't. I brought up the fact that it's like 7
Okay,
people
so if
went
I
down
bring
there.
up the 1927 Yankees and then I reference Babe Ruth, you're going to tell me, "Oh, I didn't bring up Babe Ruth."
Yeah, I would.
Well, you brought up the 1927 Yankees.
Okay, but so what do
I'm
you do
not
about the
talking
other
about
6
Babe Ruth. I'm not
or 7
talking
people
about
who were there?
Theory. Babe Ruth. Oh, who's that?
How did you dismiss everybody else who went? Okay, we found out how you dismissed the pastor. How do you
Well, I
dismiss
hate to
everybody
break it
else?
to you. The first tweet that Whitsitt sent when he was down there was the long distance observation. And Whitsitt's, say what you want about Whitsitt, he's not a glober.
Facts.
What
Okay, so how did you dismiss the 24-hour sun then?
What the hell am I dismissing? What did they present that I'm dismissing?
They presented a 24-hour sun.
Yeah, and the field trip manager said that has no bearing on whether or not the globe exists or not.
Sorry, I had to turn on my mixer. I had to mute myself. So what did you guys do with the sun? Do you just say it didn't happen?
Not obsess over it like you.
Okay. Just one no. Thank you. So you just ignore it. All right. Thank you.
No, I wasn't there.
That's all I want to know. You ignore it. All right.
No. I hate to break it to you. I appreciate the sun every day.
But it sounds like you're ignoring that.
I just wasn't on their I wasn't on the Mega Pastors field trip, the dudes weekend to the snow. I wasn't there.
Yeah, I know. You told me that already. And so as a
that
result,
equals
you
that you're
ignore it.
Were you there?
No,
That equals that you're ignoring the sun. Yeah, but you saying that.
it is, right? He's ignoring
Yeah,
the fact that they showed him the 24-hour sun.
If your PFP is what you're rocking with, I've got you out tanned, homeboy.
Okay.
I already did. I basked in the sun all summer. What did I do this summer? Basked in the sun. What are you cooking, Scott? What's the menu tonight?
Making pasta with pesto.
Nice choice.
I'm making the pasta right
Do
now.
you put nuts in the pesto, or are you?
Of course.
Of course. I was going to say, or are you a purist? No.
Yeah, you gotta have pine nuts.
Don't tell me it's like pine nuts or something gross like that.
It's exactly like pine nuts.
Oh, that is so California, bro. I mean, and I even like pineapple on pizza, but nuts, I just don't like nuts, especially pine nuts, which are actually seeds, and they're disgusting. Are they at least cooked or are they raw? I'm guessing that your California pesto has raw.
No, roasted.
Okay, well, I'll give you points for that. At least cook off some of that nasty roasted and salted.
No. But there's salt in the pesto. Got to be salt in the pesto.
Yeah, but those pine nuts need to be roasted in salt to get rid of the gross. Yeah, I like a lot of foods. Pine nuts, no, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's fun making pesto. Do you grow your basil, Scott, or?
No, we get it from the farmer's market.
Well, at least someone's growing it.
Farmer's market.
Well, man, when you grow it, you can make more pesto than you know what to do with.
Um,
And it's pretty easy to once you get it growing. It's
we cannot grow the amount of basil I cook every summer for pesto.
sure,
Pretty much have it every weekend.
you could definitely, yeah. The window of the basil you're using for your pesto isn't year round, but yeah, if you get a basil plant that's really growing, it turns into like a little tree.
Yeah, that's not even that much basil. Once every
Yeah, I
week.
know. You have to grow a bunch of them.
We get three bunches from the farmer's market every weekend. I make 3 bunches worth. You guys ever been to a farmer's market and see how big the basil bunches are there? They're pretty big. We could not go that much. We could, but it would take.
Oh yeah, you could, but yeah.
I guess.
Anyways, I've been gardening this summer as well, Scott.
All right.
It's been a good summer. It's actually been peaceful since you've worked. No, I'm joking. But I don't get why you come back to the whether or not the Earth is a ball with. You guys don't know what gas is. Like, is that 1 year's worth of material?
No, I just want to see if anything changed. Because I could come back with, do you want sunsets?
Something did change today when you told us gas, liquid, and solid are pretty much the same thing. That's a change.
Well, that's not what I said, though, but I know that's what you need to hear.
Yeah. Kind of said that.
Well, Mez told you exactly what I said, and it wasn't that.
Oh.
Because I know Mez heard me, so I don't know why you couldn't. That's an interesting question, though, I think.
Why don't you restate what you said there, Scott?
Yeah, we call that that's the appeal to bootlicker fallacy. That he just invoked.
Yeah. The fact that other people don't understand the words I'm using. Yeah.
No, the fact that he'll lick your boots if you ask him to. So he don't count.
Okay. At least I know where you're coming from. So what you're saying is you're going to reject the opinion of anybody who can understand what someone else is saying. All right. So you guys have just been doing the same thing for an entire year, right? Since I've been gone, it's just the same routine.
Yeah, we're kicking ass and taking names, basically.
Okay.
I want to hear more about this indefinite gas bucket. This bucket of indefinite gas.
No,
dude, you're gonna have to pull up a chair, dude, because he's gonna ramble on for ages.
I don't ramble on at all. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, now you're gonna act like you don't know what I'm talking about?
No, I don't know what Miggy's talking about. He says I ramble on, but I don't ramble on, do I?
All right, well, let's hear you ramble. let's hear you not ramble about the gas.
About what? What do you want to know about?
What was the point you were making? You said if I pour, what was it, nitrogen into a bucket?
No, nitrogen wouldn't work because that's what most of the air is. Carbon dioxide has to be heavier than the air.
Carbon dioxide, that's what you said.
Yeah, and there's another gas that's much, much heavier in the air, some kind of fluorine or something. I saw a video on it once, and they actually floated a tin foil or aluminum foil little boat in it. And it looked like it was just floating in the air. It's really cool.
Yeah, fluorines are really toxic, though. They're always talking about,
The man-made gas, sulfur hexafluoride.
Thank you.
So,
what kind of gas, though, Miggy? What did you just say?
Sulfur hexafluoride.
But you said it's a kind of gas. What was the adjective you used for what kind of gas it was?
What are you talking about?
I believe you let the word massive sneak into your vocabulary. You better watch that.
I didn't say that.
You didn't use the word massive? So if I play back the tape, you never uttered the word massive?
No, play back the tape.
All right, maybe I missed it. Could be wrong. Like I said, I'm cooking. Got some water running right now. Might have misheard you.
Yeah. So what's your point? You pour some carbon dioxide into a bucket, and you think the
Yep.
carbon dioxide is just going to stay there? It's not going to dissipate. It's going to dissipate.
Why? Why would it dissipate? Where would it go?
It goes up.
Up where?
What do you mean up where? Up from its
Yes.
position. Up from its position.
Why do you think it would do that?
Because that's how gases behave. It's known, dude. This is a known thing. I don't know why you're trying to act like this is some kind of a weird thing that I'm saying. It obviously will go up. It's going to mix with the other gas molecules. It's going to bounce around. It's going to leave the bucket.
I know you think it will. The question is, why do you think it will? Because you say, I know you said you say it's known. Well,
Is it in a gas? Is it in
I
the
hate to
gas
break this to you, but it's not known.
No. This I can teach you this, Scott. Okay,
No,
listen.
you can't, because it's wrong.
Is it in the gas phase or not? Is it in the gas phase?
Yes.
Okay, then it will behave as gases behave, and it will eventually leave that container.
And what will replace it?
What does that have to do with anything? What do you mean?
It's going to leave a vacuum behind?
I'd never just claim that. No.
Okay, so what's going to replace it?
It'll leave the bucket. The air in the room will replace it. That's what.
Oh, so it's going to be that CO2 or that hexafluorine, whatever it was, will be replaced by nitrogen and other carbon dioxide, and a little bit of oxygen, and a little bit of hydrogen. Is what you're telling me. Is that what you're saying? Did I drop? I got to mute up anyways. I got to turn on my mixer.
What? You're wrong, Scott. You pour your carbon dioxide into a bucket. It will not stay there indefinitely. It will leave. This is how gases behave. If it's in the gas phase, that's what's going to happen. Sorry to break it to you, buddy. Might stay in there for a while because it's dense gas, but it's going to leave.
Is this Mush Kane going after Scott?
Okay, why would it stay in there for any amount of time at all?
I just said because it's dense. It's dense gas.
You missed the beginning portion of it.
What? Wait,
That's
what was that word you used? It's dense?
Mackey's saying that the gases are actually solids and that gravity's acting upon them.
What's required for density?
He's taking
What?
he's
There's
taking a long
different
he's taking a long way
different
around.
phase of matter, dude.
But what's required for density?
Okay, see, here's where he just starts. He can't win the argument, so he just starts asking more questions and asking
No,
more
I'm trying to
questions.
get to understand your own
This is what
argument.
he does. This is what
Gas
he does.
phase, right? But you can't answer the question. You're like, no,
You said it's dense, right?
no, it's a gas, so it will behave as a gas does, and it will leave the container. If there's no lid on it,
You said it's denser, right?
you fool. You fool.
Did you say it's denser? Yes or no?
Say what?
Did you say that the carbon dioxide was denser than the air?
Well, you asked why it stays in the bucket.
Yeah, and you said it was denser, right?
Well, maybe I'm wrong about that, but that's what I
No,
think.
you're right. You're absolutely right. It's denser.
Okay.
What's required for something to have density? Mass, right? Density is mass divided by volume, right?
Yeah.
So the gas must have a mass, right? And in order for it to be denser, it must have a mass. And that mass we can compare to the mass of the other gas, right? That's how we know it's denser. Because it has a greater mass.
Mass is used as a convention. Right? It's not. Mass is used as a convention. It's not something that's an actual thing. It's a convention.
Well, I know that's what you guys need to believe, but
it's what it is. Because you can't define it any other way. Sorry.
Yeah, I think you're about cooked. You're about cooked, Scott.
But your language doesn't even make sense if you don't accept mass.
I mean, look up the definition. Why are you quibbling over this, dude? Like, why? I mean,
No,
seriously.
density is mass divided by volume. If you want to use the word density, you
Yeah,
have to accept mass.
you're throwing mass around like it's actually something. You can't
It
get a
is.
bucket of mass,
It
dude.
is.
Oh my god.
Sure, we can.
Yeah, whatever.
We measure it all the time. In chemistry classes and physics classes, we measure masses all the time. You guys know what a gram is, right? Gram, kilogram? Those are measures of mass. Do you just not accept those things exist either? Come on, you accept those, right?
No, those aren't measures of mass. You're wrong again, dude.
What are they?
You don't even understand your own thing. Those are measures
What are
of
they?
weight.
No, they're
Those
not.
are
A
measures
Newton is a measure of, a Newton is a measure of weight.
because that's how you put something on the scale. That's a weight. You're measuring the weight, not the mass.
No,
The
that's a
mass
convention.
doesn't have anything to do with gravity. Doesn't have anything to do with that other.
Nope.
It's independent of gravity.
Nope. You just don't understand what anybody's telling you, I guess. Interesting. All right. Because a gram is a mass.
How do you determine that? Not by weighing it, right?
You can determine lots of ways.
You're conflating weighing something with determining mass.
No, you can apply a force to it and measure its resistance to inertia, or its measure resistance to change in velocity.
Okay.
Like you went on an ice rink, right, and you pushed on a very heavy thing, you would go further back, and the very heavy thing wouldn't hardly move at all. And you pushed on a less massive thing, that thing would slide forward, and you would slide back, and you wouldn't slide backwards much at all. That's the way we can compare masses.
Yeah, I know that. Okay, so now I've figured Scott out. This is what he does. You pin him down on something that he can't explain, that he's wrong, and then he deflects the conversation into like elementary physics school teaching time. Like, okay,
Well,
you're just saying things we all know.
Do you agree?
Him not understanding how gases work. You don't understand.
Do you agree we can measure masses without gravity? Yes or no?
Here we go again. Let's ask some simple physics questions because I got caught out on my.
Okay, can we measure mass without gravity? Work with me here, man. Just say yes. Come on, you can do it. Yes, we can measure mass without gravity, right?
Hey, Scott, will leave the bucket or not?
Right? Yes. Say yes.
Is the gas going to leave the bucket or not?
No.
It will leave the bucket, Scott. You're wrong. You put carbon dioxide in that bucket, it's going to leave.
But why don't you want to account for the change in weight? Why do you have to avoid that?
I'm not
sorry. Is that too loud?
I'm not avoiding nothing. You don't like being held to task. Oh, it looks like somebody posted something. Let's see if you can read this, how your reading comprehension is. You can generate a small amount of carbon dioxide in a bucket through a chemical reaction.
Dude, I'm cooking. I can't read anything right now.
Or by using a commercially available CO2 generator bucket for plant growth, which uses an organic material and hot water to produce the gas. Okay, here we go. This is the part that's relevant, Scott. Because CO2 is heavier than air, it will displace the air at the bottom of the open top bucket, comma. but it will also gradually diffuse out and mix with the surrounding air, just like I fucking said, and what you won't fucking admit. Cricket. Fucking cricket.
Okay, let's see if you can now explain how it leaves the bucket. Does it tell you how it leaves the bucket?
All right, so you understood it? We're good
So
now?
how's it leave the bucket? How's it leave the bucket?
Before we move on to this new little elementary physics seminar you want to give, are we good now? Do you
Fine, it leaves
understand?
the bucket. Sure, it leaves the bucket eventually. How?
You understand why you're wrong?
How? Yes, sure, I'm wrong. How?
Well, okay, well, please, just, you know, for everybody listening, please explain why you were wrong, and now why you...
How's it leave the bucket?
Then we'll move on.
Now pass.
Yeah, that's what I fucking thought, dude.
I know. You're so good. You win. You get to remain ignorant today. What an accomplishment you did. Maybe one of these days you'll figure out why you want to remain ignorant. You know why you want to remain ignorant?
Do we got any parting gifts for Scott as he leaves? I don't think we have any parting gifts.
Okay.
Yeah, he just got one. He's good.
Gotcha, bitch.
See if I can find a politics argument.
Yeah, that's the kind of shit that I like. That's why I stick around here. Shit like that. Dude comes in all thinking he's smart as fuck and gets served. People are so confident that the Earth is a globe that they don't even realize they don't understand it. They don't even fucking understand what they believe.
the Earth is round.
Hey, Jemsy, you know you got your cam on, right?
and math in general is like a human constructed thing, and sometimes our calculations, our methods could be low advanced to be able to kind of understand newer subject or much better subject. That's why I'm telling you, according to you, this might be a narrower perspective than, let's say, for example, someone who is like an astronaut who went outside of the Earth and saw the Earth from the outside. So I'm telling you, don't put faith in the astronaut. You can be the astronaut himself.
No, you can't. Right? Look, one country ever over 50 years ago has been the only country, right, to send 26 astronauts allegedly out above low Earth orbit. No other country's ever even done that before, right? So you're having to have faith in NASA and in the US government that they did what they said they did, when the footage is obviously ridiculously fake and absolutely ridiculous looking, and there's entire documentaries made showing all of the inconsistencies behind it. Right? Look, whether it's fake or not, you can't validate it, right? It's faith-based. We're talking about empirical evidence here on the Earth that's testable, repeatable by anyone, and it's been done over and over and over again, and also by professionals, right? Like the observation that I was going to show you is done by a guy named Dr. John Dee, who's a PhD in the field of optics, right? And he went out to try to disprove flat Earth, right, by doing long-distance laser tests in different spectrums of light and also long-distance observations, and he could not find the curvature, right? He wanted to find the curvature and debunk flat Earth, but he's got some amazing, very, very technical videos going over everything step by step, where he shows you that it's just not possible to be able to make these observations on a globe, right? And there's been thousands of these done. Most people just haven't seen the evidence, right? This is a topic that has been shadow banned online, right? We have footage from Congress getting together with the executives of YouTube and Google and admitting on camera that they're going to shadow ban flat Earth content, right? So we're trying to get the content out to people, but it's very difficult.
I mean, from what you have explained, I just searched into like a website that talks about like your topic and how to use light in order to prove that the Earth curvature is, the Earth is flat, is not really curved. That there are other factors that also play a hand or has a hand on reflecting light other than water.
It's not reflecting.
Or refracting.
Not
sorry.
reflecting.
Refracting.
Yeah. DJ, would you mind if I get in here quickly? Now you're going to talk about fucking refraction. Dude, okay.
So we're talking about like other environmental factors that can play.
Can I ask my question, please? All right.
Okay.
What refraction index would be necessary to be able to see even one of the observations that we've been talking about?
What do you mean?
Oh, so you don't even know, right? You're about to say that we need to take more into account than just the geometry. You just alluded to refraction.
I mean, did you calculate the other factors also play hand in changing the refraction index?
Can you let me goddamn fucking finish, please? Forgive my French, but I mean, I've been listening to you, and you're a real pain in the ass. All right, so I'm getting frustrated. But forgive me. What refraction index would be necessary to even see one of the observations that I've been talking about? Over 10 miles, over 15 miles, over 6 miles, whatever. Dead silence. Go ahead.
Okay, sorry. I repeat that question again because, like, I
what refraction index would be needed, right? Would need to be factored in to see even one of these observations of the thousands that DJ is talking about. One of them we're talking about 10 miles, 15 miles, whatever. Which one do you want to look at? And what would be the necessary refraction index to justify what we see?
Well, it says here that it's nonsensical query because the refractive index is property of material or medium.
It says here. Hang on. What are you talking about? It says here. I'm asking you a question, dude. You brought up refraction. Hang on. Hang on a second. You brought up refraction. Okay, as if it's a new necessary factor to take into account. I'm asking you, what would be the index necessary to observe one of the things that we see? And now you're saying it's what? It's irrelevant or it's not necessary? What are you talking about?
I mean, I just searched it in the internet, and it says like it's really nonsensical.
Okay, so nonsensical, but you're the one that just said it's necessary. What the hell are you talking about, dude?
I didn't say necessary. Sorry.
Have you even looked at instead of relaying my question to you to a goddamn search engine, use your brain.
Well,
or if you're not suited, if you're not suited to discuss this matter because you haven't looked into it and you don't know the ins and outs, then why are you arguing for it?
Because maybe you can change my mind, I guess. Haven't you thought about that?
But here's the thing: you're not even asking questions. You're rebutting everything that we're trying to bring to you.
Because
rebutting. Can you let me finish my goddamn sentences, dude? What's wrong with you?
Well, I have the freedom to talk. You know.
You do, but like you're interrupting the middle of my sentences. Dude, you're interrupting the middle of my sentences after asking something or stating something to be replied to. Like, what's wrong?
Okay? I haven't even asked my question.
You said, maybe we can change your mind. And I replied with, we're trying to, quote unquote, change your mind, or we're trying to show you stuff that might change your mind. You choose that. But you're arguing against these things without actually having any substance to argue against them. Because you haven't looked into it yet.
Yeah, that's normal. That's how you change a person's mind.
That's not normal.
So what's normal?
Why? Because you're arguing without any substance.
What is normal? Sorry, I didn't ask why. I asked what is normal. Because here's the thing: if you have an idea that rebuts and is against the mainstream.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hang on. No. Wait, dude. You know what would be normal? You know what would? Hang on, dude. Okay. I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry. You're gonna have to cut it, and if you can't cut it, I'll cut it for you. Okay. What is normal is you ask a question, we give you something, and you say, "Interesting. Let me check this out." You go check it out. You bring something that seems out of ordinary or dissonant with anything anybody said, and you ask about that. You didn't even bring anything in the first place. You just said refraction. We tried to explain to you, and you said, "Oh, it doesn't even apply." Like you contradicted yourself.
Yeah, I said that. No, I said that according to what I have searched in the internet, and I actually gave it to you. I can send it to you if you want to. I didn't.
Okay, what query did you ask? What query did you ask?
You asked me about the refraction index of like 10 miles and how can we measure it. I searched that in the search engine, and it said that it is nonsensical to use the refraction index or refractive index to calculate, the index, of 10 miles.
What? Okay, you must have. What might have been nonsensical is the way you asked the question.
Well,
Post it. We'll see.
Not really. Okay.
Do you even know how the refraction models, quote unquote, operate?
Yeah, but we're talking about
how do they operate? How do they answer the question, please? How do these index of refraction or these refraction models operate?
Well, they operate according to a certain calculation or certain, numeric value through like a certain algorithm. But
yeah, what's the algorithm? What are the algorithms, sir? What are the algorithms, sir? What are the algorithms, sir? Give me one, because there's many models. Just pick one.
Well, I don't really know what type of algorithm do you use or that type of reference.
You have not looked into them.
What do you mean?
So you haven't even looked into these?
Yeah, but because there are many. That's why you can't just choose one and say that it is the way, or it is the evidence for such.
No, you're right. You're right. There are multiple models because they all try to approximate reality in a different way and get to different degrees of accuracy. Now the problem is, here's the funny part, right? You're saying that this is a nonsensical question, but here you are acknowledging that there are many models using this to do exactly what we're talking about. That you then just said it's nonsensical.
Yeah, I didn't say it's a nonsensical question. I said that the search engine said that it's nonsensical to measure 10 miles using the refractive index.
I didn't say to measure. I said to calculate it.
Yeah, exactly. I told you, like,
hang on, dude. If it's nonsensical, how come certain Earth curve calculators actually display this when you plug in certain distances at certain observer heights and all that, and provide theoretical refraction indexes, right, to try and justify what you see, or to try and make and actually provide a theoretical radius of the Earth, right, to show that. Because if you didn't know, that's what these refraction models do. They try to calculate like an inflated or deflated Earth radius, right? So you can see or not see what is presented.
I mean, that's why it's not the best way to measure the Earth curvature, right? That's why we need another method.
Dude, I didn't ask you to measure the Earth curvature.
Yeah, but that's what you're doing. That's how you
what verbatim? What question did I ask you?
Well, you asked me about the method, or the type of method that is used for measuring the
Earlier than that. The first thing.
I don't remember.
What index of refraction would be necessary to see the distances, see objects in the distance that we do? And you said that's a nonsensical question.
Well, yeah, because it's...
why? Because the search engine told you.
Yeah, this guy doesn't know anything about the topic.
You're fucking pathetic, man. Get off the mic, please.
Yeah, you can't you can't think that you can Google these things on the spot, right? This stuff requires a lot of research and time and effort, right?
Sometimes you can build your research on really weak basis. That's why it's easy to like debunk.
Well, no, you're making a fool of yourself and you don't even realize it, right? This is recorded on live stream, right? And anyone that knows what they're talking about would be listening to you now and thinking, oh my God, right, this kid has no clue what he's talking about. Like us, we can tell that you have no clue about refraction.
Well, I kind of have, because it's not really my field, but I do understand that refraction, you can just calculate something with using small equations or measurement, or very simple measurement, according
to refraction? Reality. What's refraction? Don't Google it. Just tell me what's refraction.
Refraction
is
the
mechanism.
It's a bending of light from another.
And how does that happen?
Well, it happens because there's different mediums from two different substances. Like, let's say, for example, from air to water.
Oh, really? So we're not looking through two different mediums, are we? You sound like you've just Googled it on the spot, and now you're reading out the wrong type of refraction, right? Which you're reading out something about Snell's law at the moment, right? Which would require two mediums, right? Which doesn't apply to a single medium, which we're talking about here. So you're trying to research on the spot. It's not going to work with us, dude. It's not going to work out, right? It's dishonest, right? Just like when you tried to handwave dismiss my observations that I was talking about when you hadn't even seen one of them. Right? You're doing a similar thing now, right? It's intellectual dishonesty.
No, actually, I looked into like the pictures that has been sent, and you were the one who sent the pictures of the measurement of the Earth, or the whole refraction curvature thing.
What? No idea.
Yeah, here. It's like there's this post about like this guy, a man standing on a sphere would observe the physical geometric horizon.
That's a diagram to give you a general idea of what a geometric horizon is.
When I told you about,
it's not an observation. It's not an observation.
And when I told you about the idea or the concept of your mechanism, I told you that I assumed that you were just using these mechanism or these concepts to help you with your whatever.
No, this is to help you, right? Because quite often we have to teach you guys how your own globe works, right? What a geometric horizon is and how it must be at a certain distance.
Yeah, but we're talking here about like a globe that is, that's perfect. You also can't measure these things.
Yeah, I've been over this. I've been over this numerous times with you, right? It's 0.33% off being a perfect sphere.
You can say numbers, but let's say, for example,
it's a very low number.
0.33% of that curve is something huge for us because
it's not something huge, right? So when you're doing it on a smaller scale on something huge, right? So it would mean it's negligible. Okay, so listen to me. Don't talk over me. Okay, so it just means that it's something like 21 kilometers fatter at the equator, right? So over a huge scale, it's negligible. Okay, so you can take any 20-mile body of water anywhere on the Earth, and it's going to have approximately 260 foot of curvature over that distance, taking into account the elevation and the oblate spheroid. You don't know what you're talking about.
Neither do you.
Yeah, I do. I do know what I'm talking about.
Well, no, you don't. Because you can measure these things.
Oh, bro, you're not honest. I'm not wasting my time.
We're talking here about a whole globe, and the Earth is very big. So
how big is it? All right, Pascal. Let's see how much you understand it. If you had to put the Earth, if you were a giant size, if you were way bigger than the Earth, what size box would you need to build to fit the Earth inside a box? Let's see if you at least know this question, the answer to this question, since you're so smart and you know about how big the Earth is.
Sorry, what's the question?
Yeah. Don't ask your computer. I hear you getting ready to type it into some chat GPT or something. You're so smart. You're supposed to know about how big the Earth is. How big of a box? How big of a box? Listen, dude, how big of a box would you need to fit the Earth inside? How big of a box would you need to create to fit the Earth inside, since you know about how big the Earth is?
How big of a box I need?
Yeah, how big of a box would you need to fit the Earth inside, since you know about how big it is?
Okay, if I type the size of the Earth in the search engine, and it told me the size of the Earth.
So you need to type in. You didn't even know the size, but you're sitting here arguing with us.
I have to.
You're arguing with us.
That's normal.
Yeah, why don't you know already? Why don't you know already? This is your own. This is your own model that you're
to determine whether or not the Earth is flat or globular. Okay.
Oh, really? You don't need to know. You don't need to know how much curvature. You don't need to. Wait a minute. Pascal, hold on 1 second, buddy. So you're telling me you don't need to know about how big it is, right, to figure out how much curvature should be there? You don't need to know that? So you're telling me you know it's curving, but you don't even know how much curvature should be there? Oh, really?
Yes.
So you don't understand that if you're on a sphere, that it has to be curving no matter what, no matter how big the sphere is. There's no flat area. Listen to me, son. Listen to me, son. Listen to me. Do you understand that no matter how big of a sphere you can be on, there always has to be curvature? There is no flat areas on a ball.
There has to be a curvature, but according to who? The curvature perspective will change if according to size, and our size does not allow for us to measure the Earth's curvature that well. And even if there is another scientist who disproved the idea of flat Earth, okay, through your curvature thesis, it's not going to be enough for you to determine whether or not Earth is flat or globular. It's not the way to do so. Okay.
We're not doing science. We're not going to be asking scientists.
No, doing science is by literally observing what we have.
No. Doing science is not literally observing. Doing science is making prediction about what causes what we are observing to happen. It's demonstrated.
It's called theory. It's called theory.
No. Please don't interrupt me when you're categorically wrong. Prediction, that's a hypothesis, not a theory.
Okay.
Okay, so please don't talk through me, dude. I mean, you demonstrated to be incorrect, started jumping up and down. Shut up. Shut up.
It's about predictions.
Please don't, otherwise I'll just disengage. I'll disengage you and save everybody else from having to hear the crap that's coming out of your mouth. Don't do it.
Really?
Okay. Yes, you're not going to be using science to figure out the shape of an object. Natural science deals with how and why. The identity of an object is an is or what question.
It just isn't what question?
Yeah, the identity of a sphere. It's an identity. It's what is it? Science deals with what causes things to happen. Like, wow, dude.
Yeah, through what? Through observation.
Through what? Through observation of the thing happening and the prediction of the cause of the thing happening. That's called a hypothesis.
You have to observe. Science is all about observation.
Why are you talking? The word is phenomena. I've been breaking it down into simple English as something happening. A concrete noun like a shape isn't a phenomena. Fucking jumping up and down like observation. Every time I look at something, I'm doing science. No. God, you people are arrogant. Only if you're going to be correct and maybe apologise for being wrong.
I'm not going to apologise.
Well, then you just got no humility. Then what's the point in talking to you? You can't be honest in a conversation. Especially when you've been demonstrated to be incorrect. You're not going to be humble enough and demonstrate that you have good faith by admitting that you are wrong so we can proceed with the conversation. What's the point of talking to you?
I don't know. I'm just here to understand like the idea behind the flat Earth theory, and all I'm getting is literally things that does not convince me. And instead
it's not an idea, friend.
In a much like educational manner, you're insulting me.
No, he corrected your incorrect assumption that science has something to do with shapes. So you could be humble, like he pointed out, and say, okay, you're right. Science doesn't have anything to do with shapes. This is geometry. So tell me about the geometry. That would be your next step.
I'm saying that geometry is not the way for us to determine a certain observational phenomenon, like the Earth is flat, or is it?
Do you know what geometry means? It's actually in the name. So geo meaning Earth. Excuse me. Geo meaning Earth. Metric being measure. Geometry actually means Earth measure. So do you think Earth measure doesn't have anything to do with the measurement of the Earth?
What? Even if it does mean that, and probably does, I don't think that it also kind of justify like what we're talking about. Okay, how can it can be called Earth, whatever, but it doesn't mean that it's going to determine either the Earth is flat or round or a globular.
We're talking about shapes. The claim that the Earth is a sphere is a shape. When we talk about shapes, you might have done this in math class. Draw triangles, draw squares.
Exactly. Math class doesn't explain everything about life.
Stop talking again. I haven't finished. This is geometry, right? The discussion and identity of shapes. They're form and structure. So if we're talking about the shape of the Earth, its form and structure, we're going to be talking about geometry. It's implicit.
Okay. So clearly I can't really argue with you about your thesis because you think that your own perspective is entitled to determine a whole, scientific phenomenon.
I'll give you a chance then. I'll give you a chance if you think that you've been hard done. Yeah, if you think you've been hard done by, and you think that we can use science to prove the shape of the Earth, then provide me with the hypothesis that can be tested for experimentation.
And I don't need a hypothesis. I can literally give you a physical, to kind of observe that the Earth is actually round.
This is going to start upsetting me. All right.
You can travel. Okay, let's see.
Please.
And travel around.
Let me get it out, mate, please. Thanks. Almost forgot what I was going to say then. So bloody rude. If you're going to make a claim to science, that would be in accordance with the scientific method. The scientific method has steps 1, 2, 3, 4 that must be followed in order. If you're going to give me science, I require a hypothesis that's been tested through experimentation. That's the standard of science, dude. Do you agree, or are you just going to cry?
No, I'm not gonna cry, and I'm not gonna be shouting like an idiot like you are. But I will make it easy for you. You want rules, right? I will give you an easy rule. Take an airplane, take a position, take a point, mark that point, and continue with your destination until...
Yeah, you're not going to be insulting anybody here.
He's having mental breakdown. He's too much.
Yeah, you're not going to be insulting people. You're not going to be telling people they're shouting like idiots. You fool, coming in here acting this way. From a place of ignorance, Googling on the spot, not having any information on your own, coming in here telling everybody that they're wrong while you're researching when you don't even know and you're calling people idiots. It is ridiculous that you think, oh, well, I kept my cool, so I won. Oh, they're an idiot because they're passionate about what they're discussing.
Pasco, just kick rock. You're in the wrong room. Okay? Absolutely 100% wrong room.
The reason it's the wrong room is because we need people here that understand that science employs the scientific method, natural science, that is, and I think this certainly would fall under the category of natural science, and nobody has provided any kind of hypothesis in regards to shapes.
Yeah, you don't need to use a scientific method to measure something.
And he's not listening to the answers that you are giving. I mean, this guy is not in good faith.
But John, would you mind if I unmuted Pasco and see if we could talk to him just a little longer?
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't mind. I just don't. I don't appreciate somebody calling names to someone who's trying to help him understand something that he obviously doesn't understand, and is going to sit here and name call based on someone's tone. We don't need tone police in here either.
So you're on your last chance, Pasco.
Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Okay. So, Pasco.
Yes.
Is science dealing with the scientific method?
Wow, what an interesting question. very smart.
Did Cezu just cut out then?
Yeah, he's been. You there, Cezu?
All day. It's not great. So
yeah,
I was just asking, does science deal with the scientific method?
Does science deal with the scientific method? I don't know. Ask it.
Holy cow, dude.
That's just.
I'm going to. That's a non-responsive. Yeah, that's non-responsive. Natural science, does it deal in the scientific method so we can find the cause of an effect?
Okay, I'm gonna be straightforward with you. What do you mean by natural science and scientific method?
Natural science, the study of the natural and physical world. Science comes from the Greek scientia, which means knowledge. So the knowledge of the physical and natural world. The scientific method.
Yeah.
The scientific method is in direct relation, or it is employed in deciphering what's going on in the natural and physical world. Meaning there must be a process, a deductive process to find out what causes the effect that you're observing. So, what are you observing when it comes to shapes?
Okay, we're talking about shapes, not the Earth. When we talk about shapes, I observe according to what the shape represents, or what we identify the shape with.
Do you observe the Earth to be a sphere?
Well, in which perspective are you talking about? If you're talking about...
Well, the only perspective that you've ever known, which is from the surface of the Earth which you dwell.
Well, if I observe the surface of the Earth, I would observe it as flat, obviously.
Great. Is there any way that you could decipher whether or not it was curving from where you reside, which is on the surface of the Earth?
Well, unfortunately, no. Because I can't...
No.
Yeah, because my eyes are not really programmed to see further from that, or even the shape of the Earth and my size cannot really determine the Earth curvature. So it's not possible.
What does your size have to do with it? Hold on a second. What does your size have to do with it?
Well, if, let's say, for example, a giant with, let's say, a very long giant, very big.
No, I'm talking about you, dude. Don't go to the hypothetical of a giant. Bro. Don't go to hypothetical giants. What does your size have to do with your ability to see it? Because there are at least a dozen, excuse me, I'm talking. There's at least a dozen Earth curve calculators that can show you the curvature of the Earth depending on your height, even if you're 5 foot tall. Are you at least 5 foot tall?
No, I'm taller, but no.
Okay, so how tall are you?
I think 6 foot.
Okay, so if you're about 6 foot tall, then the distance to horizon, according to the Earth curve calculator, would be at essentially 3 miles from your height if you were standing at sea level. So even according to Google and these dozens of Earth curve calculators, it can be perceived. So why are you talking about your size if even according to the Google, you can see it?
Observation is limited according to the tools that I have currently.
What tools?
Your tools would be your eyes. So you don't have eyes?
Well, I have other tools. Like, for example, you said if we can use the tower, for example, to measure it.
I didn't say a tower.
I'm saying, I didn't mean you. I am generally saying you can use the tower as a tool to help you with your observation or to better of your observation. Or you
What's wrong with your...
He increases his altitude. He's saying if he increases his altitude, he'll be able to see further, is all he's saying.
Wow.
Are you saying that the Earth curve calculators are incorrect and you cannot perceive Earth curve from your 6 foot observer height?
It could be. I don't know.
Okay, so the Earth curve calculators are no longer viable according to you. Let me ask you a question. According to you, how big is the Earth?
Pretty big.
Can you give me a number? Can you quantify it?
Well, I can't because it's not really my specialty. I don't have the method to use numbers currently.
So why would you say something like pretty big when you don't even know how to gauge the size?
Why would you defend something that you don't know anything about?
Well, I haven't finished yet or given my answer, so I think you should be respectful when I.
Sorry, I was just perplexed. I do apologise for interrupting, but you said you didn't know anything on the subject. I was just wondering why you would defend that subject that you don't know much about.
Because I'm gonna defend it. It's my own position.
Yeah, no, that's fine. It's just intriguing. I do apologise, like I said, for interrupting.
Thank you.
No worries. So you're defending something that you don't know anything about. How will you defend something that you don't know anything about?
The amount or the number, yes, but I do know other methods to use it or to measure it.
Perfect.
Doesn't have to have
those methods. Let's talk about those methods. How would you measure it?
Okay, so let's say, for example, I see something from far away or or a far distance.
How far?
Let's say for example, 72 foot far, and I'm using my
72 feet.
Feet, sorry. So
okay, 72 feet.
Yeah, I'm using my feet because it's the best way for me to measure something. Because it's something that I don't really need to use a tool or some sort of a measurement tool for.
Well, you would certainly need to know how to measure 72 feet.
Yeah. So from what I see is that the distance between something and me of 72 feet long, I would see that thing as smaller or from a distant a certain in a certain position or a certain a certain size, let's say, for example.
Right, the angular size would change. Continue.
And so if, let's say, for example, I start to get off the conclusion through my observation that every time I get further away from something, it gets smaller and gets tinier, then the same can be applied to the Earth. And looking further and further away from me, everything around me is smaller and tinier. Okay. Right. So as long as there is no edge for the Earth that I have still yet approached, I would say that the Earth will be pretty big.
Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Wait. Stop. Don't just go blathering on. What are you what edge? What are you talking about, an edge? Edge of what?
Exactly. I don't really have an edge. I didn't reach to the edge of the Earth. So as long as I haven't reached
Whoa, friend, you're going to have to be a little bit more coherent. You started talking about something that was 72 feet away, and then you started talking about an edge and angular size. Are you going to tie these all together, or are you just kind of blathering on?
Well, I haven't finished yet.
If you ask him a question, he uses the opportunity to monologue for like 10 minutes about something that he apparently knows nothing about. So it's
right,
kind of a lost cause here.
It should be more concise. What object are we talking about, and what object is 72 feet away? Since you used that number.
I mean, let's say, for example, a tree, for example.
Okay, what is the actual height or the size of the tree?
I don't know, maybe a pretty big tree, at the size of, let's say, for example, it's taller than me, for example, about like 20 feet tall.
Okay, 20-foot tall tree, and then you move away from it 72 feet, and its angular size, apparent size, has changed. It's not the actual size. Great. What does this have to do with Earth curvature?
Well, through our own observation, we recognize that this can be applied to every single object that we see on this Earth, or a lot of objects on this Earth. So if we looked, if we started to observe other things around us, we'd find out or figure out that there are a lot of small objects from our own perspective that we still haven't approached yet, and we every time we approach them, or at least we try to like get towards that, we see that it's actually very long, and it's a very long distance. That's why we can't.
Give me an example. Give me an example.
I'm not even sure if he
For
understands.
example, behind that tree, there is a house that is like for let's say for example 100 million feet, or that's further 1,000 feet long. Let's say for example,
1,000 feet long. Okay. So you have a tree that is far away from you at 72 feet, and then you have a house that's 1,000 feet long. How far is it behind the tree?
No, I meant that the house is behind the tree like 1,000 feet.
1,000 feet. Okay, so now you have two objects that have shrunk in angular size. What does this have to do with anything?
We realized that as further as you can get, things will as you like see the horizon or like look further from the horizon.
The horizon's not an object, by the way. The horizon is actually not an object.
Well, yes, it's not an object. I didn't.
Okay, so why would you bring objects into this other than the house and the tree?
I didn't say that the horizon is an object. I just said the horizon. Like you look into the horizon. It's a description.
Okay. Into it is the horizon something that has things in it, or is it the apparent location where the sky meets the earth or sea?
The sky meets the earth or sea.
Yeah, the apparent location where the sky meets the earth or sea.
Because
that's the definition of it. Excuse me, that is the official definition of horizon. Do you have your own version that we should now use? What is the horizon, according to you?
According to me, it's just a description to something that is very far away.
Oh, so anything that is far away is now the horizon, like a tree. So a tree far away is the horizon, is it? You said anything that is far away. So now all of a sudden, let's say a tree, is a tree a horizon since it's far away from you?
It's far away from me. No, I meant that as you look into something that is it's very far away towards the horizon, like towards the...
Oh, what is the horizon again? Define it for me, please.
Well, as I said, for me, as a definition, it's not really a definition. It's more of like a general term that I use it to describe something that is very something that is closer to the description that you described the horizon as.
Closer to the description, but it's not the description or the definition that I gave you. So I'm just wondering, can you actually define the term, or do you not have a definition for horizon?
Well, I used it more as a general word, like how some words would be described, but not as scientifically.
Okay, so I left my house and I went to the horizon and ate some food.
Well,
it doesn't have any meaning.
Context. It's not used like that in this context. It could be used.
Oh, what is the how are you going to use horizon in this context to? Dude, by the way, you're failing today at even being a troll. Yeah, this is pathetic.
No. If let's say, for example, someone's saying, I have been glazing through the horizon, it doesn't literally mean their actual horizon. It means that he is glazing or looking in towards something that's very far away. It's like
something like a tree. So is a tree a horizon since it's far away?
Well, no, I didn't say that the tree is a horizon.
Okay, but you just said it's something. You said it's something far away. So anything. So I could look at a Tic Tac. He looked into the Tic Tac, or I mean horizon far away.
You are the one who is objectifying horizon.
I'm not objectifying anything. I'm asking you to define what horizon is in your worldview, and you have yet to give it to me. You haven't actually expressed clear boundaries and defined terms for what the horizon is.
Okay, let's say, for example...
You should probably go back to Googling your answers. They were better. They were better than you actually, thinking about it and expressing your own personal view. Yeah, you could have your search engine back again. This is getting painful to listen to.
It really is. I mean, this is good content. Do not pass go. Like you're helping us show everybody that anybody who believes in a globe will not define their terms and will not agree with the scientific method or geometry and just blather on and make stuff up. That's what you've proved today.
Everyone, I think that you're surrounded by like-minded people who probably
No, it's not like-minded people. It's just people who know how to define their terms. You don't know how to define your terms. This is one of the standard processes that we have to go and engage in to have a reasonable discourse.
Okay, whatever.
I mean, we could easily turn around to you and say that you're surrounded by like-minded people and only repeat the things that those like-minded people say to you and have never been challenged on your beliefs. But when challenged on your beliefs, you start dissolving into this mess that we've had to deal with for the last 15 minutes.
The mess that you're dealing with is yours, it's not mine. I'm not the mess. You are the mess.
Sorry,
you're giving me something that
you were
is
trying
not really
to prove that the
valuable,
Earth was a sphere by using a tree, a house, and the horizon.
Yeah, I when I explained that we're like looking at the house from a horizon, I meant that I didn't.
From a horizon. Wow. From a horizon.
I understand why you tripped this guy up. Says he, he's a fucking hoot.
Man, this is a good time. So now it's from a horizon.
From the horizon. That's cool.
Well, excuse my language. It's not my English is not my native language. So maybe I have misused the word. But that doesn't mean that I haven't really given my argument still.
Okay,
but if you're
no
gonna,
problem. I'll start again. Tree, house, horizon. Carry on.
So I can continue what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, make it make sense.
Well, my thesis or the idea about the house and the tree and the foot and the feet, measuring them with the feet, is that I tried my best to give the simplest way to measure something from far away without using any extra tool or using any mathematical equations to kind of justify my thesis. It wasn't really intended to be used as something that you will actually do, but it is the best way for me to kind of describe how I can justify. What?
I said it was a waste of time. Then you were asked to prove that the Earth was a sphere, and this was a complete waste of time. Thanks.
Well,
I'm not going to get that 15 minutes back.
We weren't talking about the Earth as a sphere. We talked about how you justify that the Earth is large or big.
Large or big?
Large or big compared to what?
We descended into. Wow.
Large or big compared to what? To you?
Well,
large or big.
Yeah, you just said how can you observe through science that the Earth is big?
Science, you're dealing. Stop it! No, when we're talking about the dimensions of objects, it's not going to be science. We're going to be using.
Really?
Why don't we use geometry, which means Earth measure? Can you measure the Earth using geometry, since that's in the name?
Can you measure the Earth using your brain?
No.
No.
You actually need tools?
Sorry, this is going to annoy me. Can you measure the Earth using the scientific method?
Using the scientific method?
Yeah.
What scientific method? Specify.
The scientific method that starts with the observation of a natural phenomena, the prediction of what causes that phenomena, that'll be the hypothesis, and then the testing of that hypothesis through an experiment. So, do you think you're going to be doing that then?
Of course not, because there are other methods or other kind of scientific
So not
fields.
science then?
No, you have to be specific about what sort of scientific field.
We have been very specific.
Hold on.
What
real
is
quick, let's just get back to how this all started, right? So DJ was telling you about long distance observations and how they prove that the Earth can't be spherical. And you went off into refraction, which you had no knowledge of, but you wanted to use it as your, all right, hand wave the observation that you didn't look at, right? And then, wait, so now we tried to explain to you the importance of understanding a radius value if you're going to find out how much curvature you're looking for, right? How much drop over distance from your position.
Not a good way to measure something. It's an art perspective.
No. What you're looking for isn't there, right? So if the Earth is flat everywhere you check, right, how can it be curving down and away from you anywhere? No matter how far of a distance you check, there's no curvature measured, right? Over any flat body of water, over
I told
any
you that there
vast
are
plain.
other factors that
No
can also
curvature.
affect
No,
refraction.
I know. No, whoa. Wait a minute. You said it's not important to even know how much curvature should be there when you're looking for something. So if you don't know what you're looking for, how do you know if it's not there?
Okay.
It's important to know if you're looking for something, what it is that you're looking for. Does that not make sense to you?
If you're looking for something, that's what you're looking for. Yeah, what is it exactly? You're trying to prove that the Earth is flat. How can you prove
You're trying to prove the radius. You're trying to prove the radius that all the space agencies agree upon, dude. That's what you're trying to prove. You have NASA, you have RAXA, you have JAXA, you have all these different government space agencies who are all in agreement about this radius value, dude. So that
because
radius
they use
value.
better tool to measure it.
Okay, so now listen to me.
They didn't just use some lights and ship and a fucking
let me
water.
finish. Listen to me. Well, this radius value has measurements, right, that should be verifiable here on the surface. If what they're saying is true, you should be able to verify it down here, is what we're trying to explain to you. You're saying it's not important. You're saying light bends no matter what the condition to make it look flat. That's what you're saying. Do you understand that?
No, I don't. Well, it was lovely talking to you.
That's what you're saying to us.
I enjoyed our discussion. And I think that your perspective is very interesting. I would take it in mind. I'm still young and I still learn. I obviously don't have it all. I don't understand most of the things that you were talking about. Probably an idiot. It happens to the best of us. But I think that it's a very interesting perspective to have on Earth and your methods. I try to give my own counter arguments, but I think you think that I'm attacking you because of it. But I really enjoyed talking to you. Thank you.
Dude, just go, please.
Take care, man.
Bye, bye. Fucking God. Why?
Why not?
I'm still laughing.
What a strange state of affairs with the people of this generation, right? Where you get to make up your own definitions, you get to avoid answering direct questions, and just kind of be elusive for the sake of what? Something that you didn't even come up with? I mean, this is pathetic.
Bro, says who? You broke him completely.
Well, Jedi started
it. A house and a tree and a horizon, and the horizon is something which is far away, and suddenly he's looking from the horizon to the house.
Oh man.
Bro.
It's very difficult arguing in English in other idiom, and it's very difficult to have some discussion. And if you are trying to discuss in not your native language, is very hard. Maybe it's difficult to improve your point.
Oh my God, are you a Brasileiro?
Yes.
Yeah, I'd say. Yeah, I'd say he had a decent enough command over the English language to hold the conversation. You see, he just wanted to be right without understanding what he was discussing with people. When he finally understood what he was actually saying, he just backed out of the conversation. Do you understand? Did you see what happened there? As soon as he understood that he was arguing that light magically makes it all look flat, even though it's supposed to be curving, he left. He was like, "Oh, that's what I've been saying."
I have a serious question, guys. Okay, so
hit us with it.
So today I watched the moon eclipse, right?
Okay.
I watched it live with my own eyes, and I literally
Okay.
saw the shadow of the earth.
Yeah, I don't think you could watch it with somebody else's eyes.
So how do you explain that?
Well, let's just start from the beginning. What did you see?
The eclipse of the moon.
Yeah, I know it's called an eclipse and all that stuff. What did you actually observe? What did you see happen?
The moon. Its light being covered by a very round object. And seeing the shape slowly fade away to the side because of the orbit shit, you know. And then
Well, wait a minute. You're including all kinds of stuff that I saw the eclipse too, and I didn't see any of that. What I saw was the moon progressively get darker, then turn red, then progressively go back to its normal state. Is that what you saw?
Exactly.
Okay, so at no point that was any object in front of the moon. The moon got darker, turned red, and then went back to being white-ish. That's all I saw.
Yeah, but the Earth was in front of.
No. I didn't see the Earth. The Earth was underneath my feet. It didn't move in front of the freaking moon.
You didn't listen. You didn't let me talk.
Wait, friend, hold on, friend. Did the Earth from underneath your feet all of a sudden go up and then cover the moon? That's all I need to know. Wait a minute. I just need to know. Excuse me. All I need to know is, did the Earth from underneath your feet move up in front of the moon and then not do that? Did it go back to underneath your feet? Is that what happened?
Well, no, because you didn't even listen.
No, that's not what happened. So everybody who observed the eclipse saw that the Earth stayed where it was at, and then the moon sort of got darker and then went back to being normal light. That's what everybody observed. You interpreted what somebody else suggested to you, which was that the sun's way over there and the Earth is a ball and it's in front of the moon blocking out the sun's light. Someone told you that and you believed them like an idiot.
Exactly, and you believe that the Earth is flat like an idiot.
Well, so I measure the Earth flat as well as you. The Earth doesn't move, and you experience the same thing. So both of us experience the Earth being stationary and flat, but you believe that it's in between the moon and the sun.
Isn't it? So where is it? So how do you explain the lunar eclipse?
Oh, I'll explain it to you. Let me explain it to you. You ready? The moon gets darker, turns red, and then progressively gets less dark and goes back to being kind of a white light. That's an explanation. Or maybe that's more of a description. I have no idea, but what you're suggesting would require that you know how to measure the Earth to be a sphere in the first instance. So the first thing that you have to do is show me how you know that the Earth is measured to be a sphere.
What do you mean? I mean, you can literally see it in the shadow of the eclipse.
No. You saw the moon do something, but I need you to show me.
Bro. Bro, you're a fucking joke, bro.
You're a joke. It's fine. All you have is the moon getting darker. Did he leave? Did he run away like a coward? Or is he still here?
He just wanted to call you a name and leave.
Yep. That's standard operating procedure. So did anybody else observe the Earth come out from underneath their feet and then start to block out the moon?
Not me.
So, do you believe you need to walk around or see the curvature to believe the Earth is flat? Is not flat?
No. Nobody said believe about anything. I just want to know if the Earth has been measured to be a sphere. Do you know if that's happened?
No, I don't really know.
Okay.
Something.
So nobody, according to you, even though you believe it's a sphere, you don't know of anybody that's measured it to be one.
Yeah, no boy measure. But for an example, you know mathematics, right?
Oh yeah, math's great. Yeah. So the measurement is the more important part. Who measured the Earth to be curving so we have a value to enter into the mathematics?
Yeah, okay, but if it's just for comparison example, if I had 1 meter and you have 2 times my height, you can according you are measuring 2 meters, right?
I'll be honest with you, I didn't quite understand that. If I have 1 meter, and then what?
If I have 1 meter and you are 2 times my height, how meters do you have?
If I'm 2 times your height, doesn't matter how tall I am, 1 meter is 1 meter. That's why I'm not understanding your question. Now, if you're saying I'm 1 meter tall and then you double that, yeah, that would be 2 meters.
Right. So if you can measure a short place of the Earth, you can measure all the Earth. So
okay, so you can measure. Wait. I just want to understand you because you don't speak English as your first language, and I appreciate that. But did you say sharp point?
I don't really understand what you mean, sharp point.
What did you say? So if we measure what point on the Earth? I just didn't hear you.
Sorry, I really don't understand. What are you asking?
Well, I'm just trying to understand the words that you were using. So if we can measure what point on the Earth, I'm trying to get you to clarify.
No, it's just
he's saying if you can measure. Oh, sorry, Zanel. Let me clarify. I understood what you were saying. So he's saying that if you measure a short area of the Earth, that you can infer the rest of the Earth, is what he was asking.
Okay. Okay. So how short?
It depends. Why are you trying to justify everything? This is a conversation about something that we need to know. What is short, what is big. So when we are talking about Earth, it depends the reference. For example, if we are referring us from a car, the car is big than a person. A truck is big than a car. So it depends the reference point. But this is not the real question or the real discuss. Because you are trying to explain everything. Just for example, is very easily. For example, I'm a software developer. I know a lot of things of computer. So I never seen one atom or electricity. I never seen. But believing that and believing how the electricity works, I can construct a computer and I can manipulate atoms. So I don't really need to see atoms or electricity to estimate things. So the scientists estimate things. Just
before you go on, this is a false equivalence. We're talking about the surface of the Earth, and because number one, electricity does have physical properties, and we can measure those physical properties. Number two, an atom has been seen by nobody. There is no image of an atom yet, okay? So let's get a actual equivalence, which is measuring drop over distance. That would be geometry of a physical thing, being the Earth, and see if it is existing or not. That would be what we're looking for. Don't try to draw false equivalences in this scenario.
Why not? Why mathematics can explain the electricity and cannot measure the Earth?
Mathematics doesn't really deal with electricity. However, you can use mathematics in the electric theory, okay? But we're still talking about physical things. So the Earth is physical. Yes, you agree? The Earth is like something that's physical?
Yeah, everything you can explain with physics.
Great. So let's say like a basketball. A basketball is a physical thing, yes?
Okay.
Okay, can you measure the curvature rate of the basketball?
Yeah, and you can also predict the measure of the basketball.
Yeah, no, you don't predict it, you measure it.
Okay, but if I don't have the basketball in front of me, I can predict.
How would you predict it?
With mathematics.
Okay, show me how you predict the measurement of a basketball.
I need to explain a formula of mathematics to predict the curvature of one sphere.
Oh, so you would actually do you need a basketball first to get the actual measurements of the ball?
Yeah, and if you had a soccer ball, you can also measure just taking the formula of the basketball. If you can also apply in a ball. Why you cannot apply in the earth?
No. With a ball, you actually need to measure the ball, don't you? How big is the soccer ball? How big is the soccer ball? How much curvature is there in the Give me the radius value of the soccer ball.
I don't really know. I'm not a computer. I can ask the Google.
Wait a minute. No, friend. You're telling me that you can mathematically determine the size of the soccer ball. Which soccer ball are you determining the size of?
It doesn't matter.
Oh, it doesn't matter. So you need to know this. Even with official sizes of soccer balls, they also kind of change because they're not all perfect. So the official size of a soccer ball might be a certain size, but the one that you actually have, you're going to need to measure that one to get the radius of it, right?
Right, but when you can measure the basketball and you see something similar, you can measure it also?
Great, that's terrific. So how would you give me the method or the way that you would decide or determine the size of the soccer ball? Would you measure it or would you calculate it?
You calculate it.
Okay, show me how you calculate the size of a soccer ball with no soccer ball present.
You have one example. You apply the formula, and it's a law. It's similar a law. When you have one example, you can measure something similar.
No. We need to know the exact measurements of a soccer ball. You're saying you don't even need the soccer ball. You just apply the formula. How are you going to apply a formula to something that you can't measure?
Because you have the laws that create the ball. So if
there's no laws that create a ball unless it's going to be some Chinese children.
No, they exist, are converted in mathematics. It's the wide reason of mathematics exists to create some law to explain how the object works. So you can apply.
That's bro. I'm just going to go ahead. I don't like to do this with you guys, but can you give me the citation for what you just said? You're just making stuff up on the spot. I know English is not your first language, but now you're just making stuff up.
Okay, if you don't understand your own language, is not my problem. Can you discuss in Portuguese?
No, what you're telling me is you just need math to measure something. And I'm asking you what you're measuring since there's no ball present. And you're just like, don't worry, bro, I just need the math. So how big is the ball that is not in front of you? How big is it?
I don't know, 1 times is the size.
1 times? Oh my gosh, dude. Yeah. Can you go ahead and just let us know that you're trolling? Just say, listen, I'm here to troll. I'm making stuff up. I don't know how to make sense with what I'm saying, but I'm just making stuff up. So 1x equals the radius of the ball?
Yeah, it's what I'm talking about.
Okay, so put that in a formula and tell me how big the ball is in reality that's not present. You guys are silly. This is ridiculous. You're going to say 1x is the radius of the soccer ball that's not in front of me. That's how I know how big the soccer ball is that's not in front of me. I just said 1x equals soccer ball radius. What the hell?
You are trying to reduce everything to a small piece of part, and this is not why a discussion can be happened. You are trying to explain. For example,
You're the one that gave me the 1x. Excuse me, friend. You're the one that gave me the 1x. So I am just reiterating what you told me. It sounds like you're the one that's trying to reduce it to some absurd level.
What is the double of one thing? It's not two things, right?
The double of one thing is not two things. So if I double one, I don't have two.
Double my TV if I've got a bigger TV, or if I've got two TVs. What are you talking about?
Yeah, seriously.
I'm just talking. In the world, logic exists. If you can subject something, for example, you have one of thing, and two of thing is two of thing, and that is what you need to understand. You don't need to spread the mathematics or what is the measure of one thing. You don't need to know.
Okay.
If you can measure one thing, two things is two things. If you can measure a basketball, you can measure a baseball, football.
Measure. How do you measure a football?
Again, you are trying to spread and talk about small things that we need to know. Mathematics is inside. You are trying to spread mathematics and understand how mathematics works. So this is not the conversation. The conversation is how to measure something. If you can measure a ball, you can measure another ball.
Let's measure the Earth that you think is the ball. Let's just talk about the ball Earth that you live on. How do you measure the radius of the ball Earth that you think you live on?
It's what I'm trying to explain. We don't need to talk how we measure something. We need to talk if something, we can measure something.
Can you measure the Earth to be a ball? Can you measure the Earth ball?
Yeah.
Okay, how do you do it?
How I do it? Applying mathematics.
Okay, how do you do that?
Applying a formula to calculate mathematics. You don't need to speak how mathematics works.
What's the formula? So you don't even need to talk about how the mathematics works. So you measure the Earth as a ball using mathematics, but let's not talk about the mathematics. Is that your final statement?
Yeah, mathematics is the tool to measure. Why we need to discuss the tool?
Yeah, so we don't talk about the tool of mathematics to measure the Earth when that is the tool that we use to measure the Earth. We don't talk about that.
Yeah, we didn't need to talk about that. We just believe the mathematics works.
We just believe in it like it's a religious system. Hey, does your religious system called mathematics, does it have a god?
No.
No.
We can't have this conversation without have certainly knowledge. If you are trying to discuss about the flat or circle or I don't know Earth, you need to have some knowledge before that. We can't.
This is the best comedy. This is the best comedy I've seen.
Yeah, our knowledge is we know that the Earth is measured to lay horizontally. That's our knowledge. We all measure the Earth to lay horizontally. You do as well.
Yeah, gentlemen, can I get a clarification? Just a point of clarification for Zanella or Zanel A. So it may be a language thing. I'm not sure. But I thought to ask: do you know the distinction between a measurement and a calculation?
No, explain to me, please.
Well, a measurement, right? You would actually go perform something, some operation to determine a value, but that operation is done in the real world. For example, right? You want to measure the length of a piece of paper, right? You take a ruler out, put it next to the piece of paper, and you count the lines, right? Then you get a value. Then you measure the width of that piece of paper. You get another value. So you got the length and the width, and then you calculate using those values that you determined by measurement to obtain an area. Now you technically can also measure the area, but you would have to use a different tool. Like if you had a bunch of different little squares, right? You would take those squares and line them up, side by side on the piece of paper, right? And then you measure the area that way. Now it might not be all that accurate, depending on the size and all that stuff. But you see, like that area was determined in two different ways. First way was you measure the component and then you calculate using those components, versus you measure it directly with a tool. Two different approaches, same result, right? You see the difference?
Right.
There you go. So when we're asking you, how is the Earth measured? There must have been, by using that word, there must have been some sort of sets of tools used to go out and determine the value in question. What you're talking about with all the math stuff, right? That's using calculations. But those calculations, they must have come from using values that were actually measured. Otherwise, you're kind of just pulling something out of thin air, hoping it sticks. Right? So the question of how it was measured, how the radius was measured, that says who asked you, you don't apply math yet. You go out and get it by some means. Right?
I don't know if
Does that make
I
sense?
understand as well.
That makes sense. There you go. So that explains the seemingly talking past each other there. He just didn't understand the word. It's all good.
So measurements require physical work. What physical work, what method, what instruments are we going to use to measure the curvature of the Earth so we know that it's a ball?
I understand your point. I don't really know how to discuss next by that question. I never see something like that. My points or what I believe, I use it as a reference of other things that I had experience. So I never go to ask it or search for tools to measure the Earth. I just know because the world works based on the fact that the Earth is rounded.
Okay, so give me an example. What, in your mind, occurs that necessitates the Earth to be a ball that is spinning in a vacuum?
So the reason because they explain how an airplane can fly in different cities, thinking the Earth are spinning. So that explains. And for example, if the Earth is flattened, maybe a pilot of airplane will say, no, this is not true. This is a mistake.
Yeah, we have that. We have a lot of pilots on record saying that the Earth is indeed flat. So now what?
So how the pilot can show me the video? Send me the link. I need some.
All right. Let me see if I've got a link to that one, unless somebody else does before I do. But hold on a second. We can show you the video of pilots telling you that the Earth is flat. Do the pilots saying that, does it prove the Earth is flat?
No, because
it doesn't.
Person saying something is not the truth.
Right. And even if it's 10 people saying it, or 20 or 500, it still doesn't mean it's true. So the Earth being a ball would require us to measure it curving, right? Doesn't matter what anybody says. It matters that the Earth is curving, right?
Not really.
No, not really. So you said earlier, just a second ago, you said it doesn't matter if the pilot says it's flat. So I would say you're right, that it also doesn't mean anybody in the whole world, it doesn't mean that they say it's a ball. It actually has to be a ball for it to be true. And for it to be a ball means it has to be curving. Would you agree with that?
It's because you are trying to put one variable to allow or deny something, and this is not the way the world runs. For example,
let me ask you, hold on a second. No. Don't run away from this. Is one of the necessary things for a ball, as far as an attribute has to have, is that all balls curve. Would you agree that all balls curve?
Not necessary, but I'm not trying to run away.
Come on, man. You are trying to run away. Are you telling me that not necessarily do all balls curve on the surface?
For example, you believe you will die.
What ball does not curve on the surface? No, you're not going to have a false equivalency again. What ball can you tell me about doesn't have curvature on the surface?
Okay, false equivalency. You are trying to
I'm asking you a very direct question. You said not necessarily. What ball can you point me to that doesn't have curvature on its surface?
No. You are trying to manipulate me to put your
Listen,
point.
everybody. No, it's actually a very simple question. All spheres have curvature on their surface. You're saying that all of a sudden there's an example of a sphere or a ball that doesn't have curvature on its surface, and I want to know what ball or sphere that is.
Okay, Seizu, I understand your intention. You are trying to manipulate it, and you.
Excuse me, friend. I'm not trying to manipulate anything. I'm asking you a very direct question that anybody that is honest will answer. I don't know of any balls or spheres that don't have curvature on the surface. I can't think of one. If you can think of one, then you are going to be the winner of this conversation. What ball or sphere doesn't have curvature on its surface?
Seizu, can I put
of course, don't answer the question. Don't answer the very direct question when you said not necessarily does a ball have to have curvature, and I'm asking for a specific example of where there's an exception to the rule. And you're not going to answer that question because you're the one trying to manipulate the conversation by saying, I'm not going to answer it. I'm going to say that there's balls without curve, but I'm not going to give an example. You are the dishonest one. You are the liar. You're the one manipulating the conversation.
Yeah, it's because I can do the same thing with you, the same question.
Really? Okay, so if I say there's a ball without curvature, are you going to ask me what ball I'm talking about?
No, I'm just saying I can do a question that can prove my point, and you can escape from that.
What is the question? Does it have to do with balls and curvature, or is it going to be a false equivalence?
Yeah, when you don't agree, it's a false equivalence. How do you prove
No, it's not
that?
agreement. We're going to talk about apples to apples comparison. We're not going to compare apples to frickin' footballs, okay? It's not going to work. So what is the one question? I'm really intrigued now. I took the bait. What's the one question that you're going to ask?
Yeah, do you believe in the death?
Death? Yeah, everybody dies.
Yeah,
I don't have
how
to
do you
believe in
know
it.
that?
I know that because I've seen everybody die.
Yeah, do you see on the death and becomes to explain how
What?
is the death?
How is
You
death?
believe?
What do you mean?
Yeah, you believe you will death, you die.
Yeah, eventually I probably will die. I mean, it's pretty certain. Death and taxes.
So how did you know you will die?
Because nobody before me has died. It's kind of the same thing as every man who has lived has died. Every ball has curvature. Can you show me somebody who hasn't died or a ball that doesn't have curvature?
So you see a lot of people dying and you believe you will die also, right?
Yeah.
So a lot of people believe and explain the earth is rounded, and I also agree.
And that has nothing to do with the example that you gave. Great, good job. You used an example with death that didn't actually connect with your idea of a ball.
You are doing that for hours, the same thing.
Yeah, the same thing. I'm pointing out that you're using false equivalencies and that your conversation with me is incoherent in relation to death and
Exactly,
spheres. I know. I pointed it out that you're incoherent and that you're not having an honest conversation with me. You're right. For hours I've been doing this.
Yeah, I'm dishonest. Right. You're right.
Isn't good enough for this conversation, dude. That's all. That's all that's happening.
I don't even think this has anything to do with English. I think it has to do with the fact that he's running away from the very simple fact that all balls on their surface or spheres have curvature that can be measured, by the way. And he totally ran away from that. This has nothing to do with English, everything to do with he's intellectually dishonest.
His comprehension wasn't there. Plus, he was argumentative. He didn't want to hear anything. Didn't want to learn anything like the last guy. Same deal.
Do we have any other globe heroes in here that would like to pick up the torch or the baton and tell me that there's a ball or a sphere that doesn't have curvature on its surface?
Only non-familiar is KVLT. Everybody else is. Oh, and Carlos. Oh, UWU. Maybe you're here at the right time. Welcome to the room.
I would think Carlos is new also. Or have you guys spoken to him before?
No, he's been here for a while.
Cool.
Like tonight. He's been here. He entered the room before Pasco.
Okay.
So he's been listening. Part of Pasco's conversation and the entirety of the last guy. Shout out to Miguel though, man. That was awesome. Says he was like, oh, if I show you some pilots, Miguel had like 3 videos in the side chat, which I'm sure the dude didn't even check out.
Miguel Sosa is all over it.
Yeah, you said it, and like less than 30 seconds, the first video was up. It was impressive. Hey, CB is in the house. What's going on, Creation Bear? Holy moly, your perms are that messed up. Thanks for sharing your sunset with us. Good on you, bro. You just missed, I don't know if you got to hear the two conversations that just recently ended, but they were some good comic relief. Oh, Tamatarsos. What's up, man? Welcome to the room.
Hi, what's up?
I'm just looking for somebody to either defend the globe Earth or ask some questions about how we know that the Earth is not curving. It's not a spinning ball. Seeing if you're up to it.
I had a different question. I just saw this one video. So basically, what happened was an astronaut from my country was sent to low Earth orbit, and he recorded a video of I think the space station moving around like in orbit around Earth, right? So he recorded it from the POV of the space station. So, I mean, it looks pretty convincing to me. So, why would anybody question that?
Well, the reason that we would question that is because the Earth is not curving on its surface. There's no measured Earth curve anywhere. So there's nothing to orbit.
So, why would, what about all these space agencies and what is that about?
I guess they're lying.
I'm not trying to, disrespect or anything. I'm just these are genuine questions I have.
Yeah, I understand it's a genuine question. So if the Earth is not curving in reality, then the space agencies must be lying. Wouldn't you agree?
Then why would they do that?
Well, they want to control people. I mean, historically, all the empires of the Earth, from the earliest recorded history, the empires lie to their people to keep them under control, to essentially enslave them. See, because an uneducated slave or an ignorant slave is a slave that won't fight back. They're a good slave. So you use all kinds of, psychological warfare on the slaves to make sure that they're calm and compliant.
I understand that logic, and there is just a small issue I have with that logic. Is that there are these different nations, right, that have their own space agencies, and these nations.
Those nations are not nations that are sovereign, by the way.
Well, what do you mean by that?
Well, all the nations that you're going to refer to, so let's say the United States Corporation. The United States Corporation is not a sovereign corporation, neither is the Indian Corporation. They're all owned by private banks.
All right. How?
Well, all the nations have central banks. Those central banks are owned and operated by a very small group of people, mostly families that came out of the Roman Empire. And of course, prior to that, they came out of the Greek Empire and so on and so forth. These very wealthy and occultic families have been manipulating the nations, quote unquote nations, since probably the Babylonian times or maybe even the Egyptian times. But India is not a nation. It's a corporation owned by a private bank. That private bank is the same corporation that owns the United States corporation.
What is the name of this private bank?
Well, what is the central bank in India?
Called the Reserve Bank.
There you go. That's the name of it.
What do you mean by it's privately owned?
Well, somebody owns that corporation, right?
No, I mean, what do you mean by private ownership? Like, who owns it?
I mean, in terms of private, I mean, there is a group of people that are not part of your nation that own that bank. That bank created essentially a giant homeowners association or property management company called probably something like India Corporation, because in the United States, I even had it's documented. Every nation has this documented. You just have to look for it. They just know you don't ever look for it. But in the United States, under Title 28, subsection 3002, definition 15A, the United States is defined as a corporation. That corporation is owned by the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve is owned by a group of people. Those people, who knows where they live? They're kind of living all over the earth, but they're the ones that own all the central banks or run the central banks. There's one in every nation. I don't care what it is. Kyrgyzstan, Russia, China, Japan, they all have central banks. The central banks run the property management companies or the HOAs. They're like elaborate HOAs, or you can think of them as Walmart. But they are the ones that run the public code. Usually that public code is tied to some kind of commercial code. In the United States, or at least in the Northern American area, they have something called the UCC, the Universal Commercial Code. That runs all of commerce. Okay, so the space agencies and everything, they're under the umbrella of the corporation that is owned by the central bank in India or America or whatever. So there's no sovereign nations. They're all owned. So to say that all these different nations have a space agency, no. The people who own the central banks are the ones that have the space agencies. But they're not sovereign nations, and there's no sovereign space agencies.
So, you mean to say all the entire space race thing was all a hoax?
Yep, all a hoax. It's just a good thing to tell the public to keep them, bought into the propaganda. Oh, United States is better than Russia. We got to the moon first. It's total horseshit. It doesn't mean anything. It was something to keep the public pacified. Same with the Cold War. Same with every war that you've ever heard of.
Round.
Oh, somebody's been triggered. How triggered are you, my friend? On a scale of 1 to 10, it sounds like you're probably an 11.
But yeah, so you were saying something before you were interrupted.
Yeah, no, all the propaganda is just to keep the... There we go.
Second, who's this person? Aspect, I think. Aspect is that.
Yeah, he's going to be a gunner. He gone. Aspect is really triggered. He's very insecure about his globe religion. So he has to go into VCs and just scream it. And that makes him feel better about his life.
I mean, that is sad. I mean, we can have disagreements without being uncivilized. So, yeah. Anyways, so... But then why do only some nations, like a lot of nations have central banking systems, but only
all of them
nations have space? Yeah, so, but only a few nations have space agencies. Why is that the case?
Well, typically it's based on the size of the nation and the budget that they have. So the smaller nations, especially the third ones, aren't too worried about, what is that sound, bro?
Sorry?
What is the sound in the background?
No, I think there's some construction going around. I'll mute myself.
Okay.
Sounds like a goat.
Let's
So,
turn on noise cancellation. Yeah, go on.
a lot of these nations do not have the budget, nor do they have the care to have a space agency. They don't need it. But, the larger, more developed nations, they throw out some kind of space agency to, make the public feel good, like India, like China, like Japan, like Russia, like Poland. They all have space agencies, but it doesn't matter. No one's going to space. Space doesn't exist. The Earth is not a sphere. There's no measured curvature. So it's just about propaganda. But someone could certainly change my mind if they could tell me how, number one, you could have a high pressure system next to a vacuum, a very high vacuum. And number two, or actually probably more primarily to that would be number two. But number one, could show me any measured Earth curve. That would be the thing I'd like the most. Because if that doesn't exist, then the space agency is for nothing.
But what I know about the Indian Space Agency is that when it was established, India was not a very developed nation.
Okay, so right, I'll tell you what. Let's skip over the space agency thing. Can you show me any measured Earth curve?
No, I mean, I'm not trying to debate this. I'm just saying that these are some questions I have. Like, if you're saying that powerful nations build space agencies, which is true in case of Russia and the US, but India, when it built its space agency, when it started off, it was not a very powerful nation, actually.
Great, forget everything that I said. Could you have any evidence of space, an ever-expanding vacuum that has a bunch of stars and planets and galaxies and black holes, and all of that would be predicated on the Earth having curvature? We don't even need to talk about the sovereignty of nations or central banks or the people who own them. We can just talk about the facts. So, is the Earth a ball? Where's the curvature? There's no curvature. So the Earth's not a ball, which means it's not a planet hovering in an ever-expanding vacuum called the universe. So who cares why they have a space agency? It doesn't matter.
Well, it matters because a lot of money is allocated to these agencies.
Okay, great. So they're wasting their money on something that doesn't exist. That being space, the ever-expanding vacuum.
Why would they be incentivized to do that?
Because they want to keep the slaves entertained, like you're entertained. You apparently are under some kind of impression that because there's an agency, space must exist, which is illogical on its face. But it's working on you, right? Because if you think a space agency exists, then therefore space must exist.
I never said that. I'm just asking.
Okay, well then why did you bring it up?
Because I saw this video by the space agency that was released, so I asked. I mean, I can read the VC. I don't need to.
Why would I know the ultimate goal for them to create a space agency other than to fool the public? So they have a space agency, they put up a video, you saw it, and you're asking me about it, and I'm asking you if space even exists, and you don't have any evidence for it, other than the fact that there's a space agency.
I'm asking why go through all the effort, but hey, hear me out. I don't mean to antagonize anybody. I just take my leave. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, you're asking. So for the live stream audience, somebody comes in and says, "Yeah, but my nation has a space agency. Why do they have that?" And I try to offer some kind of explanation as to why that might be, to rip off the public and keep them entertained, and to distract them, and to make them think that space might be real. And so I disclose that, I say that. Well, they're probably doing it to make sure that you're distracted and to somehow backwards logic make you think that space is a real thing. And look, it worked. Why would they have a space agency unless space exists? Well, why don't you show me space existing and then we'll go from there. Oh, I'm sorry, I don't want to upset you. I don't want to talk about the nuts and bolts of the matter. This is really tiring. Any of you listening on the live stream, please leave a comment as to how bored you are of people being this stupid. Well, there's a space agency, so space must exist. That is backwards. It's circular. It's ridiculous. Well, why would they have one? Well, to keep you entertained and fooled. But why would they have one? I just answered the question. We got Josie. We got KVLT. Kitty Kitty Car.
Yeah, we have this Kitty clown. He's gonna prove the ball.
Oh, okay. You're up, Kitty Kitty. Also, we've noticed that anybody with a cat as their profile picture or any references to cat, usually they're quite delusional, and it would seem that they're a little bit, crazy as well.
I did a question to that guy, but he did miss it. No, now he's not talking. Just shutting.
Kitty Kitty, why don't you join the VC? Because typing in the text chat is just annoying and inefficient, especially when you're in the VC. I know you were never talking. Why don't you start talking now?
It seems that the cat did eat his tongue.
Oh, this sounds like a Rich Evans or somebody that we know. Okay, Kitty Kitty, you have 10 seconds to join the VC. Otherwise, I'm just going to take away your text perms. Pretty simple. Bye. Interesting that they don't actually want to talk to us.
Oh, he's back. He's typing.
We'll just solve that real quick. We have a Matthew. Matthew's typing.
So I did the question, but the guy didn't pay attention. I even did put 4 interrogation points. He doesn't know what is the question. I did ask to him, you have a ball to prove? Yeah, he just, did ignore that part.
Don Diego. Welcome.
I didn't bother to watch the lunar eclipse, but I certainly enjoyed the global eclipse on this channel.
An eclipse really does prove the power of the hypnosis or the propaganda or the delusion, right? Because every eclipse that I've ever seen, whether it be solar or lunar, is a gradual darkening of one of those bodies. Now, the sun is unique, right? Where it certainly does seem to be covered up by something. We're not going to pretend like that's not going on. But what that thing might be it's kind of silly to say, well, it's got to be the Earth. Now, why in the world would it be the Earth? What would leave anybody to believe that it's the Earth covering up the moon or the sun?
I agree. I agree. It has been completely debunked by the impossible eclipse. Completely debunked.
Sure.
I agree with you. I agree with you. I think it's not a shadow. It might be. It might be a blind spot somehow in the sky, but it's certainly not a shadow.
Well, yeah, we could make all kinds of speculations about why something would get darker. So I think everybody's kind of familiar with this. You have light fixtures in your rooms that can be dimmed, right? Or selectively now we've got these LED lights that can change their color, that they can go out, that they can, well, shoot, you've got a TV that's nothing but LEDs, and it makes a picture. It can get darker, it can get lighter. So why would I assume that just because I'm seeing something get lighter or darker, is it something getting in front of it? If my kid walks in front of the TV, then I know that it's been eclipsed by my kid. If the TV gets darker, it's just the scene that's getting darker. That's it.
Exactly. And we must not forget, we cannot observe any kind of hotspot on the moon. So
no.
it doesn't make sense with the claim that it's the reflection of the light from the sun.
Right. I don't even know. I can't say that the moon gives its own light. I couldn't say that with 100% certainty. But I also can't say with any kind of certainty that it's reflecting anything. I don't know its shape. I don't know its distance. I don't know its composition. I don't know any of that. So I'm going to just go ahead and stand on my throne of ignorance and go, I don't know what's going on with the luminaries. They could be some kind of crazy technology, like an LED TV that does all kinds of weird things, and I would be just as correct as the guy that says it's a ball in space that's reflecting sunlight. Neither one of us know.
Exactly, I agree. I would prefer to admit that I don't know, instead of making claims which I cannot validate and prove.
Right.
That's the problem. We cannot know. We just cannot know.
There was a debate, right, with Indio and that Blitz guy, and he was talking about having some humility when it comes to the knowledge of certain things, almost as if to insinuate that we don't have any humility about what we can or cannot know. But let's be honest, there's certain things you can know and certain things you can't. What's going on with the moon or the sun or any of the luminaries? I'm going to have the humility to say I don't know. But I'm going to be really arrogant and say that if I get out some kind of measuring device or take an observation or known distances to certain things, known, and determine whether or not the Earth is curving between me and that object, and I don't find any curvature, I think I can safely say, with all my arrogance, that the Earth isn't curving. And I don't have a problem with that. So I can be humble about certain things and go, yeah, there's stuff I just don't know, or I'm not even sure I could know. But there are things that I can't. So why don't we stick with the things that we can know and be humble about the things that we can't? No problem.
Yep.
Like the moon's bigger than the Earth.
I have no idea. Doesn't look that way.
It's bigger than the Earth. Look at it. It's not that far away. Look how big it is.
Well, how far away do you think it is?
It's not that far because it's huge.
Well, how huge? Wait a minute. These are all relative terms. Huge compared to what?
Compared to the Earth.
So the moon is bigger than the Earth. Is this your claim?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How would you determine that?
By I go outside and I looks at it.
So you look at the moon,
Yes.
and you see that it's the size that it is, and you determine that the moon is bigger than the Earth. Well, how big is the Earth?
Smaller than the moon?
Can you give me a number, a size?
No, sir.
Why not?
I don't own a tape measure that big.
So how would you know how big the Earth is to compare it to the moon?
Because I can see the moons.
The moons? Are you saying plural?
Yeah,
No,
yeah,
sir.
I heard it.
No, sir.
Now you're saying sirs. Is this a weird troll that you have going on where you just pluralize everything?
I don't know what you means.
There's an S on everything. Is it a speech impediment? If it is, I apologize. If not, it sounds like you're trolling.
He's trolling you. See you later, bud.
No, sirs.
Okay, so I'll tell you what. I'll let you continue if you can give me a value that was measured between the moon and the Earth, the size of both. That way we can have a comparison, because that's how you measure things. You compare one thing to another. So, give me the dimensions of each, and we'll see which one's bigger and which one's smaller.
I don't have the dimensions.
Okay, well then you have a baseless claim, and it's pointless discussing which one is bigger if you don't have the size of either.
Well, what's the size of the Earth then?
I have no idea. You were the one that claimed it was smaller than the moon, and you didn't give me a number or any way to quantify the size of the moon.
Well, even if I didn't give you numbers, you just said you don't know what the size is, so what's the difference?
I figured you did. You made claims. I was hoping that you would back up your claim. Now it seems like you're reversing the burden of proof.
I ain't reversing nothings.
Oh, you not reverting nothings? Listens here's. Listens here's. You give me a number or I'm going to ban you from this here servers.
Oh, noes.
Yeah, I know. Okay, time to go. You can leave or I'll remove you. It's up to yous.
It's up to yous.
All right.
See ya. We're a bunch of clowns.
You
Who
know,
was
what's
that
funny,
anyway?
SEG, SCG. You know, it's funny because he's in the other, our home server, and I think he was in a conversation, just, you know, casually chatting and all that. Sounded like an okay guy. I thought he was FE, but, you know, sounds like he's talking shit. Kind of weirded out by that.
Yeah. What's the deal, Segs?
In the ways I am in all the servers. What you talking about?
No, I haven't heard you act like this before. This is a new thing. So, what have you been drinking, doing drugs, or you just decided to be an asshole today?
This isn't news. I've said this in here before.
Why would you make such a claim that you can compare the Earth to the moon and you have no size of either?
Because
are you trying to be difficult and perfect? Yeah, well, what do you see? How big is it? How big is it?
It's big. It's browns. It's
big. Give me a size. Do you understand that sizes in these particular terms, not relative sizes, but actual sizes need values?
When I hold up my thumbs, it's bigger than my thumbs.
Okay, no problem. So, well, see, I hold my thumb up and I can block it out. So you have tiny thumbs.
Yes, sirs.
Okay. So hold your thumb up to the Earth. Which one in comparison is bigger? Is it the Earth or the moon?
Can't hold it up to the Earth.
Hold it down then.
There's no way for me to hold it to the Earth because I can't go in space because
space. What space? What space?
There you go. So what? How you want me to do it?
What space are you talking about?
What space are you talking about?
He's got the God's eye.
You're the one that brought it up. Seg, you sound like a grown man, and for a grown man to act this way is just sad and pathetic. Would you agrees?
Agrees?
Yes.
Agrees with what?
Agrees with a grown man, however old you are, acting this way on the internet is sad and pathetic.
Adding what? Act in what ways?
You know, where you're making baseless claims and trying to say that the moon is bigger than the earth and you can't hold your thumb up to the earth or down to the earth or whatever.
Yeah, it doesn't work that ways.
Yeah, it doesn't work that ways. All right, Seg.
Broken by the flat earth truth. Malfunction.
What has gotten into people? I mean, this is ridiculous.
We broke them, bro. We broke them completely.
I guess it's kind of disheartening though, like for people to act this way is. I mean, I've sort of already lost my faith in quote unquote humanity, but this is making it worse, if that's even possible.
Bro, you can
Vinegar.
You can see it. They have to struggle. They have to spend half an hour in the chat box and struggle joining the voice chat because they have no
That's
argument.
true.
We broke them. We broke them.
We've got Vinegar in here. Vinegar, you have any opinions on the topic? Adam Unsalted, is that from a song? If it's Steppenwolf, what song is that? Or is Steppenwolf? Steppenwolf was oh shoot, that wasn't it. Was a band afterward. Who was Steppenwolf? I'm struggling to remember. It's a book. That's right. I may have to read that. Right. All right. Thank you, Adam Unsalted.
يا إلهي حركوا مرضى الجراح
Hey, John, are you there?
got closer together. The lines, horizontal, got closer together. The vertical lines got closer together. The angles got smaller. The smaller the angle gets, eventually it's going to be too small for your eye to resolve. This limitation of view is going to end up being called and observed as the horizon. That's the angle that your eye stops resolving the surface anymore. Beyond that, it can't see it. Now we've got a boat that's beyond the horizon, sitting on that surface that your eye can't resolve. As it sails beyond the horizon, the bottom of that boat enters that angle. You can't see it anymore. It appears to be disappearing, cut off from the bottom, but that's due to the fact that your eye can't resolve the teeny tiny angles anymore. The reason why the top of the boat appears to go downwards is again due to perspective, like the ceiling above your head towards the end of the corridor or your room appears to go downwards and get closer to the floor. It's not actually getting closer to the floor, but that's how we see the world with optics. It's called perspective. These things can be demonstrated and vastly documented.
I haven't seen anything disappearing from the bottom.
I posted for you. You can watch it.
There's many examples of this arc, and that's what Jedi is talking about. Perspective has been hijacked by the people who propose that the Earth is a globe by saying that it's actually curvature and not perspective. So perspective has been hijacked. It's something that you think that's the reason why things look curved. Yeah?
Sounds to me that you can't use the visible horizon to measure the shape of the Earth, the size of the Earth.
No, because it moves.
But he said you could.
Yeah, I mean, the radius of the Earth was continually changing. Oh, okay.
So, if you understand that your horizon is moving and it's an optical effect, how would you get the radius?
It's $1 million question.
This photo just perspective is not curvature thing. That's not showing that the pole's bottom is disappearing first. What is
I'm showing you is the Rayleigh criterion. It's the shortening of the angle between an object as it gets further and further away. It's like two lights in a distance on a car. At distance, it looks like one light. As it gets closer and closer and closer to you, the lights diverge and you can see the two separate lights. There's a surface and something above the surface. As you look with distance, you'll notice those things start to converge. You're not going to start being able to resolve certain details, especially where the angle's at its smallest. That'll be the horizon.
No, that doesn't explain it.
Really? That's exactly what the Rayleigh criterion explains.
It just converts to a point, but
what?
That doesn't mean the bottom disappears.
At the moment, this is just all perspective. At the moment, the thing that you're claiming causes the obstruction isn't where it mathematically should be. In the observation I gave you, it should be, if the Earth was a sphere, at 3.5 miles away. What we observe is it beyond 10 miles away. Unlike we've pointed out. Sorry?
Is it really? Can you show me on Google Earth the distance between those points?
I'll tell you what, if I do, and they're correct, then what's that going to help you with? Is that going to be you nodding, going, oh, yeah, it's not where it should be, it's 10 miles.
It will not prove that the Earth is flat because we have...
Oh, no, what it proves that if the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, then every horizon distance should be at 1.225 multiplied by the square root of the observer's height in feet. It isn't. Therefore, the Earth hasn't a radius of 3,959 miles. Why would you even give it a radius in the first instance?
Because we know we know that it has.
Well, we don't know it by this. So how else do we know?
Yep. Ships disappearing over the horizon isn't going to get you there, is what Jedi is saying. So is there something else that you have other than this? Because this, you can't prove that the Earth is a globe by ship disappearing over the horizon, because you didn't establish it was a globe because of it. And he just gave you the example of it being perspective.
So recently, flat earthers.
No, wait. No, before you go into that. No. Before you go into that. Did you address the fact that you didn't prove that the Earth is a globe via the example of the ship disappearing from the bottom up? Can we have a concession, sir?
Or measuring to the horizon.
You can't just prove it with one instance.
Yeah, well, you didn't prove it either, sir. So we're showing you something to disprove what you think is the globe. You didn't prove it via that, did you?
It's just a supportive evidence.
Supportive?
Yeah.
What does that mean? It's not direct evidence, it's supportive?
Yeah, it's not direct evidence.
So do you have anything that's direct?
I would say photos of Earth, but you wouldn't believe that. And
Why does anybody need to consider photos from Earth if there's no way to validate those?
Because why would anyone lie to you?
Sir, it's not about that. How do you validate images of Earth from a distance, like one that looks like a sphere? How do you validate that?
You would ask VFX artists. I don't know.
We ask the effects artists. So we're asking people who deal with photos if this photo is an actual photo of the Earth being a sphere. And that's how we know the Earth is a sphere?
Yeah, you can say that. But
yeah, we can say that. So we're just asking people if this is an actual sphere, and they're going to be like, "Yep, that's a sphere." So what? How can we prove that the images are what the Earth is represented as from a distance? How do we know that? How do you know that? The answer is, I'm going to give it to you because you're going to take forever. We don't know that by an image. You can't validate the image. You would need to be in the vantage point of that image, which you cannot reproduce. So all you're left with is a belief system. Someone shows you an image and you have to say, okay, I believe you. That's it. Trust me, bro. That's all you have. The point of validation is not done with an image. Unless you're able to get to that vantage point and see the Earth exactly how the image was portrayed, you can't yourself say that this is proof.
We have laws of physics.
You're bouncing from one thing to the next. I was asking for direct evidence. You said it was images. I've just shown how images are not direct evidence. You need to trust somebody about the images that they're showing you. So it's not direct. Now you want to jump to a different... Here's the thing, Ark. You need to concede points when you want to go to the next one. I didn't know.
These are
my bad.
educated people that make...
Yeah, so what?
Thousands of articles. Why would they lie to you?
Who cares, dude? If it's not able to be validated, it doesn't matter what education level they have.
Why do you believe it's flat? You have to have some.
Yeah. So first of all, here it's not a belief. We can tell you. People here are ready to tell you the affirmation that the Earth is flat and the reasons why everybody here understands it to be so. But you, right now, have to be genuine. And when you don't know something, you have to say, I don't know. So if I ask you, if you know the Earth is a globe, what would you say, sir?
The cumulative evidence.
Sir, do you know if the Earth is a globe? Let's hear your humility if you have any. And we can talk to you about the affirmation that the Earth is flat and stationary. But first, I want you to say, if you're not sure, or just say, I don't know, that the Earth is a globe. Go on.
We've measured that.
No, you're going back to you measured that. We've already established you gave everything that you could to identifying whether or not it's a globe via your demonstrations, your images and all that. Nothing could produce that the Earth was a globe. So what measurement do you have? Because I'll exhaust every point that you have until you're done, ready to say, I don't know. So what else do you got? You got a measurement?
Basically, the simplest thing is in the North Pole, we can see that the rotation of the space is different from the South.
Who's done that?
I mean, anyone can do it.
Yeah, like who? Like who? Name somebody in history who's done what you just said.
What do you mean history?
Yeah, anybody at any time who's ever done the thing you just said right now. Who's done it?
Some just time lapse from northern area.
Yeah.
Right?
Who's done that? Who's done that?
What do you mean? Just random people?
Well, what do you mean what I mean? I'm asking you for specifics. A person, an organization, anybody who's done what you just said. Who has done this?
Any random person can do it.
No. It's not about can do. Who has done?
I don't know. Let me just search.
Search? You just made up an example that you don't even know exists. You're going to search the internet right now, bro.
What do you mean, brother?
You're going to search the internet right now. You're making you pull this one from out your backside, and now you're going to tell us about it by looking up somebody.
Of space. Let's just.
Yeah, time lapse is what, dude? Listen, you're going to see a time lapse of what? Stars? And then once you see the time lapse of the stars, what are you going to tell us?
Movements.
Yeah, the movements of the stars. Yes.
Yeah.
What and what? What after that?
And we will see that they'll move in some way. And if you look at the South Pole, we will see it will go another way.
What are you talking about, dude? We're just looking at stars move around in the sky. What else are we going to find out? What other information other than us seeing stars move?
If it was flat, they will move.
No, dude. How? No, wait a minute. You can't get geometry from looking at star movements. You can't get geometry from that.
I can't get that. What?
Yeah, no. I'm going to question you on it. How do you get geometry of the Earth being a globe from looking at stars move? Tell me. Go ahead. Tell me. What? Now what's your what's now? How do you get geometry from looking at star movements?
Because, Earth moves too.
No, we don't know that. We don't know that. You're looking at stars moving around in the sky. That's all you see. Stars move around in the sky. How do you know the Earth is moving because you see stars moving?
Stars are not really moving because they're too far away.
You're just saying that. But the observation is we see stars move.
They do move, but since they're too far away, they're...
How do you know that? You're making more claims. This is what they call claim stacking, Art.
That we established that...
Dude, you're claim stacking. Hold on a second. You're claim stacking. You're now talking about distances to stars on top of... Dude, listen to me what I'm saying. You're talking about distances to stars on top of the stars not moving. We're moving. So you're stacking claim upon claim, and you haven't got to the foundation of how you know one claim.
They are moving, but their relative movements from...
so how do you know that?
Not relevant.
How do you know that, Ark?
Because they're too far away.
Yeah, how do you know that? I'm going to keep asking how you know that, and you're just going to keep stacking the claims. Yeah, how did you measure it? Anybody? How did anyone measure it?
Looking at the near stars.
Yeah, dude. Like once again, how do you know what's near? Listen, dude. Near and far. Hold on a second. Near and far are not approximate numeric values. They're just ideas of like something that's close and far away. But how do you know how close a star is or how far away it is if you don't know any known distance to any star? You have to have a foundation, an anchor point. You have to have an anchor point, something that you can base.
By brightness.
Brightness?
Oh my god, dude.
By brightness and the flex of the object, we can find the distance by the Newton's laws.
Sorry, all stars the fucking same.
Wow. I mean, I thought this couldn't get any worse.
Knowledge.
I honestly thought this couldn't get any worse, but you're down the well, bro. So can you show me a study that shows by brightness how far away something is? And go ahead and detail. Go ahead and Ark. I want you to detail to me how by brightness you can tell how far away something is. Via like any methodology. Show it to me. I want to see what you're saying is true.
I've got a 1 lumen light bulb and a 2 lumen light bulb, and they're both to me. According to you, the brightest one's closer.
And if you want to use that method, you need to know the luminosity of an object, and we don't know the luminosity of these objects.
And it was better to say, I don't know for everything, and not to spiral that we find out that you don't know anything.
No.
I'm staying out of this one. I might make him go crazy.
Yeah, can you imagine somebody that's using luminosity for the claim of a distance to a star? It is outrageous. Like the depths that these guys will go to with their pride, when they could just lay their pride down and say, I don't know. This would have been done a long time ago.
No.
No. Are you okay? Surely you must understand that luminosity is not going to give you a
Might have just given up the ghost. Who knows?
Well, I would. I mean, first of all, it's the horizon, the ship's going over it. No, it's that. What we've been talking about, it's not the Earth and things in the sky. Okay.
We can't find the luminosity.
Don't forget the Earth's not stationary.
Oh, yeah, that's where we started, yeah. So we're talking about things in the sky. And you brought up relatively. Yeah, we started talking about Einstein, who came up with the idea of relativity to explain the phenomena. It doesn't really matter. We're not going to be able to figure it out whether we're moving or they are moving. It's still going to be the same.
That's what he even declared about the Michelson-Morley. And this man here is just like, I mean, doesn't have a response to that.
Well, that doesn't really prove anything.
That doesn't prove anything. Only Einstein saying that doesn't prove anything, and he's saying it doesn't prove anything.
You believe Einstein at this point, but you
Yeah, we're using him as a hostile witness against what you're saying is the case.
And not even, we wasn't even using him as a hostile witness. You said, when I said even Einstein said it was treated in a state of rest, that was bullshit. So that's the only reason why, because you were wrong. Like you've been you've been wrong in several ways. You're the least convincing global we've had in weeks.
You will not believe anything.
It's not about belief, dude. Like whatever you say needs to be tested and validated.
These are just validated things.
Yeah, you need to validate and test every claim. And so far, the things that you said, nothing can be validated. Nothing that you said so far.
I said if we find the flags, if we measure the flags, we can find the distance of a star because we can approximate its luminosity.
He's got a heavy accent. Did anybody understand what he just said?
Yeah, we can approximate its luminosity. I mean,
Yeah, what was
that bit.
Using parallax.
I mean, using parallax. Well, with parallax, you have a known distance to something that it's an anchor point, right? What's your anchor point for something of a known distance?
What do you mean anchor point?
Well, something you have to know the distance to anything that you're using as parallax to say something that's close to me that I know the distance to. I can tell by how far away something else is based on the movement of the thing that's close to me. For instance, right? Put your thumb in front of your eye, and then anything outside of that you can see move around because you can spin your thumb around, and you can see like in comparison to your thumb. You can move your head and things that are not on the far in the background. So what is close to you that you know the measurement to?
Venus?
The moon? The sun? A tree?
Say anything, dude. Like
The stop sign.
I think he's out to lunch.
Good morning, AV.
Hey, Sheepdog, what's going on, man? Morning. And morning to everybody too. We're just doing our normal routine with these guys.
It's just a ball, and that's it. So that's it.
It's complicated.
You like Forrest Gump? That's all I got to say about that.
It's complicated.
It's complicated, yeah. And the other problem too is this guy trails off when he's speaking, so you don't hardly know what he's saying. He's like, yeah, it's like trails off. There's no confidence in his words. It's like,
Yeah, because the more you know, the less you don't know.
Sorry, what did you just like the end there?
the more you don't know.
The more you know, the less you don't know. Interesting. You should be good at math problems.
You should print T-shirts.
We do got to cut him a little bit of slack. This is a English hub, and there may be a language barrier.
There isn't any more slack to cut. I mean, all the slack has been cut by now.
Well, what's the length of the slack so we can do parallax?
Parallax is not the only way to measure distance.
Not the only way. We haven't even discovered if it's one way yet.
Yeah.
How do you measure the distance of Polaris?
Polaris. What? We can use a nearby supernova type 1A.
Okay, how do you know the distance of that? Without using parallax, because now there's more than one way to measure a distance to a stars. Maybe I should mumble.
Some supernovas have a peak. So, since they're too bright, we know
You okay, man? Are you tired?
His energy's been sucked out of him.
How long you guys been working on him?
Wow, what did you guys do to him?
Honestly, it's been less than an hour. Like, he's got no stamina.
Usual stuff. Asked him to back anything that he said. He's just dribbling now.
Oh, he already thought of everything possible, and now he's down to nothing?
Something like that, yeah.
Damn. You're not even going to fight about one of them? Like, die on one of the hills? Stay with the sky. That fucks up these flat earthers. They can't handle that.
Stop helping him. That's hilarious.
Where's the edge of the flat Earth? Where's the edge of the universe?
Yeah, I want to know where the edge of the universe is then.
What? That's my favorite CV question. Where's the edge of the universe?
There's no edge.
Is the universe flat or is it round?
It's flat.
What?
Uh-oh. He said
I
it's
thought
flat.
there was nothing flat in the universe.
Flat universe.
What you think it is?
That's not. It's flat, but not flat how you think it's flat.
A different kind of flat. Curved flat.
Oh.
It's locally flat, galactically flat, but somewhere in between there's balls.
Not working out, huh, Art?
Galaxies are flat, universes are flat, Earth is flat. What do you got to say about all that, Ark?
Galaxies are not flat. Earth is not flat. Universe is locally flat because of the expansion.
So if everything's expanding and it's a vacuum, that means that the container is getting larger and larger. It means the vacuum is getting lower and lower. The pressure is getting lower and lower out there. How much lower does it get every minute?
How much lower does it get?
Yeah, it has to be getting lower because it's a vacuum, and you can only have a container. Is the only way you can have a vacuum. You need a container. So the universe is now in a container because you said it has a vacuum, and it's ever expanding like a balloon. So,
who said it's?
Don't they say it's accelerating? Like the expansion is accelerating, but matter and energy can't be created or destroyed. So you have to have the same amount of matter.
Okay. So what?
The one that always threw me through a loop? The entire universe should be completely lit up, but the reason why it's not and why it's in darkness is because we're accelerating at 4 times the speed of light away from all the other stars, but somehow the stars are still reaching our eyes, even though we're going faster than the speed of light.
Yeah, Ark's lexicon's not updated yet, Sheepdog, for that.
It's not expanding at the speed of light. It's relative to distance.
Oh yeah,
I didn't say the speed of light. I said 4 times the speed of light.
So everything in the universe is moving away from each other.
It's expanding with the velocity of
everything has to be everything has to be moving away from everything else. If it's expanding in all directions, everything has to be moving away from something else.
True.
How come we don't see that?
Local things, because
How come we don't see that?
Exponential.
You see that?
No,
that's
it's exponential with the volume.
You didn't hear about the galaxy that's going to crash into us in about 500 billion years?
Yeah, because it's close to us. Other than that,
but everything's expanding in all directions.
What?
But everything's
Does that
expanding
mean you
in all
keep
directions.
getting fatter and fatter?
Since it's close to us, the gravity overcomes the expansion, but the far away galaxies all are.
Holy crap!
Exponential.
So the fatter you get, the bigger gravity field you create.
Yeah.
Why fat people have skinny people hovering around them all the time.
That's good for the fat chicks. Seriously though, Ark, do you actually believe everything you read here? I mean, we're demonstrating to you you have no evidence for any of this. Why do you keep regurgitating this narrative?
Because I know everything about galaxies, but I don't know how to measure 10 miles.
That's pretty astute.
Well, earlier he was saying that the way he gauges distance is with luminosity, so if that doesn't throw you for a loop, I don't know what else will.
Yeah, it shouldn't.
I mean, he thought we could measure the size of the Earth by measuring to the visible horizon.
Yeah, it's true.
It's really like shocking.
You know, it's okay, Ark, to just understand that you don't know things. There's lots of things we don't know also. But the things that we have gone out and tested, we know these things because we've tested. We didn't just believe what somebody put on paper. In fact, I'm sure everybody here.
It's a lot of.
I'm sure everybody here watched a video and was like, that's weird. That shouldn't happen on Earth. Let me go check for myself. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I want to experience the globe, right? I want to so badly. I want to be able to say, I can see the curvature. I detected Earth's spin. Here it is. And I can't do that.
Oh, why can't you do that?
It's not there.
Because your faith is not big.
Faith. I'm not even religious. Why would I believe something like...
You are religious.
You are religious.
Yeah, you just don't understand that you are. This that you keep parting to us is your religion. Your acceptance of it without any physical evidence shows that you're just an acolyte, a believer in the religion.
No. It's cumulative knowledge that keeps expanding.
Right. It gives lots of knowledge.
Beyond that,
no, no, it hasn't given you lots of knowledge. It's given you stories that aren't true.
With knowledge, you'd have to know something. You don't know this.
Yeah, we know.
Exactly.
Our
You said
entire model is based on that, and it predicts.
Based on what? What the Earth's a sphere that you've failed to demonstrate to us so far because you couldn't measure a distance to the horizon.
Yep.
We just got to accept that the Earth's a sphere in your model because your model says so. Your model says that there's curvature. We don't measure that.
Who is we? How do GPS work?
How does GPS work? Signal and time. Direct line of signal propagation and time. What else do you want to know?
Where is it?
Where is what?
Yeah.
I mean,
where's what?
What do you know about GPS?
I mean, there's at least 3 satellites triangulating the position of you by sending signals.
Yeah, how does it do that?
You think it's doing that for about 8 billion people, sir?
Yeah.
Wow.
I got a bridge in Arkansas to sell you.
What does a GPS receiver do?
What does a GPS receiver do? It gets signals from those satellites, and based on the time it receives, it calculates distance.
How does that determine Earth is a globe?
Because satellites are in orbit.
Ooh, can you prove that?
Yeah, because if you throw a ball with enough speed, it will.
I understand the concept, but could you demonstrate that the satellite rotates 360 degrees around the sphere?
How would I demonstrate this?
It should be recorded within the data of the satellite. The satellite will want to know, not that it's sentient, but it will want to know its orientation in three-dimensional space and its orientation to the Earth. So if the Earth is a sphere, its orientation would continually change. It would tip over, revolve, rotate, orbit. It would rotate 360 degrees in one circumnavigation of the sphere. So it would be in the pitch data of the satellite.
Not only that, but you'd have to know the size of the Earth, like the circumference and the radius. So that way you could put the satellite at a specific speed, at a specific distance, going around the Earth.
We don't know. That's how we did it.
Well,
and then you'd have to measure how much rotation is required, and then apply that rotation using some kind of mechanism, some kind of force.
Yeah.
So you need to measure the speed of the Earth spinning. You also need to measure how fast that satellite's orbiting, because you need that has to be accurate as you can get. And you have to do that on 3 moving satellites, whichever direction they're moving in. How do you do all that?
I'm just trying to figure out how they measured the circumference of the Earth to be able to know where to put the satellite. I'm trying to bring it back to Earth.
Satellite needs a 0 point to work from also.
Yeah, so when the satellite goes up, at what point does it establish a horizontal plane of reference?
Got gyroscopes in them, haven't they? Satellites?
Oh yeah, they do. They've got like I think older ones have mechanical gyros that spin, and new ones have like some crazy magnetic contraption that spins.
Lucky those
That's
things.
what they say.
Nice.
So, Ark, can you tell us how you've achieved this radius first, and then provide some pitch data from a satellite? Them 2 things first.
Yeah, and make sure the pitch data, if it has a rotational vector, that the rotational vector was measured and not calculated afterwards.
It's quite hard to get hold of pitch data from satellites.
Yeah.
We can make it easier for him. Maybe if you can't get pitch data from a satellite, you can get it from an aeroplane. Same kind of principle, right? An aircraft that is circumnavigating the globe is going to have to change its orientation, its pitch, to rotate 360 degrees around the sphere like the satellite. Pitch data from aircrafts is freely available. I wonder what that shows us.
Yeah, they're just short.
That's right.
They're short, tiny orbits.
The belly of the airplane has to face down at all times, so it has to rotate around a ball.
What needs to rotate?
The plane. The airplane.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
We know it's not.
No.
It would need to rotate around the sphere, though. I'll give you an example. Your aircraft is at the North Pole. For it to traverse to the equator, it's going to change its orientation by 90 degrees. Reference to its first point, it's going to be facing downwards.
There's
at
gravity
180 degrees when it's at the South Pole. Why are you talking? I don't understand why you're talking through me. One, you mumble. It's really hard to understand what you say anyway. Get close to your microphone and speak with your chest, mate. Come on. But 2, I'm talking. You don't seem to understand what rotation is. Trying to explain it to you. Do you know what an analog clock is? And the hands on the clock? Stick an aircraft at the top of the hour hand and watch it rotate around the clock. You'll notice the rotation changes 360 degrees because it's a circle.
Yeah, Ark. A gyroscope.
So what I'm saying is, since there is gravity, that you don't probably.
No,
Look, it's 7 minutes past the hour. 7 minutes past the hour is a geometric diagram I drew just for you. We need that angle theta.
So,
even if gravity does something, that would be changing the orientation of the aircraft. It would be recorded. Even if it was a change in the gyroscope, which means rigidity in space, but you're going to say that gravity affects that, that's going to change the false horizon in the cockpit. That means the pilot's going to need to chase the false horizon, which means he's going to need to pitch downwards because he's rotating around the sphere.
no, they just
No.
they just go with the same altitude and mostly the same velocity, so there's no need to do anything about that. The Earth pulls you down and you go with the same velocity, so you go around the Earth.
Yeah, so if it's rotating, if it's pulling you down, the plane will be rotating, wouldn't it?
It rotates, yeah.
Okay, so show it. You're saying it's going at the same altitude. So there'll be pitch data showing it's going in a rotation. You have to show the rotation. You've got to provide something and not just skip to the next thing. Just, what have you got? What can you show?
There's nothing to show. What do you mean?
You've got nothing to show you. It's just a belief, right? The plane's doing this.
Magic scientist.
When you throw a ball, eventually it falls, yeah.
So I throw a ball, it falls, therefore planes go upside down.
But if you will throw the ball with enough velocity, it will go like a satellite.
Has anyone ever done this?
No, because we're not Superman.
How do you know this happens?
Observations and formulas.
Observation and formulas. So you observed this happening, but you just said that it's never happened. You can't do this.
We observed
So
how gravity works, and then Newton formalized it. And
okay, can you tell us about this?
That's how it works, how we send satellites. How...
Okay, tell me about this gravity then, if you're going to keep jumping to this gravity. What's this gravity and what's it doing?
Gravity is the result of matter's existence. It just curves the space-time, and the objects around it moves according to that.
So what evidence do you have? Is there scientific evidence for this space-time? And did you just say that space-time is the causation of the existence of matter? What are you saying?
Einstein's theory.
Yeah, if it's a scientific theory, you can tell me the scientific evidence for it. So what's the first step you got? What are you observing?
In 1990, I think it was like that. They observed the, what was it called in English?
I can't hear what you're saying. They observed what?
The eclipse in 1919, I think, and the rays coming rays that are far from us, that are coming close to sun, gets their rotation is dilated since there's gravity of the sun, and they measure that, and the theory seems to predict it with great accuracy.
Hold on. All I've got so far is that you observed an eclipse, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Therefore, what? What was the cause of the eclipse?
There's sun, right? And since it has a big mass, the gravity of it is a lot. So gravity bends space-time, right? So the rays follow that bend space. So the further away stars from galaxies or something, they should be coming with no rotation. I mean, not rotation, but what's that it's called? It should be coming directly, but since the sun's gravity bends it, they follow the bend space-time, so they come to us with a different angle.
So it's not refraction?
That ends the theory of relativity, therefore, is acknowledged mostly.
It makes no sense at all, to be honest. I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't either. Are you talking about a planet that appeared behind the sun?
What?
What event are you talking about?
There are stars beyond the sun, and their photons are coming to us, right?
Are you talking about the when they found a black hole? Is that the event you're talking about?
No, it's not black hole.
So what space time is being bent then?
Sun has a great mass, right? So it bends.
Right. So what's your evidence of space time being bent?
That's the evidence.
The sun.
Sun bends the space times, and we see that photons angle changes based on the formula that Einstein found with great accuracy. So we know that the mass has a gravity and
Well, you're just stringing things together. You're completely incoherent right now. Are you sure you don't want to take a break and maybe go get some sleep or something?
I think
that'd be a
research on this, don't you know?
Like, I'm trying to do you a solid. I'm trying to give you an out, and like, if you want to go to sleep and get some rest, I think you should, because you're incoherent. You're just stringing things together to try to make sense of something that you know nothing about.
You know nothing about. Okay, sure.
So give me an event where there's a demonstration of space-time bending.
I've been just telling you.
Yeah, you said the sun. That's not an event. When I see the sun in the sky, I see the sun in the sky. I don't see the sun bending around space-time.
We saw it though. In 1919, after Einstein publishing the general relativity, to test it, they measured the rays coming.
How'd they measure the distance to the sun?
Yeah, telescopes.
Huh?
Telescope.
Also, they just looked at it and said, "Oh, that must be 93 million miles away."
No, we have established formulas for that.
Right? How'd you verify that the calculations were correct? What measurement did you use? If I hand you a 2x4 that's 8 feet long and I tell you to go cut 3 feet off that 2x4, how do I know? How do you know that that was 3 feet cut off of that? You're just gonna say, "Oh, we calculated it by using a telescope." I'd be like, "Go fucking measure it and cut me a 3-foot 2x4."
Based on local measurements, we can estimate the distance of further away stars.
Right. What local measurement? Like, are you looking at a mountain and comparing the distance to the mountain to the distance to the star?
By local, I mean planets and stars, supernovas.
Okay, so how did you find the distance to any planet?
Since you don't even acknowledge the gravity, so how can I talk about it?
What, like Kepler's laws of motion don't even have anything to do with gravity. How do you measure the distance to a
What do
planet?
you mean don't have anything to do with gravity? It's
You don't need gravity in Kepler's law. You don't need gravity in Kepler's laws.
no, you certainly do.
You just don't. It's just a time, a periodicity is all you need. An object and periodicity. No gravity. It was there before, it'll be there again. It's always been there. It'll continue to do the same thing that it's always done throughout time. In fact, it's what we use to measure time. The sky looks like a clock because that's how we've always only ever measured time. So pick a planet that we have unknown distance to. That's it. Nothing else. All right. Well, since we're done looking at the sky, how do you know the surface of anything is curving or flat? If I told you your table had a hump in the middle of it, how would you know?
My cable.
Yeah, I said your table had a hump in it, and it looks like it's like shaped like an arc, and it's curving. It's not flat. What would you say to me?
I can see that it's not.
How? What kind of observations do you take in order to see whether or not it's flat or curved?
Because I'm not small and inside of it.
Right, but even if it was a small curve, what would you do in order to determine whether or not it was flat or curved? Right, because you could say, "Oh no, my table's flat. It looks flat." No, dude. Like from what I can tell, it looks like it's curving just a little tiny bit. Well, how would we determine whether or not your table is curving?
Maybe gyroscope. I don't know.
Okay, explain how a gyroscope would work on a curved table.
I mean, even phones have it, so they can measure some steepness.
It can measure what? So if I were saying that your table was curving a little bit, I probably would try to take some form of a measurement, right? Like maybe put something else that I know is flat up against it and try to look for the deviation of the curvature.
Okay.
Right? Maybe even get down to the surface level and like eyeball sideways over the top surface of the table, right? Eyeball's really not that not that bad of a tool to use if you know how to use it correctly. Like right, like when you like drop your eye level down to just above the surface of the table and then look to see if it kind of like curves up or down. You don't like that example, Arc? You want me to use a different example? Hmm.
I mean, I think I'm gonna go.
Okay.
The thing that I will say is that the established formulas work, and that's how scientists.
That's great, man. You can create any formula you want to make anything work.
Yeah, and to make anything work, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. All math is a language to describe things going on. It doesn't mean that it's a fact. Like you can lie with languages, right? Or you can be misinformed about languages. I'll put it to you this way, Arc. If the surface of the Earth is not curving, then the surface of the Earth must be flat. If the surface of the Earth is flat, then whatever is happening in the sky can only happen over a flat Earth.
That just doesn't make sense.
Why? It's not curved. If it's not curving, it's flat. If it's flat, whatever's happening is only happening over a flat Earth.
Nah, itu kita skip. Kita sekarang
Relax,
skip.
Roswell, relax for a second. All right. Just like if I said if the surface of the table is flat, or if the surface of the table is not curving, then the surface of the table is flat. If the surface of the table is flat, whatever is happening above the surface of the table is only happening over a flat table. Same thing with the Earth, man.
But that's not how sky works.
That's exactly how the sky works.
No.
Yeah, you just don't understand how vision works.
So where do you guys learn this? Apparently not from school.
Well, we had to go out and look for it because they don't teach you this stuff in school. We had to ask a lot of people a lot of different questions. We had conversations with PhDs and people that are masters and experts in their own field.
No one having a PhD in physics will tell you anything about this.
Yeah, actually, there's a PhD in optics that converted to being a flat Earth because he couldn't explain the observations over a curved surface that he was seeing. Would you like me to post his videos for you to go watch? He's a PhD.
People believe extraordinary things sometimes, even Newton.
I don't believe the Earth is flat. I know it's flat. Just like you believe the Earth is a ball because of what everybody else tells you. Yeah, you do.
No. Yeah.
You don't know the Earth is a ball. You just believe it. Believe what everybody else tells you.
Too much evidence to deny that it's not.
Here's a channel for you to go look at on YouTube. He's a PhD in optics.
PhD in optics from what university?
I don't know. You can look into him a little bit more for yourself if you'd like.
Can't see his full name, so how do I? Dr. John D. Can be anybody.
Oh no, it could be anybody, right? But he goes through meticulous. He gives meticulous data to help you understand the observations that you're seeing. He's not some quack. And nobody's asking you to believe him. Go out and see it for yourself. Like I said, I thought it was stupid too. I was like, no, that can't be right. I had to go see it for myself. He does lasers.
And denying the Earth being round is not just denying one thing, denying all scientists, all accumulated knowledge, and saying that even Russia being rival to America doesn't exploit the fact that they lied.
Who says they're rivals?
Since we went to the moon and Russians acknowledged it.
You know, the Russians
Japan.
The Russian space agency says that we never went.
No, they don't.
Yeah, they do. Look it up.
No, they don't.
Russians deny moon landing. Look it up.
No, they don't.
Can do a Google search.
We can see the rovers in the surface of the moon.
Really? You got a picture of one?
Yeah.
Yeah, show it to
Japan
me.
took a picture.
Oh, Japan took the picture.
Yeah.
Let's see what you got.
Japan that got bombed by America. Yeah. But you will not, of course, believe those because you say that it's a type of belief.
It is a belief.
Yeah, you know why it's a belief? Because the Earth isn't curving, yet you still think it's a ball. The surface of the Earth has no measurable curvature.
Yeah, it does.
You don't think it's a ball? You don't think it's a spheroid?
It's not sphere.
What is it?
It's geoid.
Oh. So where's the curvature, buddy, of your geoid?
So it's a complicated potato.
Well, how come all of your NASA photographs showing your perfect sphere?
It's flat on all the water, but it's curving on the land.
What do you know about a geoid? I can tell you how they created one. Can you tell us how they created one?
Who created what?
You brought up a geoid. This happens to be a topic I know quite a bit about. I'd like to see if you know what you're talking about. What's a geoid and how did they create it?
No one created it. What are you talking about?
Do you have any idea at all?
Do you mean how the Earth is created?
No, you brought up the geoid. That's not the Earth.
What do you mean that's not the Earth?
No, it's not. No, you don't even know what a geoid is. A geoid is a gravimetric model of the Earth. It's not the Earth.
Okay, I didn't say that it's the Earth. It's the shape.
Right. Like a lot of people think the geoid pertains to like the rock formations, like the everything without the water. But that's not what it is. The geoid was created from a reference ellipsoid.
Who measured all that?
Like I said, a lot of us work in the field. Some of us have had to do extra research. It's just the way it is, man. We didn't just trust the scientists.
Who measured all those geoids and shit?
People have real jobs.
Yeah. What do you do for work?
What's a real job?
Us, yeah.
Studying, not really.
Studying is a job.
You study. That's all you do. You never actually done any real work. Have you ever built anything? Have you ever built anything?
Built anything physical? You mean?
Yeah, like manual labor.
I'm studying computer engineering.
Oh, so you just gotta sit on your ass all day.
Yeah, doing lots.
Not knowing how the plumbing in his house works.
I know, right?
Why would I need to know that?
That's funny.
Gravity, bro. not understanding how electricity works, what grounding is.
Somebody with a real job will come fix it.
Tell them, Elijah.
I'm more interested in what a fake job is.
Oh my.
Being a flat Earth streamer or YouTuber.
A flat Earth streamer is a fake job.
I do this for free.
Yeah, no one in here is flat Earth streaming for
Maybe not,
work.
but there are some YouTubers who earn money from it.
Are you upset about something, my friend?
No, I'm not upset. I don't really care.
Yeah, he sounds really put out
Yeah.
by the fact that we're here trying to educate him, even though he's just going to say, "No, I'm sitting in my room. I figured it all out for my room."
You're just
well, you don't even know that the Earth isn't curving. You don't even know that the Earth isn't curving, and you're sitting here looking at your computer screen, acting like you're going around checking all over the world to figure out what's happening, telling us we don't know what we're talking about. Meanwhile, we've been researching this for years, and you haven't looked into any of it. Instead of sitting here saying, "Nah, why don't you look into some of the claims and try and wrap your head around it?" So say, "Nope, nope." I've been listening to you say "nah" for an hour and a half.
These are just plain false statements, so I don't know.
Do you have any globe evidence?
There's many. We've been talking.
Sounds like a no to me.
He's got calculations and space-time curvature.
Oh, cool.
I don't need to have one. It's the status quo, so you need to.
I don't need to when all the other sheeple also believe it.
Explaining all these observations. If you don't, then bye-bye.
Yeah, well, when we go out and make observations, we observe a flat stationary plane, right? And the surface of water is flat when we go out and do observations.
You make a model that works.
A model, yeah, flat. Water's flat on the surface. Anyone can test it. Go get some water, right, and put it in a container, and then measure across the surface, and tell me if you find drop over distance, right? So anyone can make a model.
DJ,
you have a working model that can predict any movement of.
Yeah, it's all done over a flat surface.
Yeah.
DJ, can you explain to Ark about this PhD, Dr. John D? Can you explain a little bit more about him? I know you know a little bit of his history. I didn't know anything he's like, "Oh, this guy's a quack." Because
So I mean, his name's Dr. John D. He's got a PhD, right, in the area of optics. Okay, so he went out to debunk the flat Earth originally by doing long distance observations, right? And he became a flat earther in the process, even though he didn't want to, because he couldn't measure any curvature when he would go out with his high-powered lasers using different spectrums of light and shooting them over huge distances across the surface and hitting the target, right? He also has a series of long-distance observations that are impossible on a globe. Okay, so all of his work is documented, right, in detail. He goes over all of the details in his videos, right? And anyone can go and repeat these tests, right? You don't have to believe him. You can go and repeat the same things yourself, and you'll get the same results.
Did you?
Yes, I did. I used to live on the biggest saltwater lake in Australia called Lake Macquarie, and I had a boat, and I bought a Nikon P900 camera, and I was able to go and test over 20 kilometers for the curvature that would have to be there if the Earth were a globe, and I never detected any curvature, right? This was for me to personally validate it for myself after seeing all of these long-distance observations and laser tests, right? So anyone can go and do that same thing, right, if they have the means to do so.
I even give you an example of what I did, Ark. I don't have it documented because I did it before I had anything, and I need to get out there and go do it again now that I know what I'm doing with all my equipment. But me and some friends, we got some reflective tape, and we tied it around our legs, and we went across the lake that was about 7 7 to 12 miles across. It's a little thin gap where it can rapidly grow to 12 miles, but we'll just keep it at 7 miles for simplistic purposes. And we both sat on our butts and we got binoculars and we saw each other across the lake. And that's impossible on a curved surface. Other people have watched boats go out and they're still seeing the boat at 30 miles away when it leaves the harbor.
Maybe you don't do the math correctly. I don't know.
I'm using your
easy
satellite
math.
data, dude.
Yeah, pretty easy math. You can't really get it wrong.
Like, we're using the satellite data that your supposed globe Earth gives us. And as far as the Earth curve, I mean, it's just a geometry function.
We're not making any crazy claims here, right? Like, we're not claiming that the Earth is a flat disk floating around in space or anything like that. We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. We're testing the Earth against the globe mathematics, and it doesn't check out, right? There's no curvature. And that's what flat Earth means, right? If you have a surface and it's not curving, it's flat. Right? Just like we all experience every single day. Water needs a container, water is flat on the surface. There's no evidence that the Earth is moving, right? We all experience it stationary. Right? These aren't crazy claims to make.
There was once an experiment done by flat earthers.
We encourage anyone from the globe side to go out and do experiments or do tests or do observations or show us observations that other people have done, right, that prove the globe. But in the last 8 years I've been talking to people about this topic, nobody has ever been able to present one. And I've spoken to PhDs and physicists and all kinds of people, satellite engineers. Not one of them has presented any practical demonstration that validates the Earth is a globe.
Maybe they don't think that the time they wasted goes to him.
Well, they'll spend hours and hours talking about it, right? But they won't present any evidence to back up their claims. Yeah, so maybe you don't know anything about that situation and you're just saying things, right? Why are you so married to the globe, right? Why are you so attached to the globe? Emotionally attached.
That's just how physics work. And
Physics. How does that have to do anything? What are you talking about, dude? That's just how physics works, you say. The Earth is a globe, that's how physics works. Do you realize how silly that statement is?
no, it's not silly. We found out how gravity works, and
Oh, okay. What's gravity?
Oh, how does it work? I've been asking this for 10 years. How does it work?
That's a good question.
it bends space-time. I said it.
Oh, yeah, right.
Yeah,
So gravity bends space-time, or space-time creates gravity because it's bending things? Which is it? Or is it both?
Space-time doesn't create gravity.
So gravity is magical. It bends things, right?
Gravity
And it doesn't pull anything, right? It just bends things.
Gravity doesn't bend things. Anything that has mass bends space-time, and we call this phenomenon gravity.
So I've got a big, gigantic PLC in front of me, and it's taking up a lot of space. So is that bending and warping space-time?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's true.
So I guess that's how you proved it. Are you sure you're not going to be some kind of getting a doctorate in physics or something? Because you sound super smart.
No, computer engineering. He's a student right now.
Oh. See how far he
I
gets
told
in
you
that.
the experiment that proved that the lights bend around the sun and the angle.
How can you see lights are bending around the sun?
Using telescopes, using prior knowledge of how physics
The
works.
sun's pretty bright. How do you see a light behind it or around it?
That's why they did it when there is an eclipse.
An eclipse?
Yeah.
So they saw a star?
They saw stars, photons bending around the sun.
Nobody ever did that.
Yeah, we did.
Nobody ever did.
Yeah, we did. That's how
Just saying, yeah, we did is not your proof, dude. No one ever did
how
that.
Einstein became famous.
He did not do any experiments.
He didn't do any experiments. But Ark, so that's not even what the observation is. Do you want me to tell you what the observation is that you're trying to explain?
That's what it is.
No, they didn't see photons bending around the eclipse.
No, it's photons bending around the sun in eclipse. They do that.
So they saw a star during an eclipse, and based off of their predictions, that star should have been behind the sun, and so they shouldn't have seen it. So, but because space-time curvature, it popped the star out to the side just enough for us to see it in view. It didn't bend any photons. They just assume that it's bending photons because they need that explanation to explain space-time curvature bending.
What? No.
That's literally what it is, dude.
You wouldn't be able to see
They saw a star that shouldn't have been visible during an eclipse.
Okay, it's stars, photons bended so that we saw it.
That's the explanation for why they saw the star that they say they shouldn't have seen during an eclipse.
Yeah, but
we don't even know if that observation even happened. That's just the explanation.
What do you mean you don't even know?
I mean, they could have been just a made-up story, right?
No, there was scientists all around.
Oh, name them.
One guy measuring.
Name them.
How would I just remember that?
Name 3 scientists that also made that same observation.
Just name one scientist in general. I bet he can't even do that.
Right.
What do you mean name a one scientist in general?
Yeah, exactly what I said.
Name one scientist.
Without Googling it.
Michelson, Morley, Airy.
Well, not you, sheepdog.
Okay.
Lorentz.
Euler, Newton.
No, during Einstein, dude.
You said in general. What are you talking about?
During Einstein.
How would I remember their names?
Memory. It's called memory. When you do research, you tend to remember the things you researched.
And then people come in here and question what you researched. So now you got to get really good at understanding what you've been reading.
The points of it. I don't care about the names of the physicists around.
I don't know. As long as they're magic scientists, that's all that matters.
Yeah.
Yes.
How big is the Earth arc? How big is the Earth? What's the radius? What's the delay? Why is there such a delay in your response?
Why not?
Maybe you have to Google it or something. You can't admit that you don't know.
I mean, why would I need to know that exactly?
You're here defending something you don't know anything about. It's kind of pathetic.
No.
Yeah, you don't know the size of it. How does it spin west to east or east to west?
One of my favorite questions.
East to west. It should be like
wrong. Yeah, you
answer.
The sky moves east to west.
Yeah, so you got that wrong as well. How fast does it spin?
What do you mean?
How fast does it spin at the equator?
It's not wrong.
You got it wrong. You said east to west. You already failed that one. On to the next one.
I didn't even say east. What?
You said east to west. Yeah, I heard you.
I said counterclockwise. You didn't hear anything.
How fast?
How fast?
What's with the delay in the answers? Like if I asked Sheepdog these questions, he'd just instantly answer with the answer because he knows the answer. But with you, we have this long delay. It's kind of weird. It's almost as if you don't know any of these answers.
Because these answers are based on the
basic knowledge of the globe, like 101. Yeah, so this is like basic, like the most. I'm trying to ask you the easiest questions, like which way does the Earth spin? How fast does the Earth spin? And things like that. Right? And you don't know any of these basic things. You just believe it's a globe because you were told it's a globe. That's the truth. It's not knowledge, it's just belief.
The thing is, I don't need to know the velocity of the Earth.
Yeah, you can just parrot information.
Because I don't need to know. I'm not a physicist.
No, you don't know. Yeah, you just put your faith in your scientists and gods, don't you?
Why would I need to know that?
No, you don't. You just need to believe.
No,
right?
I don't have to believe anything.
Like a religion. You don't need to know. You can just believe and have faith. And that's enough.
From century after this,
I believe for a century and thousands of millennia. Somebody told me when I was a baby that on the earth globe was
I believe it's a globe.
I believe I'm part of the show.
Can't believe everybody didn't know. Oh, I thought y'all was gonna keep going. All right, I know, but
Spread
for
my
real,
wings and it's space time for show.
like man, like you giving us all this lore, and then when we ask you specific questions, like not only do you not know about the religion that we all grew up in, I mean, we were all like you. And then some people went from being like you to somehow people that ridicule flat Earth somehow. Like where you skipped the part where you actually validated what you believe. That's how we got here. So you just went into how could it be flat? Well, how about you figure out how it could be a globe first?
There's no need.
All right, then go do something else. I don't know. Why are you here?
I was actually.
You don't have a good answer. You don't have a good answer.
No. I mean, this channel's existence.
Okay.
I found it ridiculous. So
then why don't you get information?
I think I got a lot from.
Okay, what'd you get? What information did you get?
You think that horizon is caused by the atmosphere?
What's it caused by?
Curvature. Mostly. Mostly curvature.
Oh.
But of course, atmosphere.
Let me ask you a question. Are you going with the mainstream rhetoric, or are you making up your own cosmology?
It's not my own anything.
Okay, good. Because if you think that the horizon is the leading edge of a sphere plus atmosphere, there's no evidence of that. Matter of fact, I've debunked that myself personally.
Maybe you don't know enough math and physics to.
Yeah, that's why I asked Perplexity AI. That's why I asked Perplexity AI.
Perplexity AI, it should be. Yeah, it's definitely.
And say something stupid about using AI. Go ahead. I dare you. Go on. What's wrong with using Perplexity AI as a resource tool? Right. So when you tell me maybe I got something wrong and I watch Nat Geo literally debunk themselves, how is that me getting it wrong? So I'm getting it wrong, Nat Geo's getting it wrong, Washington State, San Diego State, Math Buddies, Walter Bislin.
State.
Walter Bislin. These are well, they're schools, like universities, and then they're like, science publications. So none of because you're the one that's like, maybe I don't know what the physicists and stuff know. They're the ones that gave me the numbers and the math. That's where it's coming from. You know that Perplexity AI is just a tool that scours the internet for sources that are already there, right?
Yeah.
Right. So when I ask them how people measure the Earth or how the horizon is Earth curvature, it tells me, right? So then I can then check and see if that's actually real in reality, right? It's very simple stuff, but for some reason,
it's correct. Maybe you don't do it correctly.
Or maybe your English is bad and you can't listen correctly. Maybe that's what it is.
You say you do it.
You think we're having a little bit of a language barrier?
Says it.
Think we're having a little bit of a language barrier?
No, maybe AI is telling you how to do it correctly, but you may not be doing it that way.
Yeah, but how do you know it? But you don't know that. So do you just go to places and, like, if you go to school and you tell the teacher, maybe it's not correct what you told me is in the textbook. Like, is that a normal response? You just go to places and tell people maybe they don't know what they say they know? Because it's not like you're giving us information to counter it. You're not giving us anything. You just go to random places like, I don't believe that.
No, I just said lots of things, not just I don't believe.
Right, so you come to places with no knowledge.
Not even no knowledge.
So you know something about the topic? How far away is the horizon for a 1-foot observer? That's what the fuck I thought.
Kilometers, something like that.
Sun silence. Okay, for 10, how far?
kilometers, something like that. No, what?
No, that's incorrect.
3 miles? I don't know.
That's 3 times incorrect. As in, you're 3 times the number off. That's how wrong you are.
You measured it 10 miles, like.
That's how wrong you are.
That's not true though.
But you don't know anything. I don't even feel good going back and forth with you. You don't know anything. You're like talking to you is like talking to a baby who hasn't developed
Physics laws. I don't need to know the exact number of anything.
No, you don't know anything, because when I ask you what's the distance to the horizon, if you don't know that, you've never actually judged or challenged shit.
I don't know calculate it, but I don't know the exact number, of course.
Well, my point is, you don't know. If you don't know right now, and I'm telling you that the Earth is not a sphere because the horizon is not the leading edge of a sphere, and you're telling me you don't know the distance to the horizon, but you're telling me I'm wrong, you don't know why I'm wrong. You're just saying that because I know the distance to the horizon and you don't. That's what makes you religious, bro. And that's what makes you religious.
No, I'm looking up. It's just 5 kilometers. What do you mean I'm wrong?
For a 1 foot observer?
Sea level.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. You have to look it up now. So after telling me I'm wrong, you have to look it up after telling me I'm wrong. You're ignorant. You don't know anything.
I said it correctly in the first place. What are you talking about?
You don't know anything.
I'm pretty sure I know a lot more.
Okay, so with refraction, 1 foot above sea level, where's the horizon?
And to calculate that, what do you mean?
Okay, so go calculate it.
Okay.
1 foot above the surface, where's the horizon with atmosphere and refraction? Quick, fast, and hurry. Hurry up.
If he looked like a middle-aged turtle with droplets and a hair, oh hell no! I can definitely
The Geelong pause.
1 foot, you mean 0.3?
He doesn't know anything. That's why he's sitting here pretending that he knows anything. He doesn't know anything.
It's
I don't know what else I can say to him.
It's 2 kilometers.
Yeah, that's been debunked.
Yeah, sure. Of course.
What do you mean? Sure, of course. Been debunked.
You're telling me to calculate it and saying it's debunked.
Yeah, because I asked you based on the distance to the horizon, which presumes that the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. You've included refraction, right? So you've given me a distance to the horizon based on the height of an observer. I'm telling you that's wrong. Because in reality, the model doesn't match the world.
Wrong by which? Wrong by what percent?
1,000.
1,000.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yo, I bet you $500. And when I show you this, you're gonna deny it. I'm gonna show you a horizon that's supposed to be at 1.2 miles, 1.3 with refraction, and it being beyond 10 miles, which is 1,000%. I bet you $500 you're not gonna do jack shit about that truth. More silence. What's up? You're done Googling now. What's wrong?
Not Googling anything.
I know you're. That's why I'm like, why are you so quiet? You're not doing anything. I just put something on your doorstep. What up, son? Yeah, you gonna put your balls on the horizon distance that you just. Hmm? Look, he fucked up. There's nothing. Look, he's broken, guys. Look at him. He don't got nothing to say now. He fucked up. He gave us a number that could actually be falsified, tested. He's stunned to silence. Look at him. He doesn't know shit. Told y'all. Oh, this is the English server. I'm sorry.
So.
Feminine protection.
Can't curse on this server. Jeez.
You know, every month. Like the feminine protection.
I don't know. Let's just go to polls.
Polls for you. Your return.
I am. If you're expecting to stick around for any measure of time, just know that you gave us a definitive number. Could you guys imagine? Look, no, shut up. Yeah, now it's not the exact. Okay, by what percentage?
Because it's
by what percentage? By what percentage? By what percentage? Just like you asked me, it's not the exact number. How? What's the tolerance?
Like maybe 5%, but
5%. Oh, okay, right. Like there you go. That's wrong. Thank you. Everybody in here knows that, but you.
Because you go on
10 miles, divide 1.22, and then you have, how much it's like 800 something percent. But that's the math. We will go into that.
See, that's the thing. Whenever you ask any Glober anywhere ever on the face of this earth to put an actual measurement or value that can be validated or falsified, I promise you they won't do it. You know why? Because that kind of person doesn't exist. I told him, I bet you $500 I'd bust your ass. And I was dead ass too. I've made bets before here. And the only thing he decided to say was, it's not exactly. Yeah, I know. Back away from your claim. So what's the tolerance? He said 5%. Okay.
5%.
You're still wrong. You're still wrong.
So if it's 5%, you can make a math. 1.22, 5%, it's about 2 miles.
There you go.
they calculate that for you with the refraction. They said it's not 1.22, it's 1.34. You don't need to even make that calculation.
Okay.
So we need to look for 1.34 horizon miles, but it's on 10 miles somehow. It's not somehow because reality behave like that.
No, but like he's a what's the word? He's a robot. I don't know what to call ChatGPT, right? But like he's the same because ChatGPT told me, not ChatGPT, Perplexity AI. I told them that I saw the horizon at 11 miles from 1 foot, and Perplexity said that's impossible. You must have did your math wrong. That's exactly how these motherfuckers act. You know why? Because the AI is programmed just like they programmed his dumbass, just like they programmed everybody else. That's why a person like that would say the same thing that the AI would say, because the AI says, well, that observation is impossible. Yeah.
You can ask any.
So would somebody who sits behind a computer, but anybody who's actually been to the beach knows that that's the case. It's sad. It's actually really sad. It pisses me off, but it's more sad than anything.
Yeah.
No, it's more sad that he will not
use small. No.
Hey,
Art, you are 2 hours here. Can you tell us why this flat earther does not believe in the globe? What is the main reason?
That can be the religion.
Religion? Are you sure? I was listening 2 hours, and there was everything, about the surface, and they were speaking about the surface and horizon, and now you are saying that it's a religion.
You don't say that, but
okay. If I'm telling you there is geometry to look into, if I'm telling you there is geometry to look into, there is no measurable curvature, you will say that it's a religion?
No. You've calculated wrong, probably.
I calculated wrong. Okay. How I calculated wrong?
How would I know that you did it?
How? 2 plus 2 is 4. Is that correct? I calculated correct now. 2 plus 2 is 4.
Well, let's
make it a little more complicated. Hold on. What's 1.2 times 1?
1.2
times 1.
Oh shit! Is that yeah. Was that impossible? Oh.
My parrot
That's not the only.
Hey, Ark, do you know what a geometric horizon is?
No.
Do you know what that means?
It sounds made up though.
It is made up, actually. Good call. Right, but if you have a globe, you need to have a geometric horizon, right? So have a look in the side chat. Right, this is what a geometric horizon is. Okay, so if the Earth's a globe, right? Read this. Read what I just posted. Okay, a man standing on a sphere would observe the physical geometric horizon at a certain distance, which on the diagram is represented by the red and yellow circle. The physical geometric horizon is the maximum distance at the sea that the sea and sky can be observed to meet, right? So have a look at the diagram. You'll see a tangent, right? Where it intersects with the globe, with the little yellow dot, right? That's where the horizon would be. Okay, so depending on the height of the observer, that little yellow dot will be at a different distance. Okay, so from 1 foot observer height, it's at 1.225 miles. At 5 foot observer height, it's at 2.73 miles. At 6 foot observer height, it's at 3 miles, right? And so on. At 66 foot observer height, it's at 10 miles, right? We can work it out depending on the observer height. Basic math. Right, and it's a physical geometric horizon. Okay, so that's why we're saying, what is the geometric horizon? Do you understand what that is now?
Yeah, it's called that. So
Yeah, it's called the curvature of the Earth. Right? It's a byproduct of that. Yeah?
okay.
Okay. Right, so you yourself said, right, the horizon's 5 miles away. That's what we kind of get taught at school, right? It's 3 miles. Sorry, you said 5 kilometers. Sorry, 3 miles, 5 kilometers, 6-foot observer. That's where the horizon would have to be on a globe, right? That's a physical geometric property. It has to be there. Okay, so when I show you observations, like the one I'm just putting in the side chat now, we can easily calculate how far away the horizon should be. Right, the horizon has to be at 2.29 miles from this observation height of 3.5 foot. But here's the catch. We have distance markers in the distance, right? So we have a wind farm, okay, and we know the distance to the wind farm from the shore. Okay, so this is Rampion. What's that?
How do we know the distance to those?
Okay, so we can look up the name of the wind farm, right? So it's called Rampion Wind Farm. Here's all of the information that you need about the wind farm. Okay, you can validate this. There's a source, right? There's a citation right there with a link. So if you want to look it up, we can check the distance that the wind farm is away from the shoreline. Now, we can see some windmills. Right, and the furthest windmill on the right is 11.2 miles away. Okay, so what distance should the horizon be from 3.5 foot? Let's check the Earth curvature calculator. Okay, so you can check any Earth curvature calculator. You can go to Google, you can type in Earth curvature calculator, and you can pick any one you want. Right, these are not created by flat earthers. These are just calculators based off the radius value of the Earth. Okay, so
no one's opposing to that.
What's that?
No one
there's
is opposing to that.
No, there aren't any opposing to this. This is not flat Earth math, right? This is basic geometry based off the radius value.
Yes.
Okay, so if you have a 3.5 foot observation height, the distance to the horizon is 2.29 miles. You can check on any AI. You can check on any Earth curvature calculator. I can give you the math, right, from Washington University. You can do whatever you want, but the distance is 2.29 miles if the Earth's a globe to the horizon from 3.5 foot observation height. You can't argue with that. It's basic math.
Don't argue.
Okay, so can you see the wind farm? Right, here we go. Here's a close-up view of the wind farm from this observation. Okay, so see how the base of the wind farm, right? See how the base of the windmills are touching the water? And you can see the water behind the wind farms. Right?
Mm-hmm.
You want to see a close-up? Okay, here's a close-up of the wind farms. Right, so that's what it looks like when it's low tide. Okay, so see the black section at the bottom of the, right, so when it's high tide, it goes up to the top of that black section because it looks like it's corroded the paint away or something like that. But when it's low tide, you can see that little black bit at the bottom of the windmill tower. Okay, so just like you see in the observation, you can see all of the little black bits. And then we can see the horizon is beyond the wind farms. Yeah, so the wind farm is the closest wind tower 1 there, windmill 1, 8 miles. Windmill 8, 11.2 miles. Windmill 8 should be hidden behind the horizon, and that horizon should be at 2.3 miles. Okay, and then it should be hidden by the horizon by 52 feet. Okay, that means the bottom 52 feet of the windmill should be hidden behind the horizon. Okay, so you can't see any water beyond where the horizon is if the Earth's a globe. Okay, so have a look at this diagram once again. Okay, so where the yellow dot is, right, that's the horizon line. You don't see the water beyond that because it's hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. But in reality, when we go out and do the test, we don't see the horizon at 2.3 miles, right? We see the horizon far beyond 11.2 miles. Okay, this is one example out of thousands and thousands, right? And there are 0 examples that align with the globe Earth mathematics. I challenge you to...
Horizon meaning actually...
yeah, let me give you the definition of what a horizon is.
It's the
Let me give you the definition. Okay, so the definition of a horizon on a globe... Well, I'm going to give you the actual definition of what a horizon is on a globe, right? Here it is. So this is what a horizon has to be on a globe, based on the actual physical geometry. Okay, so the horizon is a real physical boundary created by the Earth's curvature, marking the line where the sky appears to meet the ground. Right, just like in the little example above it, that's where the horizon should be. So it's dependent on the height of the observer. As long as the height of the observer doesn't change, the horizon distance cannot change, right? It's physical. Think about this, right? If you have a long hallway and then it curves away, and you have a friend walk down the hallway and they go around the curvature, you can't see them anymore, right? Because they've gone behind the physical horizon in the hallway, right? Just turn that horizontal now. You've got the same thing on the Earth, right? It curves away from you. If something goes beyond it, you can't physically see it anymore because there's physical obstruction blocking the thing in the distance. But when we go out and check, that is not the case, right? That is impossible if the Earth's a globe. Do you have any questions?
No.
But the horizon isn't the points where we can't see anymore. It's the points starting to disappear. Yeah.
Yes, starting to disappear. So something that's at sea level, like water, right? You won't be able to see any water beyond the horizon, right?
We can't see.
Right. So if you've got like a big mountain, or just say you've got a big giant ship or something that's just a little bit past the horizon, you'd be able to see, you could see the top of the ship, but you wouldn't be able to see the bottom of the ship. But all of the water would be vanished, right? Are you listening to me?
I'm not sure about the water.
Why are you not sure about the water? Have a look at the diagram again. Why would you be able to see water beyond the horizon?
Can see
if the Earth's a globe. Look at this diagram. Right, why would you be able to see water beyond that yellow line, that yellow dot?
Yeah, we can see.
Yeah, exactly. So, okay, so that yellow dot should be at 2.29 miles if the observer height's 3.5 feet. Okay, but why can we see water? Right, we don't see a horizon line at 2.29 miles. We don't see one. It's not there. It's just flat water all the way out to as far as we can see.
Where do we see the water though?
You can't. What's that? You can't see the water?
Where is it that you see the water beyond the horizon?
Yeah. Okay, here we go. All right, one more time. Here we go. Here it is in the side chat there. Okay, the wind farm is 11.2 miles away. The geometric horizon, right, the little yellow dot, 2.29 miles. Okay, do you see water beyond 2.29 miles? Yes.
Are we seeing that water though?
Which water do you think you're seeing?
Since the
you want a different example? Let's go with a different example quickly. Right?
No, I meant
what? I mean, we can see the water. We can see a boat floating on the water past the wind farms. What do you think the boat's floating on? The blue water that you can see. You can agree with me. It's fine. Like you disagreeing with me right now would mean that you're intellectually dishonest, and I don't think that you're a liar. Right? Right, see the boat? When he zooms in, see the boat behind the wind farms? What's that floating on? Water? Yes.
Yeah, but the water is not visible there, though.
What do you think the boat's floating on?
It's floating on water, but at this point, I can't see it clearly now.
You can see the water though, like you can see the wind towers unobstructed, right? Like the bottom of the wind towers aren't missing 52 feet, right? Do you know what 52 feet, right? That's like
to accept is like, if I say yes, does that mean I don't know what they do in their mind that this happens. I'm so curious.
It's got to be the cognitive dissonance.
Like if the Earth was a globe, remember when you were like, it's 2 kilometers away? Like you were so sure that the horizon was a calculable distance or measurable distance. You were so sure.
Yeah.
Now you're not responding again like before. But everybody comes in here with flat earthers are dumb and probably don't know anything syndrome. That's typical. Yeah, this is how bad the world is lying to you. You don't even know simple stuff like what we're showing you, and it's hard to respond because you know that responding means what you believe is not true.
It's not a belief that can be denied by one observation.
Okay, that's why I've just posted a second. I can just pump these out all day long, right? So we got a second one here. Okay, the horizon should be at 3.46 miles. That should be the distance to the horizon based off the 8-foot observer height. Okay, the oil platform that you can see, that's 6 miles away. The second one, 10 miles away. We can see the horizon line is beyond the 10-mile platform. The horizon on a globe would have to be at 3.46 miles. Okay, halfway to the first oil platform, do you see a horizon? Obviously not, right? You don't even have to agree with me there. Anyone that's looking at this can obviously see the horizon line is past both the oil platforms. Okay, so here's another one, right? I could just keep pumping these out one after the other, right? And then I'm going to ask you for one that matches up with the globe, and you'll never be able to provide anything, right? Because there aren't any, because the Earth's not a globe, right? So I'm not even going to ask you to do that because I don't want to lie to you and ask you to present something I know isn't possible to present. You just need to be real here and just admit, okay, that's interesting. I'll look into it or something like that, right? I'd be happy with that response. Crystal clear image, by the way, right? We don't see any miraging effects or anything like that. We see crystal clear image. We see the water reflecting the light that's on the oil platforms as well.
We can see the oil platforms because they're too tall. But
we can see both of the oil platforms in totality.
In totality, you say?
In totality, yeah. You want to see closer?
There's no missing bottom here.
What would it be hidden behind? The horizon is past the oil platforms. And yes, if you have a look at close-up images of those oil platforms, there's nothing missing. You see the whole thing. And obviously...
I will ask him what is behind that oil is when you raise the elevation, if he is in doubt. Look, there is a sea.
Yeah, look, I just want him to, like, you agree the horizon is past the oil platforms, right? Obviously, like you don't. It's like just say obviously yes. The horizon is past the oil platforms, right?
It's happening.
Platforms are further from the horizon, yeah. But since they're tall, they can be visible from that point.
You can see them touching the water. You can see the legs.
He just said something that was incorrect. You gotta have him restate that. He said something that was incorrect. So the horizon is before the oil rigs. That's what you think? Is that what you just said? Are you playing a game with us?
I think he agreed the horizon's past the oil platforms, right?
No, that's not what he said. We'll help him. That's not what he said.
He said, but
Talking about this 52 miles away photo.
No, have him repeat himself because that's not what he said. Don't help him.
Repeat yourself. Where's the horizon?
Which one?
See?
In which one?
What do you mean? Which one? Okay, so the line in which the sky and the ground appear to meet. Right, that's the definition of horizon. Where is it? Where do you see it? Is it in front of the oil platforms, or is it behind the oil platforms? Beyond the oil platforms?
No, it's not.
Further away.
No,
beyond.
It's not. No.
So, sorry? What's that? It's not beyond the oil platforms?
Yes.
I told you.
Uh-oh. Wow, Elijah.
I mean, you didn't want to look at him as a liar. Maybe he is. Maybe that is what he is. He's a liar for his cult religion.
Okay, second.
maybe see if you can answer Sasha's picture. How about the one that says under, how about 52 miles away? How about those oil rigs? Is the horizon in front of the first oil rig or behind the first oil rig? Let's see if you can figure out where it's at in that picture, where the horizon is at. I can see 4 oil rigs that that are in front of it. Can you?
Do you see other 3 on the right side?
Well, I don't have my glasses. I don't have my glasses on, so I'm just looking at fuzz.
There is other 3 there.
Okay, so anyway, the 4 that I can see are right in my view. Is the horizon after those 4, Ark?
Horizon is probably before, but I don't know the.
Oh my God! So is it after? Is it at the first one, the closest one? Is that where the horizon is?
What do you mean closest one?
Oh my God, Ark. Okay, can you see where the water and the sky appear to meet? Near the top of the image there, right? You see the sky,
yeah,
and then you see the water. Okay, is that line the horizon line?
That's not the line that these oil rigs are.
Is that the horizon line? Is that what the horizon is, where the sky and the ground appear to meet?
Yeah, that's horizon.
Okay, so it's past, right? It's past the 4 oil rigs on the left, yeah? Beyond them.
It's not beyond
obviously.
them.
Just say yes, dude. Don't be dishonest.
It's not beyond them. Why are you doing this? What are you talking about?
Do you know what beyond means? Further. Do you know what further means? Further away. Okay, let's go through this one step by step. Okay, see the first oil platform? Close to the first one?
And when you calculate it,
Is the horizon further away than the first oil platform?
What's
hold on, don't worry about that. We're talking about the horizon. Okay, is the horizon past the first oil platform?
First, you mean?
So, like, is the horizon past the first oil platform? Right, so the oil platform.
Oh
is
no! You fucking made me crash, and I can't move my car, and I'm stuck in the storm now. As soon as I turn
closer,
Yo, hot mic.
Did Elijah crash?
I think Discord crashed his car.
Damn, I hope that didn't happen.
in the video game, guys. In the video game.
Ah, shit, man. Scared me for a second.
You had me concerned for a second.
It is concerned. I lost my card. I'm in the storm. How much more concern can I need? More concern. My health is at 31% and degrading fast.
All right, make sure you pay to win next time. Maybe have a better chance. Anyways, back to Ark.
Yeah, Ark. You know, what are you doing right now, bro? Like, are you kidding yourself or what?
You are talking about this image. Yeah.
Yeah. Which image do you look? I'm going to repost the image. Okay, just so we know we're on the same page. So this is what Sasha posted. This one. Is the horizon past the first oil platform, yes or no?
Yes.
Is it past the second oil platform?
Seems so.
Yeah, and the third one, and the fourth one, yeah?
Yeah.
Come on, man. Come on. It's easier to find out nebula in galaxy than where is the horizon?
Okay, see what Necros posted? See what Necros posted. Right, see the purple arrows and the green line. Is that past the oil platforms? Or is it in front of the oil platforms?
It looks like it's past.
Okay, so where would the horizon be on a globe if the observer height was 8 feet high? I'll tell you. 3.46 miles. Okay, the first oil platform is 6 miles away. So is the horizon where it should be if the Earth were a globe?
Probably not.
Correct. Thank you. We're getting somewhere.
He's not quite sure, though, because he said probably not.
What you're seeing might not be the truth because
the water could be a liar.
Not the water itself.
Who's the liar here? The water? It's not the water. You said the water doesn't lie. Are the oil platforms a liar? Is the globe maybe a lie?
Did we fake that image? Is that what you're asking?
No.
You better not.
Can people lie about the water?
Yes. I'd say yes.
Can water lie about the water?
No, the water. I don't think the water can lie.
Okay. That means we need to look what people are saying. If people are saying that water is curving, there is no reason to water to be flat.
Water can lie. What are you guys talking about? Water lies flat all the time. Come on.
That's funny.
Yeah.
I've been listening to it for the last few minutes. It's like listening to a game of Where's Waldo? Except Waldo's the horizon. And it can't be found.
Killian's on fire today.
No, not really. I'm just listening.
It is, you're right, bro. I actually have a meme about Waldo on the horizon somewhere.
Ark, how come the horizon is way farther away than it's supposed to be if you live on a globe?
Maybe closer to water, there's colder air, so light bands.
Okay, well, luckily, right? Luckily, how would you have colder air closer to the water? Would that maybe be if you had really cold water? That could make it happen? How would you have the colder air closer to the water? Why would that happen?
Because why would that happen?
Yeah. I can think of a reason, right? If you had really cold water and really warm air temperature, you could have like colder air closer to the surface of the water. A little bit. But luckily, like, we have temperature readings of the air and the water for these observations, right? Because we check all boxes here. Right? And we can confirm that the water temperature and the air temperature are pretty much the same. So there goes that.
So all of those mirages happen though.
Well, they happen when you have the differences, like drastic differences in the temperature vertically. But we don't have that because we have the same air temperature and the same water temperature.
Maybe slight differences.
A slight difference would make a slight difference, right? It's not going to make the horizon that should be at 3 miles, for example, right, all of a sudden be 15 miles away or 10 miles away. A slight difference would be 7%, 8%, something like that. Right, which would change the distance from the horizon from 3 miles to like 3.2 miles or something like that, not 15 miles or 10 miles that we're observing. You would need extreme conditions to create something like that, and you would have crazy optical effects taking place, like inferior mirages or superior mirages, for example. Fata Morgana. We don't see any characteristics of that kind of thing. We see crystal clear, normal visuals.
Is this guy tracking? DJ, you just like talking to thin air at this point.
I think he's like semi-tracking, to be honest.
I bet.
You know, he's hanging in there. He's clinging on to his globe. But he knows deep down it's not working.
I don't know anything deep down.
You know that deep down, right? You're not going to admit it. I understand.
But you need to live with that.
He sounds like a leaf blowing in the wind.
You won't use your globe for computer science that you're taking.
I don't have to.
He already said earlier, right? He doesn't
No,
need
it's
to
not
know.
needed.
He doesn't need to know any of these things. He just believes that someone else smarter than him worked it all out.
That's why I said he wouldn't even know if he needed to just pour liquid plumber down his drain. He'd be calling the guy for $500 on the weekend to come out and figure out why his drain's not is clogged, instead of just putting a little plunger in there and going click click. Oh, it's unclogged now. He wouldn't even understand that. He'd rather pay somebody to do that.
I said I didn't need to know the exact numbers of observations.
Mm-hmm.
Because
you can just,
I'm
you
not
just
a rocket
believe.
scientist, I don't daily work.
You don't need to be a scientist to understand basic math.
Basically,
it's not even like
I also understand basic physics. I've seen it in high school and some
right. Basic physics. Have you seen
some courses in university also?
Yeah, but how is possible, Ark, that people like these flat earthers know better geometry and the size and all about heliocentric model, and person like you don't know, and you said now you finished the faculty or university or whatever. That means that stupid flat earther knows everything about the math and geometry. How is that possible?
Maybe you don't.
I don't. I hear everybody saying the same thing like me, you know, that math, you know, what you don't know. You believe in some globe, but you don't know what is the size. That is how you believe in giant, but giant it's ant, you know.
It's not like believing without any evidence.
Yeah, but did you understand? It's not only geometry. People told you about angular resolution, about mirages and stuff. Can you measure all these stupid flat earthers know all that stuff? How optics works, how all this light works, how do they know that?
Did he say it's hard believing without evidence when all we've been doing here is showing evidence? Like, are you broken, Ark?
You just showed one evidence.
No, we showed a bunch. I can keep going if you want.
One evidence of disputing that the Earth.
No. I showed two, right? I showed the oil platforms and I showed Dr. John Dee, right, with the wind farms, right? And I told you I can just keep going all day long with observations.
I'm talking about
its elevation profile of your country. That is the evidence, okay? Its elevation profile of your country. That's the evidence of flat Earth.
So you're disagreeing our evidence. What's your contention then? What's in contention right now, Ark? Because we got to get somewhere with this. We can't take forever on you, just giving you things all day, and then you're just denying them. So what's in contention?
Amen.
Mr. Ark, it's your time to shine. So, no comment? You're just going to sit back and deny everything? I mean, if you want to do that, you can put yourself on mute and we can talk to somebody else. But if you have an actual question with the evidence we've presented, then we can answer it.
Well, let's just check quickly because Ark takes quite a while to load each time you input a question. So, anyone else have any questions?
I want to answer.
He's like working with like a Apple IIe or something, maybe a TRS-80.
It's like a 386.
Yeah, 380, maybe a 286 or an 8088 processor.
I think he's on DSL, a dial-up internet still.
It's not even that. It's functioning. When you talk to him, it's super duper slow processing.
On
it gets processed. It's still a computer. It gets processed, but it takes some weird, funky routes that they don't do anymore. All kinds of stuff.
At least it's the one that works. Unlike yours.
The Micro B, yeah. It doesn't work very well. You know, you don't have any rebuttals. You don't have any evidence to present of your own. You're just kind of like taking a long time to like admit things, right? Like, is the horizon beyond the oil platforms? 15 minutes later, you finally admit that it's beyond the oil platforms. Why is it beyond the oil platforms?
Because I didn't see the image that you were talking about. There was more than...
So now you saw it, and now it's behind the oil platforms. Now bye-bye globe, because no more horizon where the globe says it should be.
But that's not the only evidence we have about globe, though. That's
what's the best one? Present your best one. What's the number one evidence that you have? Let's go.
Loading.
Please insert disc. Please insert
something in the sky. I predict he's going to say something about the sky. Go ahead, Ark.
Please insert disc 7 for sky information.
Movements of the planets.
Ah.
There it is.
How do you explain that?
Sky, disc number 7 on his 8088. He's using the 5 1/4 inch floppies.
So things in the sky look round, so we must be round. Is that what you're saying? Or sphere, globe?
That can be said too, but that's not what I said.
Okay.
Repeat what you said.
Movement of the planets.
Yeah. How do they move based on your model?
What's that got to do with the Earth? Is that going to make the Earth curve? Is that going to make the water in the observations that we showed you all of a sudden start curving? If we have a look, all right. So if we go back and look at the observations that we showed you, where the water's not curving, right? Just because you said movement of the planets. If we go back and look at that footage now, all of a sudden now the water will be curving in those observations because you said the movement of the planets? Is it going to change the water in the observations?
You said give me an evidence that the best you got.
Okay, we already debunked it though because we showed you, right? So you didn't even talk about the Earth. So I asked you, how do you know the Earth is a globe? And you spoke about something else that's not the Earth.
Movements of the planets.
Yeah, so that's not. That's got nothing to do with the
shit in the sky again. So not the Earth, right?
It's based on.
Will the movement of the planets make the curvature exist on the Earth that we already showed you doesn't exist? Will the video footage change now? Next time I put it in the side chat, will it be different footage because of the movement of the planets?
No.
No, it will still be flat, right? Bless you.
How come all the supposed evidence for the globe is never Earth curve? Why is it never Earth curve? Ark, do you know why that is?
It's everything but Earth curve.
Yeah.
I'm not thinking about the Earth 24/7 like you guys. I have better things to do.
But you're here.
Yeah, just for today.
You'll be
but you don't have a choice now. You already know the Earth is flat, so now you're in a dilemma. What do you think about that?
Said I'm in dilemma.
Just hide now. Go somewhere, because people will look for you.
I should probably tell you as well, Ark, all the stories that you were told about the lights in the sky, those being big, giant balls of dirt and gas, millions and billions of miles away, that's all a lie too. Should just let you know.
Yeah, how did you figure that out?
Well, see, if they're in an ever-expanding vacuum, then we wouldn't have gas pressure on the Earth. And so the idea of this big, ever-expanding vacuous space is debunked by the fact that we have gas pressure on the Earth, because otherwise the gas on Earth would fill the available volume, which apparently is ever-expanding. I don't know how they got that information. Unless you could tell me, how do they know that space is ever-expanding? Anyway.
Space is expanding because we've seen that the light's frequency is getting lower by the distance. So
what is the distance? How do they get the distance?
That's the
I've
point.
said before. We're
That's the point. You know the distance
by brightness and other things, not just brightness.
No,
So
hey, redshift and blue shift do not prove that something's getting closer or further away. If they went by that assumption, the universe would be too young. Listen, according to the scientists, if that were the case, then the universe would be too young. Thank you.
No, it's not.
No, that's what they said. You got to read papers, bro, or something. You don't know nothing. It's not even fun going back and forth with you.
I've taken astronomy course, brother. What are you talking about? It's not young, too young.
Again, listen, that's because you have a whole bunch of compartmentalized information. If you're going to take red shift and blue shift to mean that the certain galaxies or whatever are getting further and closer away, then again, they would have to conclude it is too young.
Hey, what's up, man? What's going on?
Why people don't know anything, man? It's your religion, and you only know it's like every part of your religion. They only know.
You need to shut up.
I explain to you, and you just mumble. I don't know.
And he's not even responding. He's not even responding. I explained to him. No, you didn't. I just responded to you. You didn't say, you know what? Let me look into that. Yo, give me a citation for that. You didn't do anything but go, no.
Because that's not true.
No.
Yes. Ark, why are you being bad faith? We come here, we try and show you the evidence, and you reply to us, we didn't show you anything. We're just mumbling. We have no evidence. So why are you being a little clown?
The only evidence you think you have is the horizon. That's all.
And you agreed with our evidence, didn't you? Or do you disagree?
I said it seems like that. I didn't agree.
Yeah, it's not just that, by the way. Okay, so we don't experience any curvature. There's other things, right? You claim the Earth is in motion, right? There's no evidence the Earth is in motion, right? You claim space is a vacuum, and we have a gas pressure system, a high pressure system here on the Earth inside the vacuum, right? You can't validate that could possibly exist. Okay, you don't have any curvature, right? What do you have? You just have stories about space that you blindly believe, which you already admitted that you blindly believe. And you already admitted that you don't know. And that you just appeal to authority, right? So you don't have anything. And we can back up every single thing we say with empirical, practical, real-world demonstrations. So you don't have anything, and we have everything.
No, you know what he has? He has planets moving in the sky. So we'll give him that. If he wants to, die on that sword, that's up to him. But it's pretty weak.
What medium are the planets in? The space vacuum.
Who said space as gas pressure and container? What are you talking about? These are just
What?
plain.
Space is meant to be deep space is meant to be 10 to the negative 17 tall vacuum. Yeah. We're meant to be inside that vacuum chamber, essentially, right? With gas pressure. 14.7 psi at sea level. We have that ball covered in water with gas around the ball inside the vacuum. Prove that that's possible to exist.
Did you disprove that? Why would I need to prove anything like that?
Well, it's your claim. You're the one that claims that if you believe in the globe.
No, it's
that's what you just claimed when you said planets. When you said planets and orbiting and blah blah blah. Right, that's what you claim, right? Are you denying the heliocentric model now?
Of course not.
Is deep space a 10 to the negative 17 tall vacuum?
I asked you earlier if you were bringing.
I don't know that number.
Sounds like you're bringing your
YouTubers, go YouTubers.
You're the odd one out to prove the current model, not me.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you over you saying stuff about your own cosmology. So, do you agree with the rest of the Western world or not?
What do you mean the rest of the West?
Are you a follower still or not? Like you followed everything else. You believe it's a globe, this, that, and third. Okay, so answer his question, BJ's question.
I don't believe anything. I just think that scientific procedure is the best way to understand any phenomenon. That's just
I think so. Yeah, I think so too. Because in science you have natural phenomena is observed. You do science, but there's no science in phenomena. Shit, Google will tell you that. Google will tell you that they don't have any direct measurement. Like it's inferential. Like you have to make certain assumptions. Like the Copernican principle, which is an assumption that everything else is built on. It's called a cosmic distance ladder. It begins with the assumption of the Earth being a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. And we've debunked that because the horizon is not Earth. Simple stuff.
And he's gone.
About time.
Now, who's the next contestant on? Let's look at the sky to prove the ground. Do. Is Soulless? Are you going to be our champion today? How you doing?
Hey man, what's going on, dude?
Can you we're just perfect. Your English is great. We're just chilling in the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, and we're just asking questions about reality. So,
wait, so just confirming, my brother, is this confirmation of Flat Earth, or is this?
Yeah, we are flat earthers here.
Oh, cool. Okay, awesome. Well, I have to be completely coherent. This is my first time in the space. I'm not a flat earther myself, but I hope that you can welcome me and I can ask some questions and try and pick your brain.
I hope so. I hope it's you're telling the truth that it's your first time here, and we're definitely open to answering.
Definitely my first time here, because I actually joined for the vegan space. I went to have a debate for like the last 3 hours on veganism.
Can I preface this before we continue, so that you're not asking us a million things about things that?
Yeah, of course. Please, man.
All right. So, we're flat earthers because the Earth measures flat. First misconception from people that they think flat's a shape for some reason, which is why they ask us for models and maps of the entire Earth. No one has that. We don't have that. When we say the Earth measures flat, we're not talking about cosmology. We're not talking about space. We're not talking about what the sun is. We're not talking about what the moon is, what the stars are. When we say the Earth measures flat, that's because directly the surface is actually horizontal for extended amounts of area that has to show convexity when measured if we lived on a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles. I'm not asking you to believe me. I'm just giving you a few basic points. Now, the only thing that we're concerned with is whether the surface directly measures to have curvature or not. That's it.
Okay. So no, it's okay. No, so thanks for that. So can I'm just going to start off with the obvious one. Sorry, Elijah, if I've gone over something that you said not to go over, I apologize, but I was trying to keep up with everything. So just my first one is, shoot me down if you want straight away, but like, so from space looking outwards onto the Earth, circular Earth, what's the counter to that? I mean,
don't know.
You're not going there?
No.
No?
You mean space? Going to
like,
space.
For example, if you're in space looking down to Earth, right? Like, for example, the guy on Red Bull, right, that did the skydive or the space dive, right? The guy that passed away recently for Red Bull. And
it's going to be a hard conversation to have. Like, why don't you listen to if people are actually responding to what you're saying? I said no. Are you gonna keep waffling on? Why?
Sorry, actually, Elijah, genuinely, I didn't hear you. I do apologize. I didn't mean any harm by that. So when you say no, what did you mean by that? As in no?
It's a very friendly conversation at this point, right? So long as we're both listening to each other. Does that make sense, right?
Yeah, of course, Elijah, yeah.
So what do you mean? What do I mean by no?
I think I'm having a hard time with the microphone situation, because I think when I speak, it's... Anyway, sorry, what I was trying to say was, when I asked my question, did you say no, it's not flat even from the space? Is that what you said?
No, I'm saying no one's going to space to take a picture of the Earth.
No, I meant, like, the video from the Red Bull, the guy that skydived or space dived. Is that false then? Is that fake?
What do you mean? What about it? Okay, let me give you another point.
So the guy that was basically skydiving from space...
Hello. Yeah. Felix
Elijah, with respect, I'm being respectful to you, brother. You don't have to be condescending, man.
Well, you asked me a question, I started talking, and you kept going. I know who Felix Baumgartner is. And I continue because it was a friendly conversation, but it's like you have an agenda because I'm trying to talk with you.
Okay, dude. Yeah, go ahead, man.
All right. Thank you. So, I don't think you're aware that from the height of the ISS, you would only see 3% of the Earth. The horizon would look flat. So what about Felix Baumgartner?
Could you repeat that first part? So only from. Can you just repeat that for me?
From 250 miles above the Earth's supposed ball surface, you would only see 3%. Effectively, you would just see the horizon as you see it right there on the beach, flat. So what about Philadelphia?
So from the footage that I think I remember seeing, anyway, I'll have to pull it back up again. It appeared that there was a circular Earth shape that he was diving into.
Okay, so is it Planet New Mexico? Did you look into anything in the background, the mass, like the land masses or anything? Like I gave you the answer. I guess it's for whatever. Instead of looking into it, you're convinced that what you saw trumps what I just told you, which makes no sense. But it's a natural thing for human beings, I guess, because you saw what you saw. And that's easier than doing the math, I guess. Okay, so
you're assuming that, but I never concluded that.
Well, I just told you that you would see 3% of the Earth at 250 miles. Effectively, it would look flat. And you said, yeah, but he saw a curve.
Well, not he saw the camera, not himself. The camera footage.
Yeah, same difference.
So how is that? So from that angle, so from like you say, from that angle with the distance that you just mentioned, it would look that way. Is that what you're saying? It would look circular.
It would look flat. So how are you going to see circular from 3%? How? Do you understand what 3% means?
In context to?
In context to
100.
24,900 miles. There's 3% of that in context of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So basically, you're saying how can you see? So if you can,
all right, you're asking more and more questions. Listen,
I'm trying to.
You're not. I'm just going to give you an authority.
Anybody else understand that I'm actually trying to be good faith, and you're just literally like bombarded, dude? I'm genuinely trying to understand, and you're very defensive, dude. Chill. What the hell?
So what did I say? If you're trying to understand, what did I say?
That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to understand what you're saying because I submit that I'm not intelligent, dude.
Well, I said maybe you don't know the math, and you said don't assume that.
You're shouting, man. Dude, chill. What the hell?
You said you were shouting. You've been shouting over and louder than me this whole time.
Does everybody else agree that I've been shouting over Elijah and I've not been letting him speak? If so, I'm happy to go, man. I'm not bothered. I'm just trying to understand.
Has his voice been higher than mine? Yes or no? Has his voice and his elevated tone been higher than my tone? Yes or no? Because every time you talk, you just say, that's what you've been doing this whole time over me. So the bottom line is, at that height, you wouldn't see curvature. So what are you looking at? Not the Earth curve. Because the Earth, you would only see 3% from 250 miles. So why on earth do you think that you would see a curve from only 140,000 feet?
Did you get it now?
Yeah, well, I'm trying to get it. Yeah, I'm trying to understand. Like, I came in good faith, and
He's saying to you that I said on 200. Sorry, Elijah.
I just told him. I don't know why he's in his feelings about, I just came here I just told you what I told you. Respond to that. Stop crying.
Stop crying. Oh, damn, dude. This is like 12-year-old behavior, dude. What the fuck?
What was the title of that jump? What was the title of the jump?
Sasha, please don't help. Because he's already irate. He's playing a game. I can play it better. I already told you what I told you. I've reset. I'm not.
You just like the sound of your own voice, dude. Let's be honest, dude. You got small dick syndrome everywhere, dude.
Okay, so I've reset. So if you're willing to stop being, I can start over.
He's gone.
because he was bullshitting from the beginning. Like,
no, I've heard that guy before. He does the same act every time. He comes in here. Oh, this is my first time with flat earthers. I've never talked to one before. That's why I asked him at the start. I'm like, well, I hope it really is your first time because I've seen that guy here before. It's a LARPer. You're just here to argue, not here to actually listen. As Eli was specifically saying, no, we don't see the curve. And then the guy's, well, what about the curve here? And then he continues to talk. Like, yeah, it's just he's just wasting air.
Maybe you see more if your elevation it's lower. You see 3% with 250 miles, but with 30 miles, you see 30%.
Up to a certain point, yes. Going higher and higher, you see more and more, but after you get up to a certain height, you start seeing less and less.
What a crybaby.
Your voice, sir. I came here in good faith. He kept saying that.
And he never once overtalked Elijah. Come on.
Yeah, that's Elijah. That's a good way. Like, as much as like, if you were at an outside perspective and have never gone to topic and you would hear that, you'd be like, oh, like the flat earthers are assholes. But at the end of the day, we're just weeding out the inevitable freaking 2-hour question, freaking conversation that leads nowhere because they don't even grasp a single point. All right, so different tactics to weed out those people, and I mean that was pretty effective.
Why Sunny silent, guys?
Say that again.
I said my son is silent, but now he just said, but I mean, you just spoke. Yeah.
The why is no one talking troll? That's a new one. Not.
So what are you doing?
What are you doing?
Can't you see I'm playing Aimland today?
Are you interested in talking about the topic of flat Earth?
No, cause to be honest, I'm here for listening English. I mean, I'm Chinese, to be honest. I cannot express my thought freely and smoothly. So, yeah.
What are you talking about? Your English is fabulous, fantastic.
No, it's basic, normal, daily conversations are fine, but
it's better than mine. Don't worry.
okay.
Yeah, bro. So if you want to listen, feel free to put yourself on mute. But if you want to practice having a conversation in English, you can ask questions about the flat Earth.
No, he can learn English, like sea level, elevation profiles, elevation angles.
You can learn
stuff
about
like that.
science. You can learn about science and math, and learn the terms of science and math.
And pseudoscience, also what it is.
Yeah, when you're less shy, feel free to unmute. But welcome to the channel. Have fun listening.
Why is everybody on mute?
Because nobody was talking.
What's up, CB?
On to Marco.
Hello there.
Whose voice was that?
Hello there.
All right, shut up. Yeah, Sheepdog. Go check out the video I made. It's in the lobby of the FU channel. You'll die. It'll crack you up. It's some Indian guy, and he's trying to relate the gravitational pull from the moon on acting on tides towards how spicy foods are spicy, and you can't see the spice. It's a good 30-second clip.
Which room is it in?
It's in the lobby.
To the lobby.
Yeah, and then I also made a category, hashtag monkey app. But I'll just post it in this Discord too, if anyone else wants to see it, because it's a pretty funny clip.
Like, for example, let's say a spice. Why is a chili spicy?
So you're trying to relate a chili being spicy to the moon.
I mean,
water.
it's the same concept, but you can't see it being spicy. Why is a chili spice? why isn't a cabbage spicy?
Thanks, CB. I agree. That Paji got flushed down the toilet with that statement.
I understand what he's saying. I just don't know the context of his English or whatever.
Yeah, you're just trying to relate invisible gravity towards spice. Invisible
Right,
spice.
no, because you can't see the spices on the food, but you taste or feel the effects of it. So therefore, that's how he.
Yeah, it was just a really funny way of explaining it. And I got into, I obviously trapped him after. Like, all right, well, give me the ingredients then towards this. And he just couldn't do it. He just told me to go look at YouTube. I'm like, because spice has a Scoville level, right? And they have ways to measure that. So what are the ways that they're measuring, the gravitational freaking pull of the moon on tides? Obviously, it had nothing.
Yeah, usually it's you can't see the hair, but you know it's there, right?
Why is a cabbage not spice?
I don't even think he said that. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think he said he was talking about the spicy cabbage, like kimchi. I could be wrong. Either way, I understand what. So the poor roundabout same way of doing it. He was trying to create an analogy.
Yeah, the typical Glover analogy. Look at planets in space. We must be round and we must be spherical. Like the typical Glover bullshit. All right, I'm gonna go clip farm some more. We'll be back later.
What's going on? Oh, sounds boring in here. What's happening? Anybody popping? Anybody jumping? Mhm. Mhm. Trying to find my truck jumper cables because wireless electricity doesn't exist yet because they killed Tesla. Thanks, guys. Thanks, government. Actually, Apple does have a patent for wireless transmission of electricity within about 3 feet for a charging system for their iPhones. We'll see if it comes to fruition. Hmm. Hmm. Here, I'm going to charge more. Got to be in this big toolbox. There we go. Hello. Where are the jumpy cables? Everything is with these.
You know what's funny? Globers think they can be like us. What do I mean by that? They try to tell us that we're begging the question or affirming the consequence when we say that the earth is measured flat. What else? What was I looking at that had me come in here and respond to this in the first place? Oh, yeah, Globers think that like they're like, well, I can't prove it, you can't prove it. It's like, no, we're not the same. I don't have to prove an axiom. You're the one saying things are the way they don't appear to be. We're not the same.
Being what? How do things appear to be?
What?
Yeah, how do things appear to be?
Well, water appears, well, the horizon appears flat. All other surfaces that we can see to the other side of, I mean, as far as water is concerned, it's horizontal.
Are they
How it appears.
Right. So are they denying that? Are they denying that?
Did I say they were?
No, but I'm saying, are they?
No.
Right. So they actually agree with you, right?
No.
Yeah, they agree that that's the way the world presents itself, right? Or no?
But that's not the conversation that I find myself in. That's why I'm like, I don't know why you're mentioning that. I didn't say we disagree. I said we're not the same. And then I gave examples.
Right, but you're not the same up to a point. So you are the same up to a point, and then there's a fork in the road where one guy goes left and one guy goes right. So why do they go right?
No, we're never the same. Like,
no, that's not true. They agree.
When I'm
Don't
saying
they agree? Don't they agree that?
No, we're not the same. Like, I don't have to tell you all the ways we're not the same to come across what I actually am saying. I gave examples. I'll give another one. When I say that there's no measurable distance to the horizon, they have to have some sort of answer. What I mean by that is like the horizon being geometric or at least refracted to some point that also can be calculated. That's out there. People believe that. AI wouldn't tell me that if that wasn't what the sources said, right? But regardless, there's no measurable distance to the horizon in any sense, or calculable distance in any sense. Well, not in any physical sense. So they'll turn around and say, well, you don't have a map of the whole earth. You don't have a model. Again, we're not the same. That's not the same thing.
Right, but you said earlier that you might have misspoke. You said earlier, and you might have misspoke, you said we're never the same, but that's not true. They do agree with certain things, but then they go beyond that to then disagree with the agreement they just made.
No, just because they can equivocate doesn't mean we're the same. Because when I ask them to unpack what they mean when they're saying the same words I'm saying, they explain that they don't mean what I mean. We're not the same.
Yeah, that may be true. But yeah, they do agree. Like, well, not everybody, obviously, but they will agree. The horizon looks flat. You experience it as flat. You experience up and down as up and down. You experience horizontal as horizontal. And then they'll say, okay, yes, you experience all those. And yes, you experience the earth is stationary. And then they'll throw in, but. So they at least agree on all those points. Not everyone, obviously.
No, but that's why we're not the same. Because the reason that I brought it up is I don't bring all those things up to say, hey, this proves the earth is flat. But when we're looking at the same thing, the difference between me and them is they'll say, oh, we see what you're saying. However, the but you were talking about, that's what I mean by we're not the same. That's what I'm talking about, though.
Yeah, but they do agree that we all have the same base experience. So they're then going on to interpret that experience.
But that's not what I'm talking about when I'm saying that we're not the same.
All right, well then, how about take an opportunity to qualify it for the listener?
I was, and then you started asking questions. I was looking for my third example, and then you said, yeah, well, earlier you maybe have misspoken. But the bottom line is, I've been trying to say what I was trying to say. I was looking for the third example, which was actually my first one, but I had forgot it, trying to preface it. And then you jumped in and asked what you asked.
Yeah, which isn't unreasonable, is it?
I guess not.
So the thing about Globers is that they're not all the same, right? Some of them concede to certain points, while other of them think that those, if you even concede to points which should be conceded to, right? Like there's no rational reason not to concede to these base points. They don't concede to them because they have like this allergic reaction to conceding in a conversation with a flat earther. So they think they're going to screw themselves. And that is true. They are going to screw themselves. But that doesn't mean anything. Like everyone should concede to the base experience that we all share.
Yeah, that's kind of why I don't lead with it, or I try not to lead with it. Basically what I'm saying is I don't use axioms as arguments. It's not an argument. It's just if somebody tells me that I don't experience the earth as that, that's when I go, what are you talking about?
Yeah, that's wild though. How when they'll say, "Hey, you experience horizontal as a ever rotating curvilinear vector to the giant center of a ball." It's like nobody ever experiences that. Never, not one time in their whole lives. It's like that's crazy talk. Like when you go to somebody's house, right, and they're like, "Hey, can you help me level my television set in the center of my living room?" And you go over there and you imagine that you're tilting the television on a radial path to the center of a giant ball. Nobody ever imagines that. They just level it horizontally. Oh, I just drove by New York City again, and the famous Verrazano Narrows Bridge. Didn't see any curvature in the towers, although somebody told me I could see it with my bare eyes, which is crazy talk. Yeah. Also, when you're coming down 17, if you go to Mahwah, which is northwest from where you're at in New York City, I think, you come down 17 to get rid of the traffic on the other side, and it's kind of like a hilly up and down divided retail highway. So like there's stores on both sides, but there's one hill, the first hill that you can see New York City. Before that, you can't see it. So when you come over on that hill, you look at the buildings, they're like blue. The buildings are blue. They're all blue because the air is in between you and it, right? And so I'm looking at this base experience that I have of where things in the distance, I can't see them because they're blue or gray or faded out because of the atmosphere. And it's like, why would a Glober come in and say if the earth were flat, I could see across the ocean to the other continent? Like, haven't you ever used your eyes in real life before? Like, they're literally giving us answers from a simulated world that doesn't exist in reality. It exists in like their mind or on a piece of paper. It's like they're not even giving us answers congruent with their natural experience.
Yeah, I wish I could peek into the mind of one of these guys because I never thought. Well, as far as this topic is concerned, like I never thought like I never had the experience not skeptical about the globe. Like I never went on the offense for the globe. I immediately started questioning what I knew so that I could go on my own journey. Apparently, that's not everybody's.
Yeah, that's actually a good point. It's like each person takes the challenge to their worldview in a different way. It's either they're going to attack the opposition, inquire into the opposition, defend their current position, right? All different kinds of ways they could take it. And that, you know what, that method, like whichever one you decide to choose, kind of shapes the way you're going to go about it and the information you're going to look for and the information you're going to accept as something worth your time to review. You know what I mean? Because you've seen it 100 times where we offer people certain evidences. They go, "Oh, I can't be bothered to review that." And you'd be like, "Well, why?" And they'll be like, "Oh, because it doesn't fit my criteria of the way I've structured this inquiry." basically. You know, so they'll say, oh, I want peer-reviewed papers. If you don't have published peer-reviewed papers, then that doesn't fit what I think is good evidence. Be like, well, what if nobody wants to publish these peer-reviewed papers for various reasons, but yet the information and the data and the experiments and the tests still exist? So you're not willing to look at those? And they'd be like, no, I don't want to. I don't want to look at, you know, counter mainstream data that may upset my paradigm. I want the mainstream to tell me it's okay to do so. It's like, well, then how are you ever going to get to niche truths that the mainstream doesn't accept? They're basically saying the mainstream is the arbiter of truth, and that's retarded.
Yeah, especially since there's over 60,000 retracted scientific papers and counting. They're still going through the database. So clearly peer review means nothing.
Dude, there's a whole scandal about people intentionally, like recently, using AI to game their publications of their research because they want to maintain their funding. Like, there's all kinds of scandals in this whole system. It's like to trust that system blindly simply because it has a stamp of peer reviewed on it. I mean, that's just retarded at this point.
Plus, there's people who've published paper which they have no peers to review it. They're the smartest person in the room.
Well, that's the curse of humanity for a long time, isn't it? That somebody or a very small group of people come out with something new, and they're castigated by the status quo, and so then we have to wait forever for them to finally accept it, so that we can actually use it. And only the people that get to use it are like a very few that find it. You know, like imagine if Tesla's ideas for wireless energy transmission weren't scuttled and they were actually brought to the forefront. Like, imagine the kind of world we'd be living in right now. Maybe we'd have flying cars already that are powered by a electrical field that's just in the ambient atmosphere. You know, rather than having to plug our stupid Tesla retard cars that light on fire with the lithium battery and have a bunch of slave kids mining the stuff.
Well, it's been rumored that Tesla was working on a wireless electric car. No batteries needed.
Yeah, but we also have to recognize that part of the reason why they're reticent for us to have flying cars is because of all the retards that drive retarded. They're going to drive you to more retarded in the sky.
No, it's more likely because we won't have to stand for tyranny anymore. We just get in our cars and leave.
Well, that's a good point. Well, you can leave with other airborne stuff. Yeah, it would be more. Everyone would have one, basically, pretty much at this point. You know, cars. Having a vehicle is almost a commodity at this point. You know. Very rare, like when people don't have access to a vehicle by like 1 degree of separation.
Plus a flying car that doesn't need fuel. That could go to Antarctica. They don't want us doing that.
If someone is 1 degree separated from you, does that mean they're 69 miles away?
Could be. And just remember that 6 degrees of separation in metric is 666 kilometers.
I was trying to find my jumper cables that are like, I think they're 16 feet long or 18 feet long. So you don't have to worry about maneuvering your car around or nothing. Couldn't find it. So now I'm going to have to connect two jumper cables together.
I got rid of my, stopped carrying my jumper cables around when I just got one of those jumper packs. Don't have to move cars around at all. Just connect it right to the battery and go.
Yeah, I've been meaning to get one, dude, but I always forget. Like I tell myself right now, I'm telling myself, get one. Oh, you're right, 100%. They got them now where they're, they're like the size of a converter. They're essentially like a giant cell battery.
Well, I got the no-code GB40. It's not very big. It's about 4 inches by 7 inches, maybe, something like that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's the classic ones are about the size of 2 milk jugs.
Yeah, you can get
kind of big.
Larger ones with the big handles and stuff. Those are meant for if you need to jumper like diesel trucks and stuff.
Yeah. But that little model that I'm saying, which is like the 2 milk jugs, that was pretty much the standard that was available at any shop you go, the smallest you could get until they came out with those low profile ones. Jedi, you get pumped?
Wait, what?
Yeah, you get pumped.
We go. Oh yeah. Woo. What's going on? What are we getting pumped for?
For the rise up, for the British people rising up.
Ah, okay. Yeah, check out the UK channel of Miggy server, man. I've been dumping a load of stuff in there. But yeah, we are rising up, man, for sure. Everyone's raising flags.
Get together. Go ahead.
I was just saying everyone's raising flags all over the place, but go on.
Yeah. I was gonna say if you guys can raise 2.5 million, I'll come over and do some Smackdown.
If you can get over September the 13th, mate, you can join the Million Man March.
I ain't kidding though, dude. I wouldn't listen. I wouldn't put it past in the future that some Americans decide to just come over there and help you guys out.
Do you know what? That wouldn't surprise me at all. That's happened in other countries, like even Ukraine, right? People from America, the UK, France, like people who are in the army, just like went over there. So yeah, I can see that happening. You could definitely see some of you Americans coming over to Britain, for sure.
We could get it done in 2 weeks. Be over.
Yeah, I mean, you'll bomb it flat. I'll give you that. Welcome to Flat Earth, everyone. But yeah, it maybe won't take too long. You'd bring ice.
No, I mean, if we just had on the ground operators that were there to take care of business would be done in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, my tongue was in my cheek, man. I was joking, but you're right. All it needs is firm action. That's all it needs to happen, dude.
We need to call Team America.
That's exactly what we need, dude.
Well, see, there's a sentiment in the world where immigrants get to come to your country and then tell you how you run your country, and that sentiment needs to go away. That is retarded. Any country that accepts that sentiment deserves to be overthrown by its natural citizens. Which is why in the Constitution and the Federalist Papers and all of that, there's I can't remember the exact document, but there's this quote which says, "The tree of liberty from time to time needs to be watered with the blood of tyrants."
It's patriots and tyrants.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, because the patriots are going to shed blood in order to accomplish it, sure, of their own selves. Yes.
A lot of Asian countries that are very strict about making sure that never happens, right? Like Japan, for example. Quite a lot of Southeast Asian countries. They're very strict with who they let stay there long term.
Yeah.
You can come visit, but if you want to stay, it's not so easy. Especially Japan.
You know what's crazy? You know what's crazy, brother, is that there's three main cultures and ethnicities that are infiltrating other countries, and one of them has explicitly said their designs are to take over the world by, you guessed it, infiltrating other countries and naturalizing themselves there and their progeny by having lots of babies and taking over by essentially demographic shift. So if you have a stated claim against another country, why would you let those people in? Now, the other people that are very heavily in Western countries, specifically the United States, are Mexicans and Hispanics moving to America. And a lot of them have said, hey, we're just here to take all your money and work hard and take the money and take it back to our country. So in saying that, they should also not be allowed. And then the other ones are just, the traditional people, that actually just want to naturalize themselves into a better culture because they recognize the culture they're leaving sucks ass. So why would they bring it with them? Like, if your culture is so great, why move?
And usually when you're fleeing war-torn countries, you just move to the next country, not the 20th country over. So, for example, the migrants in England, they're not coming from war-torn countries. They're coming from France.
Right. Well, what the populaces of this countries that they're fleeing should do, they should sign petitions begging the West to come and smack the crap out of their culture and actually give them some good culture. That's what they should do. They should be begging us to come to them, not begging us for them to come to us.
So they're coming from France, but they're not French.
Before I got into Flat Earth, there was these channels that I watched, and there was this guy, I can't remember his name, but his channel was essentially called Documenting the Demographic Decline. And he would go throughout Europe and different areas and even some Asian countries and places, and he would just document all these towns and cities that have nobody in them. all this infrastructure that's abandoned because their populations are declining. And part of the reason the population is declining is because of all this chaos in the family system. And guess what? Chinese officials are on record saying that part of their plan to upseat the West is to destroy their family structure by encouraging all kinds of chicanery, like, you know, single motherhood, LGBT, gender confusion, all of these things that erode society. And for all of you listening who heard what I just said and felt like I'm being a bigot to those people, no, I'm not at all. The statistics are in, they've been in, and there's well-known famous people involved in studying this that have put out published papers that show that throughout history, societies that went down this road went into oblivion every single time. So no, I'm not being a bigot. I'm just being intelligent. And you who think I'm being a bigot are a retard.
Yeah, this has been well documented since at least the 12th century, that the fastest way to destroy another nation is to promote degeneracy into the other nation.
Yeah, because then you break down the family. Once you break down the family, you break down the expectation of the generations to come and putting your progeny in them in a healthy way, and then you abandon hope in the future, so you only have the present. And once you only have the present, that leads to hedonistic feedback loops, where the only thing you care about is serving yourself and not your nation, because your nation isn't, you could care less if it survives after your death. So you abandon everything that is normal, traditional values of establishing a safe nation for your children to grow up in and your children's children. And you basically just don't care, especially young men who essentially become emasculated and just become worthless, and they can't even defend their nation. So now you have a nation of people who don't care about the nation, and a nation of men who couldn't defend it even if they started to care. And a declining population, which is being replaced by other people who maintain strong tribal family traditions. So they're just going to walk right over your nation like your nation's a bunker. Milquetoast losers.
That's exactly what's happening in Europe at the moment, and obviously in other parts of the world like America. But that is spot on what's happened over the last decades. 30 years I can really pinpoint to when I started really noticing it, so back into the mid-90s. But, you know, since before then.
Yep.
To slow erode morals and values.
Yeah, the West and America over the last 100 years really cemented itself as we are the superpower and it's our way or the highway. And so the enemies of the Western ideology really quickly realized there's no way we can defeat them. Possible. So the only thing we can do is destroy them by convincing them to destroy themselves through sociological weapons rather than physical weapons.
Sounds a bit like a cliche as well, but it's worth pointing out. It's like a silent war. It's a silent invasion. It's not bombs and whistles and aircrafts and, you know, invading land parties and shit like that. It's a slow drip over time. It's a silent war. Most people don't even know that it's actually started or it's even going on.
Yeah, and if you tell them it's going on, they'll be appalled by you. Be like, "Oh, what? You hate immigrants?"
Yeah, you're racist. In this country, you get called far right. Yeah.
I saw the video of this guy in the 80s who was a KGB guy, and he defected to America. He had this interview, and he just laid everything out like it was it's a very long-term plan to demoralize the West and to break it down. And it was very long, so like over generations. That thing that it only takes a couple of generations to completely change the culture of a nation, sort of thing. I'm talking about infiltrating it through universities and stuff. And that he said it was Americanism. He kept saying Americanism is what they were wanting to destroy, not democracy or capitalism, or it was Americanism, which is the American dream, you know, the white picket fence, which is strong family. So family, kids, and prosperity, freedom.
Yeah.
But yeah, it starts with the family. Just that thing, the American dream is just, it's a family, isn't it?
Yeah, it's family and family in a nation that will be successful for, decades to come. So your progeny goes forward in a free society. And that's part of the dream. And it's all rooted around the tribal family structure rather than people being a state servant. And so it's really, that statism mentality where, humans are just serfs for the leaders, basically. And Americanism is directly antithetical to that.
Yep.
And of course, it's also with that ultimate authority thing where it's like the state wants to be the ultimate authority. But in a natural state of affairs with an American ideology, you're recognizing that God is the ultimate authority and that man is not your master, ultimately.
If anyone's interested, I posted the full interview with Yuri Bezmenov, the ex-Russian agent who defected to America. Who?
That's the guy. Yep.
Yeah, that's exactly what I thought you were talking about. So I'll drop that interview for you, mate.
Yep. Oh, and he was talking about how he was really shocked about how all the really intellectual journalists and stuff were getting rounded up, and when they sort of took over, sort of thing. The useful idiots. All these people who.
It's also promoting the Soviets had a hard time keeping agents in America because as soon as they stepped into a supermarket and saw all the greatness that America offered, they defected.
Yep.
They no longer.
Yeah, the Americana lifestyle. Yeah, the Americana lifestyle, like like barbecues and 4th of July and all this kind of like traditions. Now, that's not to say other countries don't have their traditions, but like you said, when they experience ours and the abundance, like what is it about this culture that allows this flourishing? Well, it's the tribal family, competitive, capitalistic. You put in and you get a profit and a return that goes to you and your family, and it gets to go to your family and not the state. Right. And so once they experience that freedom, it's like, how can they convince themselves that their way of life is better? Like it's almost impossible. So what you got to do to do that is you have to morally degenerate the Americans so that when people come over, they say, oh, yeah, you have all this commercial freedoms and success, but your families are eroding. So this idea of that everything's about the family is actually wrong because your family doesn't have any traditional values anymore and all of this. So then people no longer respect the American way of life. And what was one of the pinnacles of power projection for Americana over the past 100 years? Any guesses? So it cemented America as the premier super agent power in the world
NASA.
And throughout human history. Yep. We conquered space. We landed a man on the moon, so-called. Which technically, friends, has exactly zero relevance to everyday life. So everybody respected America for something that actually changed nothing about anything.
Exactly.
What a trick.
NASA didn't do anything to make the barbecues better.
Dang right, sucker.
Didn't give us flying cars.
I'd pay money.
I'd pay money for some barbecue in zero gravity. That's about it.
That's what they say. It smells like in space.
Ah, good segue recognition.
Legit, I would be afraid to have a fire in zero G. Like just hot coals floating around. How would you control that shit?
You got to open the nearest airlock and hold your breath.
Supposedly in zero G, a fire forms like a globule, because like supposedly when you're on the Earth, the air pressure differentials and currents cause the flames to shoot up. Otherwise, they would just cohere in like a ball, sort of. At least that's the claim.
I'm more thinking along the lines of like being in a vomit comet and having the grill just begin to float, and then the coals begin to separate out of the bowl and move wherever they want.
Yeah, and everybody's screaming, "We thought this was a good idea."
Exactly.
Yeah, so all you other countries just recognize America's authority. We clearly faked landing on the moon better than all of you, so deal with it.
Yeah.
The closest contender is India's space agency. Go watch their alleged landing on the moon, and then tell me, an American, that ours isn't way better. Okay.
I think they had to get rights from Atari.
Yeah. Otherwise, they would have got sued by Atari.
I know, right? Dude, for all we know, their computers were an Atari. Listen, if you have to hire Phil Bell to work on your space agency, you already know you're the bottom of the barrel. That's right, our very own Professor Phil, who we know and love or hate, whichever you prefer, is allegedly, so claimed by himself, a integral part of the Chandrayaan missions, especially Chandrayaan-2, I believe, which crashed. And so his claim to fame is he crashed somebody's space agency. Hooray.
Oh my god, that's so funny. If we have done it, thanks to Professor Philip Bell.
That's right.
He has crashed it.
Well, I think it's genius, actually. If you hire some Australians or Westerners to work in your space agency and then yours crashes, then you could just blame them. All right, I got to do some vacuum cleaning, so I got to take off. Peace for now. But speaking of vacuums, don't let the conversation evaporate into the nothingness. Peace.
Peace out. Catch you later. Hey, you know, it's interesting that people always talk about the Antarctic Treaty and they're like, oh, we don't know, no one can freely travel beyond 60 degrees south. But people don't often talk about how it's illegal to actually travel beyond a certain height up into the sky as well, right? We have the 1967 Outer Space Treaty as well, right? That's why no independent companies have ever launched their own satellite into space, right, without hitching a ride on a government rocket or something like that. And there's crazy laws about it, right? You're not even allowed to shoot video footage above a certain height.
Yeah, and taking a longer arc view of history, right? Operation Deep Freeze is the name of the Antarctic operation that's ongoing today, which is the same name of the operation that came after High Jump. So you have all this continuity. And the expeditions that Admiral Byrd undertook way back then were part of a much larger, broader international effort of scientific partnership and discovery called the International Geophysical Year. And that was the third such event going back to the late 1800s, first organized by the Habsburg Empire. Hello, DJ. I have to go.
Hey, what's up,
Just
man?
want to pop in and say hi.
Hey.
Hey, do you guys think if someone believes in the Bible that they, like, I guess in the Bible, it should mandate them to also believe in flat Earth?
No. Next question.
Non sequitur.
Yeah, who cares
Completely
about
non
that?
sequitur.
Because, I don't know, I saw the pillars of the Earth quote in there, you know, the verse that says that. The foundation.
Yeah, there's a ton of stuff that relates to flat Earth in the Bible, but I mean, it's just the Bible at the end of the day. So,
do you believe in the Bible?
Me, no, not really. I'm sure there's some interesting information in there that's factual, but I would never use that in an argument related to this topic.
Yeah, this isn't about belief. It's about what you can know. Sorry,
I
tactical.
do.
Go ahead.
You're good. I also think that the description that the Bible gives about the environment that we live in, it's non-specific. So whenever it says that heaven is stretched out like a tent to dwell in, then there's all kinds of shapes to tents. And whenever it talks about how the land is stretched out or spread out and its foundations are laid, and all these other descriptions, it's not telling you the shape of the environment that you live in. What it does tell you is that when the firmament was made, it gathered the waters underneath it into one place. It's still not describing the shape that it made. It's not specific. And then it also goes and tells you that heavens for height, earth for depth, the heart of a king no man can know or search. So the height of heaven, the shape of heaven is unknown. The depth of the earth, the shape of the ground is unknown. Just like I can't know the depths of who you are. I can only experience what you give me.
Well, you'll never hear anyone in here using the Bible as an argument, right, for why the Earth is flat.
Yeah.
But what did happen in 2015? I mean, there were a lot of atheists on YouTube that pretty much dominated, and they would use the flat Earth against Christians. So they would understand. They would go through the Bible and pick out all the bits that would indicate that Earth was flat, stationary, and closed, and they use it against Christians. So, do you believe Earth's flat? Well, that's what your Bible says. So when all this other flat Earth information came out, all these atheists went, "Oh, it is flat," and they went back to the Bible and they started at page 1 and they went right through and they became Christians and they flooded the churches. The pastors at the time called it the flood, where lots of people coming into church and asking about the flat Earth. And so, yeah, I mean, when I became a flat earther, it was like there's all this evidence that Earth is flat, and then the Bible says it doesn't say it's a globe in space, that's for sure. It says that it's something else.
Yeah.
It's just us, and that was kind of the cherry on top. But no, I don't. Unless someone specifically says, well, the Bible says that Earth's a globe, then you'd sort of say, well, okay. But no, you generally wouldn't lead with any Bible stuff to prove Earth's flat. No way. It's just, for me, it's just cherry on top,
it does focus on a geocentric Earth, though, for sure. And that's incompatible with heliocentric lore.
Exactly.
Yeah, which Genesis 1 and 2, it's kind of all pretty much all in there, but the Bible doesn't really focus on the too much. It's all about stories and the moral stories and stuff, I guess. Yeah.
Why would they focus on something that's just completely ridiculous?
Well, and the reason why I was saying it's non sequitur is because you can go out there and you can investigate the earth on your own accord. You don't have to invoke the Bible in order to do that. This isn't about belief.
Exactly.
Exactly.
But no, I don't think the Bible is ridiculous. I think it describes Earth pretty accurately, you know.
Earth's flat because it presents itself that way. It's not flat because the Bible said so.
Exactly. And not even just that it presents itself that way, but, you know, that's the starting point that we all experience. And then when we go out and test it to reaffirm that, then it checks out.
Yep. I'm not against scripture either. I'm just pointing out that is not what we do here. We actually go out and test it. Don't have to take anybody's word for it. Don't have to read some book. You can go out there and investigate on your own accord. And that's actually what we expect people to do. Don't take our word for it. Go investigate yourself.
Yeah, it's different to Christianity and all that. I don't like mixing it together. I mean, I am a Christian, but it's not. I'm done debating Christianity kind of thing. I'd rather just debate the earth and stuff.
Yep.
We have to keep the Bible out of it here, unless someone barges in and starts, banging on about the Bible, this and the Bible that. Then you have to address it, right? But otherwise,
it's too easy for people to engage in theosophistry with the Bible, though. So you got to be careful.
It's bottomless pit, yeah, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah. I usually, if I know that the person I'm talking to in real life is Christian, and I want to discuss flat Earth, and he completely ignores the lack of curvature measurement, the lack of motion detected, and the fact that we live in a contained environment, then I address his belief in the Bible, and I'll say, well, what I'm trying to get you to understand is exactly what the Bible says, but in its own way. And then they'll try to make the Bible fit the thing that they believe, the global belief that they have, or they wrestle with it for a while and then they'll ask questions. And then, like the guy I work with that I've been having this conversation with for over a year, he's settled in the position of I can't know, so it doesn't matter to me. It doesn't affect my way of life. So I only poke him with a thorn every now and then. Don't have a real big conversation about it.
Yeah, I was in the Ask a Christian channel, and they're like, "Oh, you're a flat earther," and they started asking me questions, and I just went straight to measurements, stuff like that, not Genesis or. But later on, after they was rejecting the curvature and all that, I was kind of like, well, what about when the sun stopped? What about that? And then it was just like, oh, I give up.
An interesting point. So I looked at how much money NASA was making, or gets in, I guess, grants per year. It's 2024. I think it was 35 billion. Is that in the ballpark?
Yeah, probably.
So
like 80 million a day or something. Yeah, whatever it is, it doesn't really matter.
So that other guy who came in here was saying deport the immigrants or whatever, but immigrants make
no one said that.
Well, immigrants. So just the undocumented immigrants make per.
What's that got to do with NASA?
100 billion in taxes. They pay 100 billion in tax. So it's like far bigger than, like, he's concerned about, I think, the wrong thing.
Yeah, I think you completely missed the point, and you don't have any evidence that the Earth's a globe. Nice try, though.
And of course, you're not going to pay tax if you're illegal. You're not a citizen. You're not going to tax, dude.
They do. We have a tax report.
Well, who cares about, right? Yeah, that's not the topic. So yeah, who cares about that? Right? Where's the Earth curve at?
Yeah, but look how many people are calling for a flat tax.
So
Coincidence? I think not.
On the Earth curve, there's a guy who said, "Can you show a downward curving laser?" But so there's that image of the famous one where the power lines are going over the ocean, and then it starts. Some days you can go and it looks like it's curving. Some days it looks like it's not. Right?
Yes. Pontchartrain. Yeah, it's like sinking. It's a sinking effect. Same thing has been demonstrated over like a living room floor.
Yeah. So that other guy said, like, can you show me a laser that, bends downwards? Because he shows the one that points upwards. But wouldn't that image of the power lines pointing down or curving downwards kind of be that?
Yeah, I think you could get a laser to, deviate downwards if you had the right refractive index difference. But he's asking you to show him that, so I mean, you could just show him that, and then that would be over with.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then, so what I'm trying to gather is for the Eratosthenes experiments that happen every year with, like, they get school kids to do the experiment. He said there was a flat earther who live streamed it and got people to call in and show their results. I'm wondering what their, like, methodology was, because, for example, like, a simple error would be like doing it at 12 p.m. noon rather than solar noon, because those differ.
What would be it would just be assumption based, right? So we had allegedly Eratosthenes, who's never been proven to exist in the first place, has done this particular test, right? Let's just assume he did exist and he did that. It doesn't really prove anything at all. Either way, right? The Chinese did the same thing at the same, similar time period, and they came to the conclusion that the Earth was flat. So it depends on your assumptions that are made in the calculations that you're doing based off the shadow length. So it's really not something that proves anything either way. Right? Surely you get that. Right? It's dependent on assumptions, right? Like on whether the sun rays are coming in parallel, or they're diverging, or whether, you assume that the Earth's a sphere, or you assume it's a flat surface. You're doing your calculations based off those assumptions on both sides. So I've never heard any flat earthers saying that it proves a flat Earth, right? And
sure,
anyone
can we measure if their sun rays are coming in parallel, though?
Well, show me the measurement of that.
I don't know. I'm just saying, like...
Yeah, no, we can't
figure that out.
Sure. If you think that's been figured out, go ahead. I've never seen anyone validate that from the globe side at all.
So how do you take divergent sun rays and prove they're parallel?
I'm just saying, I'm just speculating. In theory, shouldn't that be something we could...
It should be super easy to validate, right? But yeah, no one's ever validated that.
Okay.
Because you experience in reality divergent sun rays. So if the sun's behind a cloud and sun rays come through, you actually see them form a triangle into the direction of the sun. Or, you know, if it's not a triangle, it makes a diagonal line in the direction of the sun. And when you look up at the sky, you know where the sun is because you see the rays of light coming through the clouds pointing towards the sun. And those are divergent, not parallel. It's about reality, not about the theoretical or hypothetical, right? Like, if you see it, how is it the opposite of that?
Do you mean like there's that GIF people sometimes post where there's a cloud and then the sun looks like it's like spreading out through the cloud?
Yeah, divergent light rays. How are divergent light rays parallel?
I think that's a separate phenomenon. There's a word for it.
It's like calling it a married bachelor.
Plus, like light rays are conceptual in nature anyway. So, if you're going to trace a concept, I'd love to see that.
So those are called God rays, right? Or crepuscular rays?
Yeah.
So the last time I kind of brought up, okay, well, I guess Aristophanes, he might have made some assumptions, like if the Earth does in fact have a radius and the light rays are coming in parallel, then the sun must have to be at least a certain distance from the Earth, like far enough away. So it's not like a local sun. Because if it was local, then you could get
it's not something that needs to be gone over very often, right? You could work out the circumference of your flat floor if you made the same assumptions as Eratosthenes allegedly made, if he existed at all, which he probably didn't. But do you understand what I'm saying, right? You could work out the circumference of your flat floor. See the problem?
Well, I would get I'm looking for the calculus for this, but I would assume that if you assumed there was a radius when there wasn't, it wouldn't be like.
So you could do the same thing, right? Say it's 8 meters. It's 8 meters away, right? So you've got 2 sticks in your room, right? You got a light on the ceiling. You got 1 stick under the light. You got 1 stick over on the side of the room, right? You measure the shadow angle, like the shadow on the second stick that's away from the light source, 7.2 degrees, right? And then you divide that by 360 degrees, right? You assume that you're standing on a sphere, okay? And you're going to work out the circumference. You're going to assume that those light rays are coming in from that light source on your ceiling parallel, and then you're going to work out the circumference of your flat floor. It's just silly.
Yeah, it's this image in side chat is kind of. I think this is what you're getting at, right?
Exactly what I said, right? You could do the exact same setup, or on a smaller scale, in your room, and if you make the same assumptions, you can work out the circumference of your flat floor. Which obviously there's no circumference, right? Because it's flat.
Right, but so like if you look at figure 2A here, that's kind of what you're saying. Like you could do this with the lamp in your room, right? Figure 2A. Okay.
Yeah.
I think the problem there would be, yes, you could measure the radius of your flat floor if you did this experiment on one area of your floor, but if you did and tried to repeat it on some other area of the floor, you'd get different radius of the Earth. Like, it wouldn't be a repeatable experiment.
Right.
How many times are you going to call this an experiment when it's not an experiment?
Well, it's a calculus of... it's an experiment when you, like, actually get to do it in reality, right?
Not really. Okay, so what's the observed phenomena, then?
The angle of the shadow of the stick.
Okay, now what's the angle?
Oh, sorry, you were cutting out.
What is the presumed cause of the shadow? Is an angle, is that a natural phenomenon? Okay. I mean, like, or is that a measurement of something?
So I don't think we have to assume there. I think Aristophanes did, by the way. Like, he assumed that there was a radius. But I think we could take a step back.
No, I didn't ask you that question. I didn't ask you that question. You said this was an experiment. I'm asking for the supposed, or, your presumed cause of an angle. Is an angle a natural phenomenon, or is that a geometric term?
I think it depends. I mean, it's a geometric phenomenon that we're going to map onto reality. That's the inference we're making is about reality, right?
So now we're going to jump from reality and then make an inference or create a term, and then you're going to go ahead and suppose there's a cause for an angle. What would be the cause of an angle?
Well, I don't know what you mean by cause there.
Well, you said the naturally occurring phenomena was an angle of a shadow. So what's the what would be the supposed cause? So we can run this through the scientific method, since this is going to be an experiment, you said.
I mean, do you want me to explain how you can calculate?
I want you to go ahead and give me your presumed cause. I want the hypothesis for an angle.
The reason he's going over it like this is because you said it was an experiment. He said it's not an experiment. You insisted it was. So now he's trying to get you to show him how it is an experiment.
Well, I mean, if he's assuming, like, what's the cause? Like,
he's asking you questions.
Like, if we do a health study, like, does eating meat cause heart disease? Like, yeah, then it's like, okay, you could do like a trial on that, right? But I guess we're talking about different terminology. Okay, well, if you don't want me to call it an experiment according to your terms, then I won't. I'm fine with that.
The best thing you could call this is a calculation or an observation at best. I observed that there's two different lengths of shadows in two different locations. That's all you can really do. You can't presuppose anything. You can't say, well, maybe the sun is far away, maybe it's close. You can't do any of that.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're also dealing with something that's just an apparent light in the sky, right? The sun does all sorts of crazy shit that doesn't make sense, right? Like, some people will view the sun out of an airplane and they'll see the sun embedded like a small disk inside the cloud deck below the airplane. Or all sorts of crazy things like that, right? Obviously, the sun isn't actually there where they're seeing it. But the sun is super trippy, right? There's like all sorts of inconsistencies when it comes to looking at the sun. It doesn't act like when you look at a physical object, right? Like, if you have a light on your ceiling, it's consistent. It doesn't all of a sudden appear somewhere else or do some crazy weird shit. Sunsets, everything, right? It's all really, really bizarre. Right, that's why I say, like, nobody knows what the sun is. Nobody knows how the sky works.
Well, I think, okay, like, let's suppose that the sun is reflecting some other phenomena. We actually just don't know. If we grant that the moon is reflecting this, I mean, the moon lights up on the side of that's always towards the sun. There's a perfect correlation there.
Not really. No, it's definitely not like that, though. There's like crazy inconsistencies when it comes to that as well. I don't know if anyone's got like an image of that. I've got one here somewhere. But the
Terminator problem, where the moon doesn't it's directly at being reflected from the sun. The angle's off.
You're completely off. Yeah.
Oh, can you show me? I'm curious about that.
Yeah, I'll try to find my image that I have here somewhere. I got too many images.
I think it's got a title as well, The Moon Terminator. I want to throw paradox on there, but I don't think that's the correct term. There is a term for it.
Here's one example of it in the side chat.
you looking for Selenelian?
Nah, like when you see the lit up part of the moon, and then you see the sun, it's like the angle doesn't line up with the section of the moon that's apparently lit by the sun. It's like completely off, like in the side chat there.
The lights in the sky do so many things that contradict the heliocentric idea. And they also have just strange behaviors on their own, that it would be intellectually irresponsible to make assumptions about them and then draw conclusions from those assumptions.
You know what? My favorite part of the conversations today was that one guy who said, "Oh, you guys don't have real jobs." And we asked him what his job was, and he's like, "I'm a student." That was awesome.
That's so funny, man. I missed that, but I walked in on the tail end of it. that guy was bricked. Absolutely.
He said real work is studying. That was so funny.
Should have told him to get back to work. What's up?
and stuff, and you can get it mastered. People do mastering, and you know, there's little independent masters everywhere. So yeah, it's a lot easier to get your stuff made sounding professional and get it out there and put a video behind it. And
a little too easy, some could argue.
Well, I got stuff in an app, and I mean, 20, 30 years ago, I'd have to have a synthesizer that probably weighed half a ton to do this stuff. Now you can do it on an app.
Yeah.
But I have a Keytar, which is a synthesizer, and it's a later model one, and it is light as a toy. It's like a plastic toy, but man, it's beefy. It's got some really, it's phenomenal. But yeah, 20, 30 years ago, it would weigh a ton to get that sort of sounds, you know.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But it's great. It's for performing live. It's really light. That's a Keytar, you know. It's really it's good buy. Because in 2020 you're allowed to get your super out, so I just got all my super out. I didn't have much, but just got it all out and put all this gear, you know, amp, Keytar, like got an MPC beatbox sort of thing. It was good. So I was keeping busy.
Welcome, Mohammed. Did you join the hot mic? What's the go?
Hello, how are you?
Good, brother. How are you?
I'm fine. I'm new to this platform and I need to improve in my English. So I don't know how to start and how to speak to people.
Yeah. Have a chat with Daz68. He's the resident English teacher of the community.
Okay, where he's now?
Really? Okay.
Hello?
Yo.
Yeah, my name is Muhammad. I'm from Somalia.
Hey, how are you, Mohammed? What do you want to know?
I'm fine. How are you?
Right, what's up? Did you have a question? Hey, he's left.
Consider it a blessing.
Hamid. I didn't actually want to be a teacher when I was in high school, and then there was like in the 90s, there was the big thing to go and teach English in Japan, but I just didn't have the qualifications. Unfortunately, I didn't get to college. But
you know,
that's what Jin does in Japan, teaches English.
Yeah, man. You can get those teaching jobs in Cambodia super easy. You don't need to have the degree or anything like that.
Really?
Oh yeah, man. I'm moving to Cambodia with my wife in like 4 months, but yeah, I did a bunch of research, and yeah, you can get teaching jobs like instantly. Like if you're like especially if you're from like the UK or Australia, America, Canada, right? One of those countries, you can just get a job instantly. Like even before you get there, you can have a job lined up. There's hundreds and hundreds of these, and yeah, you don't need the same qualification. You don't need any qualifications, right? You just need to be able to, you know, speak English and be white. But yeah, super easy in places like that. You know, there's not a lot of countries like that anymore. Most of the time, like in Thailand, you used to be able to just get a job if you had a TEFL certificate, but now you need to have like a bachelor's degree or something. You need to have a degree. It doesn't even matter what the degree's in. You just have to have a degree in something, and then you can get a teaching job. But Cambodia, you don't need that.
Yeah, I was. Vietnam looks so beautiful.
Yeah, Vietnam's one where you can get paid really good money in Vietnam for English teaching. You can just do it part-time and make enough money to survive and save money at the same time, just working part-time.
Quite modernized there. It's very
yeah, super cool place. Cheap food, nice people, very safe, very modern, and also very traditional at the same time.
Yeah. Yeah, I talked to chicks over there online, and they're really nice. They're very feminine, and it's very traditional. The music is very traditional too. Like they have modern music, and they've got a lot of traditional music, and then you can hear modern music with traditional twist in it.
They're playing. No, they're playing games in that channel. It's like two really triggered mods. Just keep moving people. Sooner or later, they'll get noticed what they're doing, playing around with mod terms for no reason.
Question is, are you falling backwards 1,600 kilometers per hour when you look at the sun? And it's just an illusion that the sun is actually moving?
No one said it's an illusion. It's not an illusion. It is what it is. I mean...
Well, in your paradigm, it's an illusion that the sun is moving because you are, with the whole ground beneath you, falling backwards 1,600 kilometers per hour. And the sun is standing still.
Let me just see if Benevolence knows.
Yeah.
So it's an illusion.
Again.
Do you know how they figured out, or who figured out, that the Earth is in motion? It's spinning?
Actually, I don't have any idea, but I can look that up for you.
We don't have to, because
that's not relevant though. Because what about the person
you could keep believing that it's still spinning though in your mind. You could believe that.
No, but what about the person? What about all the people that thought the Earth was flat to begin with? So
No, but like it's.
Do you know the first?
The Earth is spinning, and just you're good.
What?
Well, it is kind of relevant because it's your claim as to the cause of the sunset, which is what was being discussed.
Why does a specific person matter though?
Well, you need to have someone who's detected it. Otherwise, why are you believing it?
Who figured it out?
I don't know. Probably
like
just
I don't fucking know.
say it.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about it. Yeah, you don't know. You don't have to worry about it. It's okay. Just believe that it's spinning. That's all.
If I had to take a guess, probably I don't know. Like
you don't have to guess. Just believe.
All right, well then, all right, bro. If you want to do that, if you want to do that, then what about the people that thought who came up with the flat Earth theory then? Who came up with the flat Earth theory then?
I believe in the curvature.
You're ignoring my question.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I got caught up.
Who was the first person then to believe in the flat Earth theory?
The modern flat Earth, or just like all through all of time?
Just through all of time, because that's basically what you're asking.
Pretty old. It could be anyone with working eyeballs.
Yeah, what flat Earth theory are you talking about? There's a few of them.
All right, but that's okay. But you said anyone with
we're trying to figure
eyeballs.
out. Yes, we're trying to figure out what exactly you're asking. You're asking for something.
Yeah, but he already answered my question though. With anyone with working eyeballs.
Okay,
so,
yeah, you can directly.
So when we're talking about specificness, you shouldn't shit on me because I don't know exactly who it was.
What's with you and shitting on it? You gotta use a restroom or something?
I'm pretty sure that's like the first time I used that term.
No, you've been using it, taking a dump. I heard you say that earlier. Like,
no, I did.
Yeah, you did.
No, I didn't.
Yeah. Well, either way, right?
You look to the VOD. You did say that.
You've got a claim saying that you're observing a sunset because the ground is in motion. You don't experience or observe the ground to be in motion, so that's a positive claim that requires proving.
Why is that wrong? Why is that wrong?
Well, because there's no measurement, detection, or observation of it.
There's no measurement detection that proves that there is no measurement detection of what you're talking about.
That's not how it works. That's not how it works.
That's what you're saying. You're basically saying,
no. It's a positive claim because your base experience is that you don't experience the ground to be in motion. So to say it just seems still, but it's actually moving, that's a positive claim that requires proving.
Which you don't have. Because you're just a believer, my brother.
Cyclone, are you religious?
No, you are. He just proved that you are, man. I told you.
I'm not religious.
Yeah,
religion is not.
My brothers, I believe.
Well, you're religiously believing. Yeah, that's a religious
belief.
That's not religion. No evidence for it.
Yeah, it is.
Okay. What evidence is there then?
Evidence of what?
The Earth spinning.
The ground spinning.
The ground spinning? I don't fucking know. Go to NASA
and
ask.
I believe
that's the religious belief you have then.
Wow. No, because I'm not thinking, bro. I know exactly what you're doing, bro. You're gonna put all this on me, and then you're not gonna fucking explain yourself. I've asked you 10,000 times how does flat Earth work, and you have never explained it once.
What do you mean? How does it work? It's a silly question. Listen, you need to when you're thinking.
How does it work? Sorry. Where are your sources? Where is this? Where is that? Are you because you're going by the?
Or you're gonna go like
you're falling? No, bro, you're falling victim to exactly what you're blaming me on. So I don't understand what you're trying to do here.
Sorry, Jenna, you jumping in?
Hey, quick, Benevolence. Why are you being so emotional?
Bro, because first of all, I've been doing this for like how long has it been? Like fucking 4 hours. So
it's
I mean,
okay. So that's no reason.
All right, I don't know who the hell you are, but you
that's a good step.
Pipe down a little bit, thanks. But yeah,
my friend, if you're tired, take a step away from the microphone, collect yourself.
Go
right? What we're asking simply to consider, I'll withdraw after this point.
No.
All we're asking you to consider is your senses, your 5 senses, appeal to those, right? And then ask yourself things like, how can Star Trail photography wherein maybe you should take a step away from the microphone because you can't even contain yourself from snickering. However, considering Star Trail photography, right, that in fact shows that the ground in fact is still and the sky in fact is moving. Just something to consider. Thanks for listening.
Yeah, see, the thing too here is you're asking questions that you should have some sort of tool of discernment to figure out on your own.
There you go.
Okay.
You happy now?
Where?
DM. You happy? Oh, but let me guess. Oh, you're gonna do the exact same thing that I said you're gonna do. It's not real.
Well, you're reading my thoughts again.
Because that is.
You need to think about your
claims. Is it real? Is what I just showed you? Is it real?
Claims.
Or are you gonna submit to another agnostic viewpoint and just be like, oh, well, we can't really explain that?
You didn't message me, by the way.
I did. I DM'd you.
On. Oh yeah, you did.
So, and whatever you say will either just prove me right both ways. There's nothing you can say that can prove me wrong.
Is it something you have empirical evidence for, or is it just a cartoon?
I'll post it.
No, it's not a cartoon. It's actual evidence this time. It's real evidence.
Yeah, I'll post it in the text for everybody. For everybody. Here you go. This is what he sent me in the text.
Okay, so it's a general article. So have you got a specific piece of information in that article?
It is a specific piece of information. There is no way you can get more specific than that. And if I did get more specific than that, then you would say that I'm just getting it off of like some fucking Reddit post or some shit.
Could you verbalize the argument?
Verbalize the argument? I have been verbalizing the same argument for the past 4 hours.
Well, you just posted a link. What does the link say?
90 years of our changing views of Earth, NASA. The indirect evidence of Earth's spherical shape has existed for a long time, but the photographic proof was lacking until well into the 20th century. You can read more by clicking on the link. There's your evidence. You can analyze it yourself.
Have you analyzed it?
Yes, I have.
All right, what does the article say? Outside of the thumbnail, what does the article say?
Oh no, you tell me. You read it.
No.
So there's a cartoon.
Your evidence once again.
No, why do I have to read my evidence if I already know what it is? It is
thing like we did before, benevolence.
Okay, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm going to mute up and I'm going to spend the next hour reading up my evidence and then I'll come back.
Excellent.
No, but you're going to do the same thing. You're also going to read my evidence because you can't just not read my evidence.
All right, but you got to
when you've read it,
go away.
Yeah, when you've read it, you can present it.
Yeah,
for sure.
When you read it, you can present it.
Okay. Well, actually, is it even that long? Is it even going to be an hour long?
I don't know, but you better know what it says because.
What if I just read it? How about How about this? This is an easy way to shit the quiz. How about I just read it out to everybody?
No,
and
you're not just reading it out.
No.
Because that means you've just posted something. Because that means you've just posted something that you haven't even read.
No, but it's the same thing. It's evidence, though.
To show us that
I'm
you.
I'm gonna prove myself. No, because
listen, dude. We want to have a conversation with other people. We don't want to be talking for you reading this thing out. We want to talk with other people while you silently read.
But I am. This is about the conversation. This is about my evidence.
If you make an argument, and you present evidence, you have to understand that evidence enough to be able to explain it in your own words, talk specifically about it, which you cannot do because you haven't properly read it yet. So go and do that. And then when you've read it and understood it, you can come back and say, this is the bit that's important. Look at this.
Oh my God, it actually says it at the top. It's a 10-minute read. I'll be right
No.
There you go. 10 minutes.
He's a flash.
Good job.
Shit.
He actually went away.
Back when you're done.
He went away, dude. Oh, man.
That was actually pretty funny to listen to, I must say. Entertaining.
You know what's weird, though, is I'm going to leave him hanging because I got to get going. So I'm not going to hear the rest of the spiel. You lucky guys are. I think I had my...
Wow, already a curved shadow of the moon.
That's not 10 minutes. That's not 10 minutes.
Curved shadow on the moon. Did NASA see that? Fuck me. Don't need NASA to see curves on moons, dude.
Oh shit! I was having too much fun this morning. What the hell? I gotta get going.
Sounding rockets, spacecraft.
All right, peace, Miggy.
Later, dudes.
Bye, Miggy. Take care.
Yeah, you guys have a good day.
I was hoping he would just present a photo that he thought was real and then explain what exactly this does. Okay, so that if that photo means something, what exactly does it mean?
Well, I think that's what the article should be pushing him towards. So when he comes back, when he's read it, he should be saying, look, there's this image, and it says this about it, blah, blah, blah. Having a brief skim of it. And then I see it saying stuff like 21,000 feet, 76,000 feet, so that's not going to go well. Yeah, it's basically, I think, high altitude imagery is what it's getting at.
Bro, there's actually some good arguments. Oh my god.
Oh my god, he's found a good argument for the globe.
Oh my god, within his own evidence, he's just surprised that there's good arguments in it, demonstrating that he's never.
Where did he go? What the heck?
Definitely haven't read this before. That was a surprise.
Wait, now that I can do whatever I want. Okay.
Did it surprise you, your evidence that you read for the first time?
All right, can I actually start reading one?
No,
you can read inside your own head, but
I'm about to just provide like a tiny experiment.
Listen, friend.
Pay attention.
2 seconds. 2 seconds. So just to concede that this is the first time that you've read this piece of evidence.
But there's evidence that proves what I say, and I'm about to.
You can admit and clarify that this is the first time that you've read this piece of evidence.
Yeah, you're right. You're correct, and it goes along with literally everything I've been told before.
Now we can laugh at you some more.
Dude, you would do the exact same thing. Everyone does the exact same thing when they read evidence.
Right.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, but this is the first time you've read it, isn't it? The first time.
But this piece of evidence, yeah. So what? Dude, if you read
no idea what this said until you started reading it, but you gave it to us as evidence that you didn't fucking understand.
Bro, you're trying to, bro, you're trying to, no.
Yeah.
Bro, if you read your evidence about
go read your evidence. Go and read your evidence for the first time, and when you've read your evidence for the first time, you can message me in the chat room, and I'll unmute you after you've read your evidence for the first time. Child.
Damn, son. Okay, thank you. Now, can I please just present what I was going to say?
Wait a minute. Did you read the article, or were you just watching for your red button to disappear so you could start talking again?
No, I was typing, I literally typed, I read it, holy shit, in the chat, and then I was about to type something else, and then I saw that I was unmuted.
For the first time. Read it for the first time. Now you understand your own evidence.
Can I say something, Jedi, before we go on? You're saying all this about reading the first time. I want you to know that all the evidence you read about flat Earth is always going to be your first time, okay? So don't try to
don't poison the well. I'm sorry, right quick. Don't poison the well, right? Because the thing about it is, right when I unmuted earlier,
you're poisoning my well.
Allow me to finish, I'll tell you, my boy, simply that we here appeal to our senses in order for us to understand the place that we're living within. We don't have to read papers, which are two-dimensional objects, in order to understand where we live. We can appeal to our own senses. We don't have to appeal to any authorities to understand. Is that clear?
Reading papers isn't an appeal to an authority.
Okay, well then, all right.
This is so
defeats the whole purpose of this, and that now we're going back to perceivance again. That defeats the entire purpose of all of our theories.
The point doesn't really apply because we're not in here making arguments about things that we're just reading about for the first time. So
Cyclone, how did you come up with the thought of
irrelevant?
How did you? No, it's not irrelevant because you had to do it somehow. You didn't just, dude. You weren't born automatically knowing the Earth was flat. You obviously had to do something.
I mean, even that. I mean, they've done psychological studies showing that kids do intuitively understand that they're on a flat, motionless Earth. But regardless,
what are you talking about?
We're on your evidence.
Prove it. On your evidence. Oh, but guess what? That evidence is going to be the first time you ever read that. So I mean.
Okay, so you're not going to present the evidence that you just. You're not going to present the evidence that you just went away to read.
Are you not going to? Oh, so we're just going to skip yours? Okay, no, because I just asked you to provide.
We were waiting.
I have been wanting to provide my evidence, but you guys have been wanting to. You go for it. Provide evidence that shows that which doesn't make any sense at all. That somehow children have the knowledge that the Earth is flat. They may have the perceivance that the Earth is flat. That does not mean that they know that the Earth is flat.
Yeah, they experience it, so they know it. Until
everyone experiences that. I don't blame you.
Congratulations. Yes, they do. Everyone experiences a flat, motionless Earth.
I just said that. Are you listening to me?
I agree. I agree. So until you're told otherwise, that's what you know.
What? Yeah. There you go. But I'm just.
There you go.
But okay, but like you obviously have other people told you that the Earth is somewhat other. No. You've had other people present you with evidence that says otherwise. So what led you to lead back to that flat Earth evidence?
Because you can test the claimed curvature yourself. Very simply.
Isn't evidence, but
no curvature is evidence of no globe. Yes,
test that. Show me. I want to see it because I'm about to read you something that will prove that the Earth is a curvature. So I want to see your evidence.
Okay. Let's do this then. I'll do this as quickly as I can. So you've heard the claim that boats go over the horizon?
No, I want evidence. I want evidence. I don't want you telling me because every time I say something, someone shits on me.
Understand it. I'm not shitting on you, bro. Chill out. This is what we're taught. Yeah, boats go over the horizon. They go bottom up. That's how you know it's a curved ball. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Okay. Now that is a geometric quantity based on the size of this ball, your observer height.
Explain what you mean by geometric. Oh my God, I can't speak. Geometric quantity. Right. What do you mean by that?
So it's a calculable distance that curvature point should be away from you, based on the size of the ball that they say we're on, and based on your observer height. You could draw a tangent line to it. So I'm going to post a couple of things in the chat just to give you a visual of what I'm talking about. Right?
Okay.
Okay, so look in the chat. This is what they'll call the geometric horizon, right? This is what the boats and stuff are starting to sink behind, according to the globe model, right? So you've got your observer, and you draw a line from the observer's eye to the point of that curve that you can no longer see beyond. Yeah.
What about flat? I want flat Earth. I don't want to know what I already know. I already know.
I'm walking you down the line. Yeah. So you go onto Google, and
you don't need to hold my hand like I'm a baby. Okay?
This is just how you learn. Be a better student, Benevolence, right? You've come into a room with people who have studied something that you have not. So show some humility.
What if I have studied it? It just makes no sense to me. I'm trying to understand it because
how you act in a class. Yeah, I'm helping you understand it if you would listen and stop being an arrogant little shit.
Dude, bro. Fine, go. Fucking walk me down Google, 10 hours.
Go on to Google and type in distance to horizon calculator.
Dude, that's just gonna bro. What? I already know what I know. Can you tell me what you know, please?
To horizon calculator. Done that.
Do it for me.
And tell me kicked out the channel. Do you just want kicked?
What?
Is that what you want? You just want to get kicked out for being a little shit?
For what?
For being obstinate.
That's your opinion. You're believing that I'm being a little shit.
Very simple thing to do. You say you want to learn. I'm educating you.
And I'm providing you, and I'm letting you realize what I already know. So I'm asking you.
You don't know. Listen, bro, I've been listening. You don't know shit.
I want to know things that I don't know, and you haven't gotten there. You just told me what I've already known.
That's what I'm teaching you. Right? Okay, you already know. Tell me the distance to the horizon according to the globe model for a 6-foot observer.
For a 6-foot observer, I have no idea.
Yeah. Exactly. So start fucking listening and stop being a little arrogant shit. Go on Google, type in distance to horizon calculator. It's the last time I'm going to tell you.
Fine. Distance to horizon calculator.
Calculator. Right, now click on the calculator and put in your observer height. Say 6
Observer height, I am...
Or whatever your height is. Imagine you're standing at the beach. Above the water.
Yeah, I'm going to say 6 feet. Okay.
So 6 feet, right? So how far away does it say that horizon is?
Calculate distance. Distance to horizon is 3 miles away.
Right, so when you're standing at the beach, those boats have to start going over at maximum 3 miles.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, I'm going to post you an observation in the chat. This is off the coast of California, looking at some oil rigs that are a known distance away. This is an example. You can look into it. This is a still from a video. Do you see this image with the oil rigs?
Yeah.
Search
right, so the observer height in this
advanced
is 8 foot.
curvature calculator.
Advanced so the observer height here is 8 foot. Do you see that?
Correct.
And the geometric horizon distance is 3.4 miles, yeah, for an 8-foot observer.
Sorry, I muted. For an 8-foot?
Yeah, so the observer height in this example is 8 foot.
How does that make it? Hold on.
So put an 8 foot in your calculator.
Oh, it's 3.5. Yeah, 3.46 miles. Okay.
Yeah, like 3.5 mile horizon. Okay, so you see the distances of these oil rigs. The platform C is 6.08 miles. Platform habitat's 10.10 miles.
I don't want to sound like a dickhead here, but like how do we know that this is actually standing at 8 feet and exactly?
Yeah. Well, this is from the video. The guy's filming it. You can go and check it. But either way, I'm not telling you have to believe this, but this will explain to you the principles of how you can test this for yourself. Right?
Have you tested this yourself?
Yes, this is very easy to test.
All right, tell me how to test it.
That's 6 point. So you've got the distance markers, which are the oil rigs, 6.08 miles and 10.10 miles, right?
Mm-hmm.
And where do you see the horizon in the image? Is it in front of the rigs or beyond them?
Beyond.
Right. So the horizon is beyond 10.10 miles.
Okay.
So we observe the horizon beyond 10.10 miles, but according to the globe model, the maximum distance it can be is 3.5 miles.
Yeah, you're also using a camera or whatever. We don't even know what he's using, so that's irrelevant.
Yeah,
I would have to be there myself.
It's a Nikon P900.
Yeah, that's a pretty good camera.
Yeah, it is. Here, I'll show you the video as well.
Prove anything?
Why are you lying? I don't understand why you're lying.
Distance. Duncan.
How am I lying?
Duncan,
you just admitted that you're using a camera. So
Duncan, what are you doing right now?
Duncan's offering himself to be the next victim once Evelyn's gone through it.
The fuck is Duncan?
He's an upset Globie. So you see, it's 10.10 miles away with the horizon beyond it. Yeah.
All right, let's watch this.
Watch it.
Refraction demonstration.
All the Globies are up in his DMs.
Team Globe, somebody needs some help.
Mm-hmm. Put out the globe signal.
I was about to say, send up the globe signal.
I love how I was using Google Earth to prove this. That's crazy.
Oh, you're using Google.
So why is the horizon seen beyond the rigs again?
I don't know. Maybe ask your P900 camera that's actually like zoomed in like 12 times.
Yeah. So why would the horizon be beyond the rigs instead of in front of them like the globe model says?
The globe model never says it's going to be in front of them. What?
Yeah, you just took the calculator 3.5 miles.
Yeah, but again, you're using a camera.
So
what do you mean?
Actually think it's an argument? What do you think a camera does to the horizon?
Did you just say if I'm exiting the argument?
What are you talking about? You saying you're using a camera?
Oh, I thought you said I was exiting.
Non sequitur.
How is it not? Dude, our eyes aren't cameras. We can't like fucking see. Like.
Yeah, but the horizon is supposed to be geometric. Remember.
Mm-hmm.
So why would a camera change the location? It's the curve of your ball.
What do you think? Wait, hold on. When you argue against the curve of the curvature of the Earth, what do you think that would actually
You don't have any curvature of the Earth. If the curvature of the Earth was here, it would be in front of the rigs.
It would be in front of the rigs. Okay.
Yeah, your horizon would be in front of the rigs, wouldn't it? According to the calculator.
Okay.
So is the calculator wrong?
I mean, again, you're using a camera,
so you keep saying.
I know you're the one. You're the one who's defying reality by saying the Earth is flat. So
we're observing reality. We're observing reality. Are you saying that horizon is not reality? What is it?
Saying it's repeatedly repeat it on multiple days in multiple conditions. Take the same video in the winter, summer, fall, morning. And yeah, give us a larger sample size of struck religions from that. Okay.
So who's messaging you now?
Also, I can't help but point out much of the data that comes from Google Earth is also from NASA. So.
Right. So you can't rebut the horizon being beyond the rigs. So there you go. No curve. I know it's a lot to take in. But there you go. You wanted evidence. There you go.
All right. Can I give my evidence now?
My evidence.
Feel free. Remember now that we've got the claim of this. So when you show us a picture, and you say, "See, look, there's the curve," then we'll have to ask. Okay, so why, when we observe the oil rigs, is the curve not there?
What I would suggest reading some of the comments because there's a lot of refutation in your comments. So
yeah. There's a lot of coping going on. I know. Which one of them is explaining why the horizon is not where the globe model claims it should be?
Say that again. Sorry.
So which one of those comments is providing evidence that the curve that is not observed is still there and that it is obstructing the front of those rigs? So your argument is the horizon is in front of those rigs.
Literally all of them.
Okay, so what's their argument?
For example, this one, reassure me, does that alleged close sun still manage to disappear beyond the horizon of an alleged flat sea every day? Does it travel the sky in an arc of a circle at 15 degrees an hour as if we were slowly rotating them?
No, that's a question about the sun. That's not explaining why the horizon is beyond the rigs when it should be in front of them.
Okay, let me just find another one. This I think that was the first one. Like I said, repeatable.
I think you need to take your time. I think you need to take your time and think about it.
How about bro? How about you just read my argument, which you literally told me to read like 10,000 times now.
Okay, but then you said I don't want to read it now. You changed your mind.
No, I didn't. When did I say that?
You said, "Well, I don't want to. I want to hear your evidence now."
No, I didn't. I never said that.
I want to hear your evidence. Why do you think we're going through the black hole?
I wanted to hear your evidence before I gave mine. I never said I didn't want to read my evidence. Never said that. Run back.
Well, you're not reading it. You've already read it, so you need to explain it.
No, I haven't. Y'all were yelling at me. You're like, "Oh, read the whole article or read the whole."
You haven't read your evidence yet.
That's not what I fucking said. Oh my god.
That's what you just said. Have you read it or have you not?
See, this is the point,
bro. I'm gonna take 10 years of college. I'm gonna come an astronaut. Then I'm gonna go to your house and I'm gonna kidnap you in the middle of the night. And then I'm gonna shove you on a spaceship and throw you into space.
Benevolence. If you came anywhere near me, I'd break you in half.
Really? I'll just do it when you're sleeping. I'm not that dumb. So
your rookie error is giving people evidence that you don't even know that's evidence because you ain't read it yet. So
dude, I literally, bro, I'm literally about to give it. What?
I'm literally still reading.
Did you guys just not want me to show my evidence? Because I'll just not.
You just said you haven't fucking read it, you idiot.
I did. I have. What?
Okay, so what's
when
the
did
evidence?
I say that?
So what's the evidence that you've just read for the first time?
How to calculate the curvature of the Earth?
How to calculate?
It's in chat. It's in chat. It's in everything. And there's demonstrations about it and everything. There's also. Can I post this in the chat? No, I can't. I can't post pictures.
Calculate it.
You can DM it to me. I'll post it for you. The same as before.
How do you calculate?
And by the way, this is all from the same exact source, so I don't want to hear. Where the fuck did this come from, or something stupid like that.
I'm still asking. How do you calculate? Keyword: the radius of the Earth.
What?
How do you calculate? Keyword: the radius of the Earth.
How do you calculate keyword the what?
How do you calculate the radius of the Earth, dude? Your evidence. How do you calculate it?
I don't. They don't really say that because it's not.
Oh, okay. So it's not.
We're not talking about that.
For the first time.
Dude, it's not talking about the It's not talking about the size of the radius of our fucking planet, bro.
Benevolence, come on, DM me quick. I'm gonna take a break, so I'll post it for you.
What?
What does it say?
The picture you want me said.
Y'all gotta be looking.
Okay. No, I got it. Yeah.
Y'all have to be looking, bro.
No, you're right. My bad. All right, here comes.
And it says it's a diagram illustrating the curvature of the Earth as shown in the accompanying photograph. Read the original caption in May, and this was a long time ago, May 1931 issue of the National Geographic magazine. The diagram describes that Andes Mountains are visible below the expected horizon due to Earth's curvature.
Oh, so this seems.
And this is going from an aerial view as well at the same thing.
Well, see, a couple problems here. That's a cartoon diagram, but also if that curvature,
okay.
hold on, if that curvature was present, then the example I just showed you about the oil rigs, that horizon would be in front of the rigs, not behind them.
What?
Yeah,
How?
so
That doesn't even make sense.
horizon example debunks diagram because according to the curve calculator, which is based on the curvature that you're showing in this diagram, the horizon would be at 3.4 miles, which you agreed it's seen beyond 10.
How does this...
What?
How the fuck does this disprove? What?
The horizon.
How does what you're showing me disprove what I'm showing you?
Because you don't understand what's going on. In this claim that we can't see these mountains because the physical Earth curve is in the way according to the calculation of 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So in this demonstration, the horizon's physical obstruction that we are seeing beyond. Nice one.
There you go. The Earth is a curve. I don't know what to tell you.
Isn't physical demonstration with the observation.
I don't know what to tell you.
Where if you're not going to listen, then fuck you off.
Yeah, we've already told you.
The observation that was given to you by Cyclone the Black Swans demonstrating that the horizon is not physical, not at 1.225 times. You got to talk for me.
No, I wasn't even talking to you, but okay.
This open forum, I will talk to you. I'll demonstrate that your argument is showing a physical horizon that would be obstructing the view of the mountains. That horizon's at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, which Cyclone debunked with the observation called the Black Swan, showing you the horizon moves.
Yeah, the horizon's not the curve, bro. It's pretty simple.
Shame. Silence!
What is the height
Can
of
you
the plane
can you repeat that
diagram
again?
anyway?
I had to go do something. Sorry.
You had to go do something like look for another answer. That's called pandering. It's all good.
Actually, no. I had to go get. No.
So what is the problem, brother? Like, are you having trouble comprehending the fact that these things can be seen off in distances that shouldn't be, because they should be in fact blocked by the horizon, but they're not?
So how do you comprehend that? Because dude, if you're
you don't want to ask me about that, because I'm going to hold you on an entirely different argument. It's going to be fun to watch you just wiggle around like a little animal and try to escape. We're just holding.
I already said something about. I already said atmospheric refraction. I know.
Right. And refraction is literally just atmospheric lensing, which is the amount of humidity or precipitation that's available in the atmos that literally changes lenses what you see off in the distance, right?
I still don't see how what you're presenting me with proves that whatever you're trying to say. I don't see it.
How don't you understand it, right? I explain this to you. Hold on, I need to understand what.
How do I know that if I go there in person right now, if I go there in person, if I'll be able to see the oil rig or not? Because that's not demonstration.
It'll be dependent on the atmo conditions. How far you can see.
That's just an excuse.
No, I think what you're failing to understand.
If you're saying that's an excuse, if that's not an excuse, if that's how far you can see, then what about the camera? So explain me. Is that what I'm going to see if I go there?
Further. Camera can make you see a bit further.
Okay.
Conditions. But the point is, what you're not understanding is, do you remember the diagram that says the physical geometric horizon, and it shows the guy with a line drawn to the curve?
What? The one? Wait, sorry, say that again?
This image that I've just referenced in the chat.
Oh, shit. This one.
Yeah, the one with the line drawn to the curve of the ball. That's that's supposed to be your horizon, yes?
Yeah, but he's not using a camera, so I don't know what to tell you. This is about me as a person.
You think when he changes the optic, the size of that curve is going to change?
The size of that curve? I mean, you just said it yourself.
No,
what do you mean
the size of the curve will remain the same. The size of the Earth is not changing when you pick up a camera.
Yeah.
For fuck's sake. So whether you use a camera or your eyeballs, the horizon should be at 3.5 miles for an 8-foot observer.
How do you know this?
That's what the fucking globe model says.
What? Yeah, no, but like, have you done it yourself? Do you know this?
What did the curve calculator say?
It said 3.5 miles.
Why did it say that?
But this is about what you're seeing, bro. If I'm at a higher height, let's bump it up. Let's bump it up. If I'm at 20 feet,
yep,
I'm gonna be looking at 5.5 miles.
Yes.
Not impossible.
So you understand the distance that the horizon is supposed to be is dependent on your observer height above this assumed ball of a certain radius. You understand that, yes?
Yes.
So the horizon could not be 10 times that distance. The curve of a ball of a set size.
Dude,
well, it's not perfectly built, is it? That's the point. Earth's a fucking ellipsoid. It's not a cylinder.
Dude, you actually kind of had me, but like now I'm like you're just confused.
Now you just don't understand it. I know you're confused.
That's the shape of the Earth, bro. How are you gonna have a fucking? How are you gonna have a set horizon?
Shut up.
All right, I try to wait. What? Excuse me. What?
No, he's just spazzing out. Benevolence. What is confusing you? You have a geometric horizon that boats go over, which is supposed to be calculable based on your observer height.
Okay.
Right, but when we go and look, and we see it much further away, so not the curve of the ball of a radius 3959 miles. What is confusing you?
Because you're not listening to what I'm saying, though. What?
No, me not listening to you shouldn't confuse
hold on.
you. You should be thinking about what I said to you.
Wait, I'm about to send a picture. This is just like a normal photo. Hold on. Where's Crit again? Hold on.
Right here.
All right. And this is just going off of just like basic. Now this is kind of hard to tell because it's like really flat or whatever. Oh, not really flat. It's actually the exact opposite of flat, but
Bro, did you just put your hand in the cookie jar and not realize it?
Huh? No, I'm saying like the actual picture itself isn't like because there's a lot of like mountains and shit. I'm talking about like actual like technicality. That's what I'm saying. But like if you use a telescope, I can't really show what I'm saying. But if you use I guess you could a telescope or a camera, or whatever, you can still like a really powerful one. You could still see past the horizon in this photo. You would have to obviously you can't see past the mountains, no fucking shit, because the mountains are in the way. But that's literally just my point.
You don't have a point. So you're saying the horizon is going to change based on your optic, right?
Yeah, depending on how powerful.
So then the horizon is not determined by the curvature of a ball with a 3959 mile radius.
Yeah, with a fucking camera.
No, it can't be both. No, it can't be both. It can't be both. If you have a radius,
I never said it was
3959, and you have a physical horizon, at 3.5 miles. Zooming into it with a camera is not going to move that physical curve 10 miles away. Started.
What do you mean?
If there's a wall 3 miles away, and I zoom into that wall with a camera, it's going to suddenly move 10 miles away. What are you talking about? The camera is not supposed to be changing or increasing the maximum distance for the horizon on a ball, unless you're saying it's optical.
Okay, so if you're telling me that you can't see past, dude, then what the fuck are you trying to say? Because if you're telling me that's impossible, then
fucking hell, the horizon is beyond the geometric limit of your sphere. What do you not understand?
I mean, what the fuck does that mean?
Your horizon is max geometric 3.5 miles. Your horizon's 3.5 miles, yeah, max according to the calculator.
If you're right,
yes, just
either way,
miles. 3.5 miles.
Dude, if you're saying you can't fucking see past the horizon, that just means that there's a curve.
The horizon is supposed to be 3.5 miles for your observer height based on the ball. God, yes. Bro.
All right, bring up. Hit me with fucking 10 of these evidences because.
You can just sit on mute, little mouth. All right, we'll get Britash. He was spiraling out. Britash, you're posting some cartoons. You're posting some cartoons in the chat. Why don't you tell us about those?
My favorite.
I don't know. I think that last one perfectly illustrates your argument, bro.
So that's what you think you live on? That multicolored gobstopper? That's what you think you live on?
No, I think the last one's right, isn't it, bro?
So you don't believe in the cartoon multicolored gobstopper Earth that you posted, or is that what you believe?
I think that makes more sense than a disc, bro. You know.
Well, I didn't say a disc. Okay, so what's your evidence?
What's the shape then? What is it? Bro?
No. What's your evidence for this?
No, you didn't say it's a shape. You didn't say it's a shape, bro.
Yeah, I didn't claim a shape. You did. You said
what shape? Well, what are we living on then, bro? What is it?
Well, you said it's just multicolored.
If it's not 3-dimensional, what are we living on? 3-dimensional.
You said it's this multicolored gobstopper ball. So we're waiting for your evidence for that. What have you got?
I'll post a picture of it, bro. Let's post another one. Let's find another pic.
What's the claimed radius of this multicolored gobstopper ball you believe you live on?
Google it.
You don't know. How fast do you think it's spinning?
I think it's spinning pretty fast, bro.
How fast?
Depending on where you are.
How fast?
You know, if you're probably towards the equator, it's probably spinning a lot faster, bro.
What speed?
Oh look, I found it, bro. I found the real image, bro.
Yeah. Another waste Globey doesn't know his own belief. Sad. Anyone want to try with that retard?
Why do you keep muting these people? I really like how they're digging their own grave. Like, this is the best content. You know, that just exposes that.
This guy especially is very obnoxious. But okay, Clay, if you want, feel free.
I just think it shows how brainwashed these people are. Yeah.
Yeah, I like that. I like to see how the brainwashed expose themselves.
Okay, fair enough.
What happens is they get so upset.
Bro, we live on a pizza planet, bro, isn't it? That's right.
Ah, right. This is isn't this the misinformation you have been fed with by mixing heliocentrism with geocentrism and making like a disk float in space that doesn't exist? Is that what you buy in or is that what you believe when you hear flat Earth? A disk in space with water falling down? Really, dude?
No, that's right.
Bought into the whole.
We live in a halo ring, don't we, bro? We live in a halo ring. That's what it was. The Illuminati was signaling the truth to us in Halo, bro.
No, we live on a spinning, wobbling, tilted space ball flying from an ever-expanding void of darkness while hurtling around other planets, and that is ever-expanding, and it's a multiverse of globes. That's what we're living in. So if that's the truth, how about you prove that instead of posting your comics, man?
That's it. Let me just go and build a rocket real quick, bro, and then build a satellite.
Wow,
then,
you're really
and then I'll submit the evidence to run a Discord argument, bro.
You're really a bright one, right? Hiding behind this laugh of insecurity. Is that the only thing you can do? Laugh and spam post pictures of CGI Earths?
You've offered nothing, bro.
Yeah, we're just letting you embarrass yourself.
One second. The embarrassment of you posting comics is offering something in your mind? Is that offering something? Posting comics?
You've offered nothing, bro.
You're very, very. I don't know, man. You seem to be very confused.
No, I'm fine, bro. I'm chill.
Nah, you seem to be very confused. You keep posting comics and thinking that it's offering something sustainable.
Well, what have you offered, bro? You've offered nothing yourself, bro.
Hey, well, I already offered you to explain that we live on a ball.
I asked you to explain what you believe.
Sure. Can you explain how you know that you live on a ball? Can you explain that? So I can at least know that you're not brainwashed and believe in comics?
Comics, bro, innit?
Yeah, you have seen a ball on TV and now the Earth is a ball, right? That's at least that's what you're suggesting by whatever you're posting at the moment.
I found it. Like this explains everything.
You found the Earth to be a ball.
The two-dimensional plane, the spinning motion of the Earth. I found it. I found it, bro. That's the truth.
How did you found it?
There it is. It's right there, bro.
Yeah, how did you found it?
It's right there.
It's right there.
It's very embarrassing that you
see that, bro. Look at the pig.
Even make an argument for your own religion.
Exactly.
Bro,
very obnoxious, Britash.
You've offered
very obnoxious, Britash. Britash,
this is all the globe has.
To offer anything. We're just listening to you spiral and embarrass yourself like a child because you don't actually know why you think you live on a giant spinning space ball in a vacuum. You've just seen cartoons and you've been told stories as a child. And you went, Herpader, I live on a spinning ball. You guys must think they live on a flat piece of paper. Like a retard. Are you 13 years old? So either have an actual conversation, like you're not a retarded pussy, or you'll just stay on mute.
If the Earth is flat, bro, why don't you travel more, bro?
Oh, dude, your brain is so fried.
Expanse, bro.
Well, Britash, you never been outside, bro?
Is there a never-ending expanse that you can just explore, bro?
Bro, if the Earth is a ball...
You've never seen curvature of the Earth? You've never seen the Earth spin? Cartoons from the government?
Bro, if the Earth is a ball, bro... Like, if it's like a spinning, wobbling tilted space ball, bro, like you've seen on the Universal intros on the TV and the movies you watch, bro, in the cinema, bro. Can you prove that ball, that CGI ball you've seen, bro, to be real, bro? Can you do that, bro? You're just gonna keep on posting your comics, bro.
What have you got? You've got nothing to offer yourselves.
Dude.
All right.
So
you haven't offered anything.
You're just being a contrarian, bro. You're just arguing for the sake of arguing. And when someone asks you to stand shit,
no, you're just embarrassing
you
yourself.
Nothing.
No, you're just embarrassing yourself.
So Ash,
you've offered nothing, bro.
How can I offer you anything if I don't even know what you believe in, man, or what you think the earth is? You just keep on posting trash.
Okay, so Britash, do you have anything to post other than AI images? Do you have anything that you can come up with in your own mind that proves this globe?
I think from what we can observe, probably through microscopes, bro, unless everything is just a fucking hologram.
Microscope? Hold on. Wait, please. Give me a moment with this man. I need to know. So you're using a microscope to tell you what we live on?
Fucking telescope, whatever it is, but...
Okay, so what would you view with your telescope to tell you that we live on a ball?
Well, if you can see astral bodies within the solar system, and you can observe the face of the moon, for example, you could, depending on the fucking... depending on the rotation of the moon and stuff like that, you observe a different face of it every time, right?
Okay, so that's a fallacy because we actually only see one face of the moon facing us. I agree, it rotates, but it doesn't actually revolve, if you will. It turns much like a car on a wheel or a steering wheel. But we don't see multiple faces. It only has one face. So could you clarify your claim, please?
I'll send you the pic. Oh.
Pardon me?
I'll send you the pic now.
It's okay. I don't need to see your pic because I know for a fact that the moon turns like a wheel. It does not rotate. So your claim is a fallacy, unfortunately.
Turns like a wheel.
Yeah, like a car on a wheel, or a wheel on a car. Sorry.
But then if it turns like a wheel on a car, bro, what's the axis point? What's it fixed to? Because the wheels can only turn when they're fixed to an axis, bro.
No idea. What I can tell you
is
it
a giant clock?
Allow me to finish instead of funny muting. What we have viewed is that the moon turns like the wheel on a car. If I've said anything in error, please feel free to correct me.
So yeah.
So again, beyond your celestial observations with your telescope, is there anything else that you can point at that would actually show that the thing that we're standing on is actually a ball? Because the stuff in the sky does not equate to us being a ball too.
So hang on, you're saying that we just so happen to be the exception to the rule?
No, see, there is no rule.
Well, that's what you're arguing. You observe everything that can be observed by measure of the fact that we can't observe it from the same perspective. Therefore, we do not. The rule does not apply to us.
Okay,
that's what you're saying.
Tell me what this rule is first. Let's talk about this rule that you're claiming.
Being able to observe astral bodies and then being able to observe that the face of them changes as they rotate. Right?
Now, again, you've made a claim in this rule that you're inserting because you're talking about astral bodies. All we have proof of is that these things are lights in the sky. Right? We don't know that there's in fact land. We don't know, and listen to me carefully when I say this. We have no proof that there's in fact land in the sky.
So
So you only have fake images then, eh?
Well, what makes them?
Because you're quick with your flat Earth stuff, but you have no real stuff to show, which is rather unfortunate.
Well, what's the alternative? That's the point.
The alternative is we take our fallback position, which is what we can observe with our own eyes. And if you want, you can bring your telescope into it, right? But what the viewing devices that we have, the different apertures that we can use to view the horizon and things of that nature, tells us that all these things that we view, including the sun, the moon, and boats going over the quote-unquote horizon, all seem to disappear beyond our naked eye. But when we get things like the telescope you're referring to, we seem to be able to bring them back into view again, which means that there's a plane that we're working with, which means that we can't see far enough to see those things. But when we change the aperture length, we can see them again. So where's your globe?
Well, the point is that if there's a fucking plane, bro, then it has to have a limit, unless you're talking about some never-ending expanse, which somehow hasn't been mapped out.
You want a limit to make
that's what you're saying.
My observation true. My observation shows me enough to tell me that it's a plane that I can't claim an end to. That's what my observation tells me. Now, where have I erred?
Well, how can you demonstrate there isn't an end? Because by doing so, you
I don't have to demonstrate anything.
Well, you would.
No,
to claim that it's a plane without end, you'd have to demonstrate that there is some territory that has not been explored, but which can be observed.
No, I don't. Here's the joke, because the thing about it is, again, using different apertures, again, whether it be a camera, telescope, naked eye, so on and so forth, you can change the length of what you can see to, therefore change the horizon distance.
That's like sticking your arm inside of a box and then claiming I can't see my hand, therefore there is no end to my arm. My arm must just
when I'm standing at my standard 6 foot high level, which tells me it's a 3 mile focal length to...
You know what it is? It's fucking object permanence, bro. That's literally just the inverse of object permanence. If you can't see something, then obviously it doesn't exist.
And you get...
You believe that because you can't see something, it must continue to exist. That's literally all it is. You're just perpetuating the idea of the object permanence, but the inverse of that. Because you can't see something or observe something, it must continue to exist in perpetuity.
Maybe say it 34 more times, Brett asked.
Well, that's what it is. That's what you're espousing, bro. Literally.
I don't know why we're on this tangent, bro.
It's not a tangent. That is literally what you just described.
The globe. Do you not have any evidence?
You can't see the end of the horizon. It must stretch on indefinitely. That's what you said.
So do you or do you not have any evidence that the Earth is a spinning ball in a vacuum?
Oh no, because I haven't got my own privately funded space program.
So
if I did, the first place I would post it would be Discord, because this is where it matters most, right?
So you just believe something that you have no evidence for, and you're trying to make fun of other people.
I think it's the most logically sound argument, because whenever people come to spaces like this and they ask you to provide your proof, you have nothing. You just want to be contrarian.
So your evidence is nothing.
No, it's not. People came here and asked you. People coming here to ask, talk to
you. Calm down.
No, you literally do. You go on the offensive. You offer nothing to substantiate your positions.
So we are your evidence. So your evidence for the globe is the 24/7 flat.
No. We are asking you for evidence to support your positions, but you have none. Therefore, you always go on the offensive.
You've got the positive claim.
Yeah, and we were asking you to substantiate your positions.
You don't experience curve. You don't experience motion. So how do you prove these things?
Don't experience motion, bro. When you're standing, do you need that? Some of them fucking explain to you how fucking gravity works, right?
Oh, like everyone, bro, enlighten us with your knowledge.
So gravity doesn't exist now either, does it?
Is that what? Well, is gravity the reason that you don't experience any motion of the Earth?
Well, no, because when you're standing on the surface of the Earth, bro, like when it's spinning in motion, if you're close to the body, then you're not going to be able to experience the gravitational pull of it, which would be how you would then perceive the spinning motion.
Yeah, the spinning motion, that's what we're asking.
Because by being within its gravitational field, you're then within it, you're then subject
we don't need
to
the
force of which it exerts upon yourself, and you would then be moving at the same speed in relation to the body with which you find yourself within the gravitational field.
We're asking for the evidence of the spinning motion you claimed, not an excuse as to why we don't feel it.
No, you literally just asked, why don't we feel it then?
No, I said, what's your evidence for that spinning motion?
No, you asked me, literally said, why don't you feel the spinning motion?
You said you didn't perceive it.
No, I said, why do you believe it, since you don't experience it? So what's your evidence for it? Other than, I don't experience it, which isn't very good evidence, by the way.
No, well, you would experience it if you were further away from the Earth. In fact, you could probably
observe it. So what's your actual evidence? Or did you go away from the Earth and see it spinning? Is that what you're saying?
Well, let me ask you this. When you're sitting in the car traveling at 70 miles an hour, do you feel yourself traveling at 70 miles an hour?
False equivalence. No? You know the car is moving.
How do you know it's moving?
If you were sat on the roof.
If you were blind, deaf, and dumb, how would you know that you're traveling at 70 miles an hour in a moving car?
If you're sat on the roof.
That's not a false equivalence.
Yeah, you'd be outside the car. You wouldn't be inside unless you're inside the Earth, are you?
Yeah, it is a false equivalence because you know the car is moving.
How would you know it's moving? If you're blind, deaf, and dumb,
you just brought it up that it was moving.
Okay.
In your example, the car.
But how would you know if you have no way of being able to perceive it, physical touch,
your evidence
by sight, by sound, or smell? How would you be able to know that you're in motion?
So your evidence for the globe spinning is to imagine yourself in a car.
Oh no, it's a perfect example. You asked, how would you know that you're
So what's your evidence that the ground is spinning? What's your actual evidence for the ground spinning? Because imagining we're in a car isn't evidence that the ground is spinning.
Well, no, the ground isn't spinning. That's the point.
Right. So the
standing on the plane, like by standing on something, bro. Like if that thing is in motion, you are then subjected to the same motion and well, not spinning in relation to what? The ground doesn't shift beneath your feet, does it? You're not a stationary object, are you? If you're standing on the earth, bro, then you're not going to be spinning, are you?
If the earth is spinning, then the ground is spinning.
Well, how would you perceive it to be spinning?
Well, you don't.
You wouldn't observe the earth shifting beneath your feet, would you? Because you're standing.
That's why we're asking what your evidence is, because you don't experience it spinning or moving.
Because when all things are in motion, because the gravity of the earth is
an excuse. That's a story.
It's not.
Excuse. That's a story. You're just saying. I'm saying, what's your evidence that it's moving? You're saying it's moving, but we don't feel it. That's not evidence. That's a claim.
And I made the same argument. I've made the same argument about you could be sat in a car in motion, you wouldn't be able to observe it.
Right. Okay. So your evidence
every
is
single star in the sky moves around exactly how it would if the Earth was spinning. Like it's perfect for a spinning Earth.
Okay. Britash, you can sit on. Britash, put yourself on mute because there's Lobby here who actually somewhat understands his own religion. So we'll speak to him.
No, you asked me, bro. I gave you a perfect example.
Didn't give us any evidence. You
asked me to demonstrate how something can be in motion and not be able to observe or know it.
You were asked for evidence that the ground is in motion, you liar.
No, you didn't. You asked me how could you be moving and not feel it.
Listen, let's try it one more time.
Let's be in a moving vehicle and not know it, bro.
Let's see if you can answer honestly. We'll give you one more chance. What is the direct evidence that the ground, the earth, is spinning as you just claimed? Who's measured this, detected it? Go.
You wouldn't be able to observe it from standing on it, bro.
Okay, so no one has. Very good. Gray, you're up.
You can observe it from watching everything else around you in the sky move at the exact same way you would expect it to if the Earth was spinning. Star constellations, the sun.
So we see the stars and sun and moon move. Right?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
so then
if it were spinning, all of those are spinning around us. And
right, but you only have the observation that they're moving. So you're claiming the ground is moving. We're going to need your evidence for that. We agree the stars are moving, but you're saying that it's the ground moving. So that's what you need to prove.
Well, no, I said it's either or, but one's far more likely, right? I mean, it's every single planetary body happen to revolve around Earth.
We're not talking about what's more likely.
To have spin on it.
We're talking about what evidence there is, who's measured that the ground is the thing moving, since that's what you're claiming.
If we go into who's measured it, you're just going to say that you don't trust the bodies that measured it, right? So, like when NASA
who would that be? Who measured it?
Any space agency, any sort of satellite position agency that have
they would have had to have done they would have had to have done this before going into space. So who did that?
Well, now I've just give you evidence, and now you've just said, oh, well, they have to do this before.
You can't go into space without knowing the size and the rotation of the ball that you're taking off from to do your orbits and everything. So are you saying they didn't know until they did that?
So the other way you would do it is off all of the things around you, like I just said, that you've gone back to, you've asked for evidence, then you didn't accept the evidence.
You've just given us the observation that the sun, moon, and stars are moving. Yeah, we observe them moving, but you're claiming the ground is moving.
Well, no, but from how the sun, Earth, and so the sun and stars are moving.
So it's just
you could infer the rotation of the Earth. So
it's just an assumption based on seeing the lights in the sky move.
Is there any moderators in here?
There is. Yeah.
Can I be moved to the conspiracy VC? There's 4 people that are deafened. Can you move one of them out and move me in?
We can't move you. You have to get in touch with a server mod.
How do I do that?
I mean, this guy's posing as a bot. I think you should probably just mute him.
No, I'm literally just put this because I get hate for my fame on the internet.
Yeah, you're just posing as a bot, man. It's But
so we see the luminaries moving. So that's evidence that the luminaries are moving. But you're claiming the ground is moving.
No, you've just made a jump there You said that all those moving around are evidence that they are moving, not evidence that we are moving.
Yeah, the observation of the sun moving, the observation directly of the sun moving, for example, is evidence that the sun is moving. But you're saying, no, what it actually is that the ground is moving, giving us the appearance of the luminaries moving. So that's a positive claim that you require to prove.
You made a few jumps there that aren't correct. The sun is moving. We are also moving. But I didn't say that it's definite evidence. I get that everything...
Prove that you're moving.
Well, again, so it goes back to the evidence that I give you to all these agencies and different governments and scientific...
Right, but you can't verify any of those claims. Is that so? So your evidence is something that you can't verify.
What do I have to do here? What's the burden of truth? Do I personally have to go into space?
What can we do as members of the public to verify that this spinning ball in a vacuum story is true? And if your answer is watch the TV when the government tell us they're going to this place that we can't go, that's not good evidence.
I mean, so obviously it's very convenient then you've just sort of eliminated all of these other institutions that provide the evidence and stuff like that. That's fine. I mean, we know that that's how it's going to go. So how would we do it ourselves? It's like I said, there's all these planetary bodies around us that you can measure the movement of us relative to them and then model the different ways that would make sense, right? So it makes sense if we are spinning and going around the sun. So there's your answer.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's the difference between knowing and believing. Oh, you don't know that the earth is spinning, but you believe what they told you.
I mean, again, it's not just what they tell me. Like, I can see that the sun rises and sets in different directions, very regularly. I can see the star constellations revolve and change on time of year exactly. Like, there's this model that's given, right? And it works flawlessly to all of these observations that I have.
You see the sun setting and rising. You see the stars revolving. That's what you said, and that's the correct thing. You see them, but you believe that you are moving. Not them, not the sun setting and rising. No.
Yeah, but then you're sort of getting down to like definition of truth and really wishy-washy philosophy and stuff of the difference between knowing and believing. Like, I do know.
Turning. You believe that you are spinning, not the sun setting and rising, but you are the one spinning and the sun is there, not moving.
Again, me as a person, and this is what British was trying to say there, I'm not spinning. All right, I'm on something that is spinning. There's a very, very big difference between the two things.
Yeah. I know that you are on the ground. The ground that you are standing on is the one spinning, and the sun is not moving. But the correct answer would be that you know and you see the sun setting and rising, the sun moving above you. And you believe what you were told, that the ground where you are standing on is the one who's moving.
Well, I mean, I went back to that earlier where I said there's two possible things you could assume from this, right? It's that we are spinning, or it's that everything else that you see in the universe is spinning around us. Which of those two feel more likely? Like when you go and eat a meal at a nice fancy rotating restaurant on the top of a tower, I don't think that the world is spinning around me. I think the rotating restaurant is spinning. It's just far more likely, that everything happens, that we are rotating rather than everything happens to rotate around us. That is.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, exactly. And if I want to go to say that the ground where I stand is the one moving, I have just to prove that. Not believe it. I don't believe.
But the thing is, I'd give evidence of proof, but the thing you would have to accept is only something you could like go out and prove yourself. You're willing to just eliminate any sort of institutes and stuff like this, any government body, any scientific study, anything, all of the technology that works that's dependent on this, like the thing that tells you on your phone where you are located and everything like this, all this stuff that works on this model. You're the one who has to say all of this is incorrect. And not only is all of it incorrect, but there's just like no whistleblowers to all this being like, 99% of people are okay with this. But the amount of people that would have to know that this is all false would be massive, because the amount of industries and governments and everything like that it would be affected. All of the guards sitting on the ice wall, all these people that would know that this is a lie, they're all very, very quiet. Because they
don't know. They're just equally. They just believe it like you do.
But again, you could probably say that for the ice wall guard. But again, they're like, okay, but they would know there's an ice wall there, and that's something that's not been spoken about.
Don't be talking about an ice wall guard. We're not talking about that.
Right. Okay, but all the other companies and all the governments, and these are opposing governments as well. They really don't like each other.
I understand the incredulity argument, but it doesn't change the fact that there's no curvature and no motion, and you can't have gas pressure next to a vacuum.
So for you, it doesn't matter. I mean, you can, because you have gravity posing it, and then you're going to get into.
No. You got a story. No evidence. No evidence. Okay, show us a demonstration of gas pressure being maintained next to a vacuum due to gravity. Thank you.
The Earth and Venus.
Okay, so you beg the question.
Jupiter.
You beg the question. You beg the question.
I've just named three.
No,
two others.
Which you don't actually know that's what's occurring there. You're just making that assumption.
But you don't know that it is. Like, none of us can personally test this stuff. I can't go up to the atmosphere.
We can test gas pressure. Gas pressure always needs a container in reality.
So you can create a small little not to scale vacuum and be like, oh, look, gas moves into that vacuum. And you think that is a fair and scientific test? But that's such a bad understanding of science.
Reality where your science occurs in your imagination, does it?
Yes, because you see the Earth, this big thing we're on, is bigger than this little vacuum chamber that you might have in your garage, all right?
Imagination. You can't demonstrate it. You can only imagine it, correct?
You're just not listening to what I'm saying.
I am. You just said
you have to imagine and Google.
You'd say we can't demonstrate it. It has to be on this scale of Earth, which you cannot demonstrate. So you just mindlessly claim and use the word science for some reason.
No, it is mindless, because you've already pushed aside all these other sources that I've given you. It only comes down to this when you say you have to personally test it yourself. No, but you put, like I said, like government, scientific institutes, companies, universities, all these things have to be wrong on everything, right?
None of them have demonstrated.
I mean, companies are the ones sending satellites into space. So yes, a lot of these companies, any company that has a satellite, which is many companies, would have to know, right?
You can put technology.
They can't prove that gravity can hold gas. They can't create a low pressure environment, so a near perfect vacuum, and let it sit there. And if they come back and they will see that the gravity that just attracted all those left molecules inside that vacuum chamber to the floor of that vacuum chamber, and it left just a perfect vacuum in the rest of that volume. But you will never see that, because gravity never attracts gas. It never attracts gas.
No, again, so we're talking about a scaling issue here, and I know you're going to say, well, that's just convenient, right?
Yeah, the scale.
It's convenient.
We get it.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, the scale.
But it doesn't change. But you just saying it's convenient isn't an argument against actually changing the issue.
No, but you said it was convenient. It occurred because you can imagine it is not evidence. Obviously, So it's very childish. And yes, you will notice that when it comes through this discussion, you're going to revert to saying, oh, it's a scale thing. We can't demonstrate it, but it's true. Trust me, bro. For everything, basically. That's what you should notice.
Well, no, because I'm going back to the same point where I'm pointing to all these other things that work regarding
TV. Yeah, I saw these images and videos that the government showed me. Therefore, it's true.
Like, okay, so gravity. You went back earlier to gravity's not a thing, right? Is that, am I wrong there? I had some reaction when I mentioned gravity, because obviously this is part of the model. This all goes into the evidence, and I'm just interested to know what the alternatives.
Okay, well, you can define gravity if you want, then someone, if they want to, can pick it up. Which means non-secular to me.
So gravity is presents itself as a force in relative terms. It's bending of space-time, but for practical measurements, it's effectively a force that you can measure between two masses.
Both sides of the mouth. How convenient.
Again, it's super convenient, right?
Well, it can't be a force. Argument. It's the bending and warping.
You're talking about both sides of your mouth.
It can't be a force if it's the consequence of the bending and warping of space-time. You're going to have to pick one.
No, I said it presents itself as a force.
So it's not a force.
It is a bending of space-time, but it presents itself as a force. So it can be measured. It can be measured as a force on,
but it's not a force.
Most applicable circumstances, and then when you get down to a really sort of macroscopic level of quantum physics, then it seems to be bending of space-time.
So it's not a force.
I gave you my answer. I want to really try and simplify.
Yeah, you said it's like a force. You can measure it as a force, but it's not a force because it's the bending and warping of space-time, the uneven distribution of mass caused by that. So if you say it's a force, you're like 100 years out of date. Basically, all you're talking about is
I know this is your go-to, but I didn't say that.
Yeah, so you drop something, you drop a rock, and that's evidence that the Earth is a giant spinning ball.
Yeah, when companies use gravity, how are they using it? As a force or as a concept?
Right, I'm going to address. There's 2 points there. So first, I've heard you say this like 3 times since I've been here. Oh, you have that. You relate that to the bigger thing, like, oh, this is your evidence for it. Everything that we're saying here is the evidence. Like I said, the evidence is the model, and everything works within that model.
That's not evidence. Stories and images and claims without evidence are not evidence for the globe. They're claims. We're still waiting for a single piece of verifiable empirical evidence for this spinning water ball from you. You haven't provided anything.
But so you want me to go out and personally measure something and like a trained scientist who does this for a job and is educated on it?
Okay, which scientist measured the curvature or the motion?
Oh God, yeah, I've got to know the name, right? Or it didn't happen. Like I said, the whole of science works on this model.
Until you can present something, it didn't happen.
And just to go back to me measuring something personally,
really vague on the details of something you're appealing to.
I'm trying to talk and tell you here, but anyway, I can go. I live on the coast, and there is a wind farm there. And when you look at the further wind turbines, they definitely go in a downwards direction. That is observed evidence of a curvature.
What's your observer height?
My observer height, 5'8", 9". Not tall.
Okay, how far can you see?
I don't know the exact distance to these wind turbines, but I can see that
then you
from
don't
one
know
wind
what
turbine to the next, to the next, to the next, goes down and down. I mean, you asked for curvature here, like that is evidence of curvature.
Yeah, well, you would need to know the number. You would need to know the distances. You would need to know the distance
flat
to say that's curvature.
Because if the Earth was flat, I would be able to see all of these going out and out and out and out further. Again, and then anything in the distance.
No.
I mean, that's how
you've not really
things
looked
work,
into
right?
perspective. You've not really looked into perspective, and you've not really looked into the actual curvature claim.
Well, you say perspective, and like it minimizes all the time. Yeah. I can see the moon, and I can see things in space that are really, really far. So, I can still see things at a massive distance.
You don't know how far these things are, for starters. You don't know what medium they're in. Also, you just have stories that you've been told. Listen, we were all told them as well. You just haven't realized, you just haven't questioned any of them yet. You just accepted them all. right?
I accept some things. I question some things. You can't.
All right, what part of the globe model have you questioned?
No, I said that I accept something. I question something in general to everything I'm told. I don't question.
Have you ever questioned the globe model?
Seriously, no, not really. Like I'm obviously aware of some of your arguments, so it's not like I haven't looked into things, but I'm only to.
Well, you haven't looked into who's measured the curve, apparently.
No, I mean, why would what individual has done it really bother me?
Well, because no one has ever measured the curve, because there is no curve, and if you want to rebuttal that, you're going to have to say, no, look, this guy measured it doing this, which apparently you can't do.
Well, like Joe Bloggs measured it in 1962 with a massive tape measure. Like it's just
was that who did it? Was that who did it?
Everything else? No, I don't think Joe Bloggs existed. By the way, everything else relies on this.
Hold on. Do you think anyone's ever measured it? Do you think anyone ever has?
Yeah, like absolutely. In terms of
course,
you guys have gone out there and just like done some shit science.
Shit science. Okay,
I mean,
so someone's
we talked earlier about you measuring a vacuum without the scale of the Earth.
Calm down. So you said, yeah, of course, someone's definitely measured it. Well, it should be pretty easy for you to find that measurement then and show it to us.
No, I was talking about like you guys who've gone out and just been like, "Oh, look, I'm on a hill and I can see another hill."
So are you changing your answer? Are you saying that no one has measured the curvature?
No, I've just said that like you guys, as in people who believe your things.
No, not talking about you guys. Has anyone ever measured curvature?
I never claimed it had to be us guys. I said someone.
Okay, that's why I'm asking you. Do you think anyone ever has?
I think that like in old times people attempted to do it through the things in space. I don't think they actually attempted to measure it through observations and stuff.
So no one's ever measured the curve then. So they've never measured curve then.
But again, we've gone into space and we can observe the Earth.
Well, you would have really needed the curve to know how to get into space. So you'd have had to measure that first.
You can measure that from planetary bodies around us.
Planetary bodies? No, the curve is under your feet, not above your head, my friend. The curve is supposed to be under your feet. Why would you be... This is like saying, I need to measure my bedroom floor. I'm going to start looking at the lights in my ceiling.
Yeah, completely.
You think that's logical in globe world? Is that how logic works?
I think that if we're in a solar system with many other circular things rotating around something, it's not crazy.
You think if you're in that cartoon that you were shown as a child, if you're in that cartoon that you were shown in textbooks and in CGI on TV, if you are there, which you have no idea that you are, then you can just believe all these other stories. That's not evidence. So no one has ever measured the curvature. That's something that you don't know because you've never challenged this claim. But we know it because we've looked into this for years.
Your little friends that you probably follow have gone out and done it. So people.
No, they're not measuring curvature. That's why
they're measuring. Oh no, but if you measure curvature and you apparently
no, but there is no curvature. That's the whole point. That's the point. There is no curvature when you try to measure it.
Yeah, I'm sure, right? When you guys do it.
Yeah. Which is why when we ask you who's measured it, you can't provide a single person.
It's a really silly argument to think like I know the person
it's a really silly argument that you cannot have a ball without curvature.
No, because I've given you all these other institutes who would be aware of this.
No, you haven't given us a single person. You've told us that you believe stories you've heard about people who've gone to a vacuum beyond the sky. That's not measurement of curvature. That's evidence of your gullibility alone.
But then if you've measured people who've gone out and claimed the Earth is flat, isn't that the exact same gullibility?
No, we're not measuring
how are the two things different?
How are the two things different?
I claim I know someone. No. Wait. I claim I believe in someone. I believe in someone who's gone out into space and done all this. You claim you believe in someone who's gone out and measured the thing as flat, and that you're claiming that I'm ridiculous.
That was me and Cyclone. You can do this yourself. If you're going to appeal to stories from the sky, you're going to believe anecdotal stories from an authority that you cannot verify for yourself. As you're down here on the Earth, you can observe and measure the surface of the Earth yourself, like I have, Cyclone has, and all of these flat earthers. So we can do it ourselves.
Like I said earlier, through observation myself of living on a coast, having a wind farm there, being able to see curvature. But then you just say, well, that's perspective, right? But that doesn't make sense to me.
You didn't know any of the numbers. You didn't know any of the numbers, so you don't know that what you're seeing was curvature.
Yeah, how far away should the horizon be for a 6-foot observer, according to the globe Earth model? Do you even know?
I'm expected to just know the maths. Is that something?
Well, then how can you make an observation and say, well, I see curvature because of wind farms, when you don't even know the mathematics involved? That's not a true test.
Because they disappear from the bottom and they get lower and lower. It's exactly what you'd expect. It's like I said, it's observation.
I can make things disappear bottom up on a known flat surface.
So they're getting built smaller and less from the bottom. Like that's how.
Are you not listening to what I said?
Are you listening to what I'm saying?
Yes. You can make things disappear from the bottom up on the known flat surface if your observation angle is very shallow.
Okay, I've stood on a building and seen the same thing. It's Liverpool. There are tall buildings.
What are you even talking about? Are you going to address the claim?
How low does the observation angle have to be? Like you know, like I said, I've stood up on buildings where it's much higher. You can say the same thing. I've climbed a hill in Chester where you can see the coast from there, and you can see the same thing. It's just observational. I've done it from different altitudes. I don't know what the problem is there.
Yeah, you didn't like the word perspective, but I'm going to give it to you. It's angular resolution. So you can put, for example, a camera on the floor, and you can move away from that camera on a corridor, like walk away. And as you walk away from the observation of the camera, your feet start to disappear, then your shins, then your knees. It's perspective, my friend. No more, no less.
I'm trying to get my head around that. So you think you have all right? So let's say you have a big room. We'll say it's perfectly level for argument's sake, and you put a camera on one side, and then you start to walk away. Like you think your feet completely disappear at a much faster at a much faster rate than everything else above you. So as you go further and further back on this theoretically massive room, you know, eventually you just see your head. Is that what happens?
Yeah, pretty much.
You see, that just doesn't make sense.
I know, because you're not listening.
Hold on, friend. Hold on. Before you go on, the loss of angle, available angle data when it comes to resolving power of an optic is not linear. It's hyperbolic. That means it has a very slow, gradual thing which approaches linear, which you think is linear, and then it takes off as it approaches the critical angle. And that's because light diffracts and interferes with itself. Now, that's a known fact of physics, right? You can go watch an MIT lecture about the hyperbolic nature of the snapping of the acceleration of the loss of information as you approach the critical angle of reception. Okay, so that being said, continue.
So we needed to hear, Roy. Thank you.
But for the guy who was asking, that means that yes, as things approach the critical angle, especially at distance, because there's near field and far field diffraction, two different things that are combining to get the final angle, you would have an acceleration of loss of the feet versus the head. Because according to the law of triangles, the feet subtend a smaller angle in your field of view and therefore are approaching your critical angle of view, which is 0.02 degrees for a human eye, much faster.
No, I think the science that you've got there is correct in that, yeah, you'll lose something at a lower angle faster than a higher one because, you know, it's further into the... I mean, okay, let's assume that's true. I think that should make sense. I'm not going to disagree with that. But we're talking about you, like, literally disappearing from down onwards. You know, like the same with ships going in the distance and stuff. It isn't just like a hyperbolic curve where it happens a little bit and then a lot. It's quite linear on, you know, the bottom going and then it going for, you know, and then the middle going and then the top going. Like it's a linear sequence when you look at these video clips of a boat disappearing above the horizon. It isn't hyperbolic. Hyperbolic would be...
The loss is hyperbolic as it approaches the critical angle. That doesn't mean what you see appears to be gone hyperbolic, but it actually does, because when you actually go out to a place where you don't have a
loss of haziness, like an airplane strip or something, you can witness this yourself. You can literally go and look at something, start getting lower and lower, and you'll find there's an angle where things in the distance instantly disappear. Now you'll notice, if you pay attention closely, that they do appear to disappear from the bottom up, but you could still see a large portion of the top. Now you would think if I keep lowering myself at the same rate, it will keep disappearing at the same rate, but it doesn't. The top portion, before it disappears, right, you're imagining it's going to keep going, it just blinks out of existence. Immediately just blinks out of existence. And you can bob your head up and down, and you'll see that portion, which represents more than would have linear disappeared, just snap, like an instantaneous snap, in and out of existence in your field of view. You could go do that yourself, and you will be cured of this concept that you think falsely that perspective is linear.
Fair enough claim, I guess. I can't exactly dispute it. I haven't seen that. I've seen videos of ships going at the distance. They are admittedly spread up because, that would be a very, very long sequence, and I don't have the patience to just sit there for the sake of it through that. But yeah, I don't agree with you, but I get your claim. I can't stand here now and say that's something that I've observed.
Yeah, so ships going in the distance, right, you don't see the bottom portion at sometimes, but by the way, that's not a universal. Sometimes they disappear that way. Sometimes they disappear fogging out. Sometimes they disappear up and down. There's all different types of disappearances. It's not a single phenomenon. Now, secondarily, in order for this to be the curve of the Earth causing it to happen in a linear fashion, then it must be consistent. So, for example, we have numerous examples of observations of boats that can be seen in extent of the claim of the geometry of the Earth. Okay, so if you're going to claim, hold on, before I continue, if you're going to claim that the geometry of the Earth is the cause of this phenomenon, right, then you have to bear the burden of that claim. And by the way, there's numerous, tens, hundreds, thousands of observations to the contrary. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, you made a bit of a jump there where you said it would have to be the same every time. I mean, there are weather conditions, there are tides, there are, things waves that would make a difference potentially. I don't know if they would. They'd have to be very, very large swells. It wouldn't have to be the same every single time. You would be able to see, especially when you mentioned like things going out in clouds. There.
Oh no, dude, that's fair. That like if there was waves, you'd see a greater occlusion. But what we're talking about when we mention that is range. So if a boat should be occluded by the curve of the Earth at 10 miles from your position, right? Yet you could see the boat at 30 miles. That's pretty much a defeater to your claim. But anyway, I'm going to go back to work here. I just wanted to mention those few things. By all means, continue.
Yeah, no, it was a fair point. Like I said, I don't agree with the observation, but I can't say right now definitely that I haven't seen it, because I haven't seen it either way. I've just seen footage where it seems quite linear each time. By the way, just in case anyone wants to jump in, I gave my view on gravity, but no one really gave your view on what causes things to drop. I'd just be interested to know that. No one got a view on gravity there? Or the alternative to it?
I have a flat Earth question. Can anyone help me with a flat Earth question? How is the Earth flat when you got dimensions, you fucking retards? How? Explain me.
What are you spasm about? Can you repeat that? Sorry, I wasn't listening.
How Earth is flat if you basically have dimensions?
How Earth is flat if basically they have dimensions?
Yes.
What do you even mean by that question, man? Like, my table has dimensions here, right in front of me.
Right. And if you take, for example, a bug and you place it on your table, the only thing he's going to see is the table because he's limited to this kind of a dimension. He's limited. He only works on one dimension. He only works. If he works on the wall, he sees the wall. If he works on the ground, he sees the ground.
Yeah.
Right.
I agree.
He's limited. So, but
we have a limited view of perspective. Yeah.
Right.
A human is also limited to his perspective.
Right. Exactly.
That's why a human invented binoculars and telescopes and cameras to help with
and
this
satellites
limitation.
too. And satellites and many researchers have discovered
I've never
that
seen
the Earth
a satellite.
is not flat.
I only know of satelloons. I've seen a lot of satelloons crashed. Yeah, no clue what. If I look up satellites, always just cartoons in space, and space doesn't exist.
I can show you satellites that are sent to space right now.
Oh, you can show me them right now?
Yeah. Wanna see?
Well, that's cool. Yeah, sure.
Sure. Yeah, go on.
Yesterday, SpaceX launched Starlink.
I just typed this, yeah? I typed this. It's not something new.
Mm-hmm.
Yesterday, SpaceX launched Starlink 60. This was their first block of satellites, and that comes with a change in design, adding a few new features and a new deployment system which doesn't leave the tension rods floating as debris in space. And this gives us a new camera angle.
In space, did you hear that?
Looking down on the satellite stack in the second stage. Watch as the tension rod moves across, and you can see the satellite.
This could never be faked.
It's pretty cool.
It must be real.
Satellites, the second stage, and.
Want to see more?
Amazing. So that's the proof you have for satellites in space?
So wait, you don't believe that satellites are being sent by SpaceX?
Have you ever seen any? I don't want to believe it. No, I'm not a believer, man. My faith is very, very weak. I need.
Look how many videos.
Yeah, I can. Okay,
yeah, you can see.
I can show you. Can you imagine? I can show you a lot of videos of Superman. Is Superman real now? Because I have a lot of videos of Superman.
Superman, but he's like a man-made thing. It's actually a man who made Superman.
Satellite and the videos you're watching are a man-made thing.
No, and so is space.
So is space?
Exactly. Yeah. Space is a man-made thing.
I mean, yes. It was invented.
Very ignorant and limited thinking, in my opinion, to basically.
Why is it ignorant? Why should I believe?
There are organizations. If you want to go to space yourself, just do it.
Oh, really?
Go volunteer. Just go.
Yeah, go volunteer. Go volunteer.
Be the first one to debunk flat Earth, man. Go to.
Wait, what do you mean? There are space stations. There are space stations right now. All these astronauts have seen it with their own eyes. Went onto the space. What, you're going to just ignore all testimonies being done by astronauts? That's it? Because that's what you do. You ignore the satellites because you say we don't.
No, we don't. You ignore it.
So wait, what about the astronauts?
We literally just told you Satelloons. Do you know what a Satelloon is?
What?
Do you know what a satelloon is?
Satelloon?
Yeah, we saw one a couple months back. Remember they shot it down? There was a satellite attached to a balloon.
Chinese saloon.
Did you happen to see that?
Very big thing. It's as big as a bus.
Okay.
Was shot down over. Yeah. So you do agree that the evidence we have that everybody can observe is that they put satellites on balloons into the air.
No, basically rockets. It's rocket, NASA, SpaceX, all of these rockets being sent to
loons.
Yeah, my country too. Okay, maybe saloons, but like there are satellites being not saloons, they're satellites that are being sent to the space.
Yeah, they're not in a vacuum of space. You know why? Because the vacuum of space doesn't exist. Therefore, they can't be there where they're claiming they are.
But they're still in a spot which you can basically identify if Earth is flat or not, or it's round. Understand?
You know what the problem with space is?
Yeah.
It's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics.
Correct.
You cannot have a high pressure density gaseous system that we live in right next to a low pressure or a zero pressure negative system, which is a vacuum, almost a near perfect vacuum, right next to it. Therefore, space is a contradiction towards the laws we experience within reality. So it's a fictitious space.
Astronauts, all of that. You don't believe like they went out of
Why should I believe it? There is no evidence that would suggest.
No testimonies, no people that went rocketed by like literally people. There are people inside space stations right now. So I mean,
Kratos.
Right now, all I think that you're basically ignorant.
No, you haven't verified that. You're just saying a story that you've heard on television. You haven't gone to the ISS and verified that people are in there right now.
I was in the museums. I was speaking to people who basically worked in this industry. I live in a very small country. I can go and talk to the astronauts who have been out from my own country, because you have astronauts going from all different countries. It's basically a job.
Carlos, the reason that you go into a museum about Superman doesn't verify that Superman exists. If you go in Marvel Superman Museum, which I bet it exists, I don't know.
You have hundreds of Superman.
If you see someone in a Superman costume there, or in Disneyland, doesn't mean that this is really Superman in front of you, right? If you see an astronaut in a costume, doesn't really mean that he's really going to space. Okay. So the question is,
why you comparing it to
listen. You need to be more critical. You need to be more critical. Can a place that defies the second law of thermodynamics, which is a natural law that we all experience the same way, that gaseous material that is pressing against the walls of its containment is a requirement that exists within reality, if that requirement is being defiled by a so-called place where you have negative pressure right next to positive pressure without a barrier, without anything pressing against it, that's going against the second law of thermodynamics. That is a contradiction of natural law. Therefore, I cannot accept videos, pictures, and museums about a place that doesn't exist, okay?
But you're ignorant.
That's not ignorant. That is not ignorant. No, that is not ignorant. You are ignorant because you're not looking at natural law. You're not challenging the very basis of the place they claim to be in existence. Therefore, you are.
I gave you a lot of examples, which I think are basically proving you why. No, it's not ignorant.
Well, you haven't given me anything.
Hold on, Clay.
I gave a lot of examples, and basically, you compared Superman to astronauts. There are hundreds, if not thousands, of recorded people who went to space. I can take.
No, you're wrong. There's only 12.
There are not one Superman. There are hundreds of Supermen. So what was this kind of comparison? You keep comparing it.
Hold on, because you're saying a lot of stuff that there's thousands of astronauts, man. There's only 12 that have gone into quote unquote outside of low Earth orbit. 12. It would be very easy for 12 people to lie to you, right? You're saying there's thousands. That is incorrect.
not thousands of since history.
Correct.
If there are thousands of missions, if not tens of thousands, which people are going directly to space stations right now in space.
Is completely
so why do you have this job?
He's coping.
Why do you have the job for astronaut? Why do we get so much money for? Nothing, to just sit in the office, do nothing.
Yeah, that's a good question. Why do we give them so much money?
This whole thing is so unneeded. Why shouldn't we go protest this and just stop this shit? If so much money,
do you think lots of money, therefore this must be true? Is that what you think? Oh, they're spending so much money on this, it must be true.
No. I'm telling you, based on the testimonies and based on the job and the job requirements and all of the way to space is very, very, very hard.
They don't spend any money, but we spend it.
It's possible, and many have done it, which have met the requirements. They have.
That's what you think, but you can't even name one.
That
you can't even name one.
It's not flat. It wasn't flat when it was keep saying that Earth wasn't flat. People who
look, man, you can keep saying, "Oh, it's round," but guess what? You have no evidence of that, right? You keep saying, "Oh, there's thousands," even though I told you there's only 12.
Wait a second. He does. He has museums, astronauts, rockets, and videos on the internet. That's therefore the Earth is a ball. Amazing.
No, that's how easy you basically forgot the first
so
one.
So what do we have? We have reality,
on my logic,
law. One second, I wasn't finished. One second, Kratos, you need to listen. You need to listen. Kratos, you need to listen, okay? Real quick, let me just finish, okay? Just a comparison. Oh, yeah. He's just a preacher, man. He's just preaching his nonsense.
Well, I almost banned him when he first came in. He goes, "You guys are a bunch of effing retards." I was like, okay, dude.
So just to close it up, okay, as a comparison, we had a guy who brought forth rockets, satellites, videos on the internet, and a museum he went to. And I said, if that's the proof for your supposed realm that doesn't exist that you call space, we have natural law. We have the reality that natural law is within. It is measurable, repeatable, and applicable. In reality, that there is the second law of thermodynamics that contradicts the notion of space existing. So which one should I value higher? Just vain beliefs and trust in fantasies that go against natural law? Or should I accept natural law as being the truth? Because I can observe it and measure it repeatedly. Is there like is there like a reason why I choose one? Flatloyd, what would you choose? Would you choose reality and natural law, or would you choose just vain beliefs and fantasies?
I'm gonna have to go with natural law.
Oh yeah, thank you.
And that's one of the things.
Maybe reality is not for everyone.
That's one of the things I put forward in a few of yesterday's conversations is, does the nature exist first and then the science, studying the natures and papers written about those sciences, studying the nature? Or does the science exist first and then the nature gets written or created around the science? Which is it?
Clearly, nature is created after science. What's up, Killian?
Not
exactly.
Too much.
Yes. You just make up whatever law you want and make a fantasy world out of it. Anyways, I just want to quote someone real quick who says, "It is naively assumed that the fact that the majority of people share certain ideas or feelings proves the validity of these ideas and feelings. Nothing is further from the truth. Consensual validation as such has no bearing on reason or mental health. The fact that millions of people share the same form of mental pathology does not make these people sane." There you go, Globus. I know it's a lot of words, but it's very simple. Just because you share the same vain beliefs doesn't make these beliefs truths, okay? There's something called reality. Just because there's a lot of people dressing in dog costumes and call themselves Furies doesn't make them dogs or cats or whatever kind of thing they're dressing themselves in. Yeah. I know, reality hurts. It's very hurtful that there's something called reality that is measurable, repeatable, and observable. And it doesn't require sun worship.
Well, it's crazy because, like, you can test these things out, right? As you said, repeatable. You can observe the natural law of nature, which, again, for the third day in a row that I've said this, water seeks its level. It's a naturally occurring law.
Exactly.
And then you can go and then test any flat surface which has been built upon this place, and that flat surface is going to show you level as well. So unfortunately, we can test, and we always come back to a fallback position of this crazy thing called level, unfortunately. And yep, I'm going to beat my level pen until it's done, damn it.
You know what the saddest thing is about this all? The guy is probably going to come back and just repeat himself. But yeah, in general, water is an undeniable thing. I think, I mean, it's very hard to understand, how water behaves for globals. I mean, it's just such a rare occasion to experience water. But maybe at some point I will get it, especially our GF Golf Foxtrot 6 group up there. It's just way too big. Large bodies of water will start to curve, but we just can't observe it. Neither can we measure it over large bodies of water. It's just too big. And if it's not adding up with our mathematics, it's just refraction. Refraction.
And if you don't believe that, just trust us. Please, trust us.
Exactly. You gotta trust that water is bendy in big scale, but very flatty when observable and measurable within what a human is capable of when it comes to measurements. It's very weird. There's like a lot of flat spots on this curvy, bendy water. But yeah, it's fun to live in delusions. I mean, we live in in the peak time of delusional people who don't really understand anything about themselves or the earth. I mean, it's okay not to know where you live on, but then also not to know who you are is even worse, or what you are. Which is, how far would the insanity go? It's crazy. But
something to take on for consideration, right, is like, why is it that whenever anybody sees or takes a picture of the sun setting over a body of water, does that light beam across the water point directly at the camera aperture person, whatever, which is witnessing that sunset, right? It gives you a specific independent relationship that is independent to the person that could be standing 30 kilometers away from you on that exact same beachfront, and they have their own light beam lit to them that you can both take a picture of and confirm that you both have a light beam lit towards you. So what say you of this light source that's a whole gabillion bunch of light years away? It should be lighting up the whole surface, shouldn't it?
Well, yeah, it's just at the end, you just need to have good faith, man. That's all. Just be faithful. Trust the science. I mean, isn't that what the people have done the past 3 years that are now in their best health? Because trust the science, bro. we're on the peak of human evolution. You know, it's just getting better.
Apologies, Clay. I had to step away for a quick sec. Yeah, bro. These observations, they're definitely not stacking up. When you actually like the mole man in The Simpsons, walking out of his cave, takes his glasses off, wipes his eyes, looks out, and he's like, "Nope, I don't see it flat." Goes back inside his cave and continues to look through papers, researching life. Yeah, get outside the cave, Glovers. Go outside, take your glasses off, and look around and see what you see.
Yeah, but what to expect, man? You know, we all, including me, have been mentally abused since childhood with false information. And then even, not only that, have been mentally abused with false information masquerading so-called science, but also that it was fed, and in addition, with fantasy movies and comics and documentaries about fantasies that furthermore have, gave substance to the mental abuse and vain imaginations that people have been indoctrinated with. So it's I'm really not angry at the person themselves, because it's not really their fault that they are delusional and that they don't really know who they are, because there has been so much abuse since childhood, and the older you grow, the more it will ferment, and it's hard to break the walls that have been built around you and the little box you're living in, that is your little small world of illusions and fantasy, So I'm actually very sorry for the Globers. Like, I think it's very much a privilege that I have escaped this mental abuse of false information since childhood, and now can experience the world for what it is and accept it for what it is, instead of hide behind false creations and fantasies, And we see what happens to, adults or women that are so heavily confused and live in such a fantasy world that they, make things with themselves that I don't want to further express and clothe themselves in certain things. Anyways, the reflection thereof of the mental abuse is seen in the very generation that is now growing. You see it in the way they talk, the way they clothe themselves, and the way they think of themselves to what they are indeed. Yeah, they're pretty much lost. And it's a shame. It's a real shame.
I mean, touching on that for a quick second, being lost is one thing, but being able to not form an opinion of your own without having to appeal to another authority to tell you what you're actually dealing with, that's the unfortunate part, right? It's the ability to observe things and then form ideas based on those observations versus, again, having to read a paper.
Yep. But man, are you learning anything that in like, I've been through the whole education system in Germany, been through the whole thing, the whole skit, man. Successfully, obviously, because I just put the trash into my mind, and then I puked it out on paper, just like how the system wants you to act. And then I quickly forgot it, because I'm happy that I forgot it, because it's 90% unuseful. But yeah, that's the system itself, man. You are being trained to just pick up the trash and then repeat it. That's all. A good little slave. It just knows.
I believe they say when you get a passing mark, that would be a successful regurgitation of the information you consumed.
Exactly. You're a good, faithful cult member. You've repeated what the indoctrinated cult teacher has served you. And now you can go out into the world and just talk to everybody else that has swallowed the same thing, and you can preach to the ones that try to go against it, and then you go on Discords and just tell them how stupid they are, and then you're just going to repeat the cool little scripts you have been taught by your cult leaders, teachers, and then you're a good little citizen.
And don't forget, go to some form of AI and tap in a whole bunch of words and have it create a completely unrealistic image for you, and then go ahead and post that as your proof. Nice try.
Oh yeah, of course. Of course. I gotta also admit, for the ones who have, been on here for a long time, I don't want to say names particularly, but they have long figured out what we're talking about. They have long figured out, maybe even if it's just subconsciously, they have made a decision. They want to stay in the fantasy world. It's just way more affordable for them. It's just way more cushy and what is the word I'm searching for? It doesn't require much energy. You can just go with the flow, with the mass. So yeah, that's why they have chosen to stay in the fantasy and delusions, so that they can be a good little citizen. It's gonna always say what the government is saying, and they never need to have any unsettling discussions with members of their family or friends. They're just all gonna have the same script, which is wonderful. I mean, that's an easy world to live in. Everybody's just living the same vain ideas.
But it's also terrifying. It's put yourself in their shoes, which I think all of us once were at a point. Some information, some understanding and knowledge is reality shattering. Or I should say false reality shattering. It's like the concrete or the ground that we're standing on has fell through and given way, and you're falling, grasping for something to bring stability. And that's scary shit, man. Because you're like, well, fuck, there's so much work to do, because I have to venture into all different types of territories and facets of life that I've taught. Now I have to question all.
But let's be honest, man, if it's really that shattering, why is it that we have people up in there like GF6 and other anti-flat earthers who obviously try as much as they can to stay in their delusional state of mind, and they're fully aware of it? Indeed, like they even rejoice in it. They create little groups where they pat each other's on the back for being
if
delusional.
You can prove that the earth is flat, I'll suck everyone's dick in this voice chat.
Yeah, go be a degenerate somewhere else. No one cares. It's very sad. Have some self-respect.
It's not a degeneracy.
Filthy freaking work.
Prove it to me.
A filthy, what a filthy person.
Yeah, have some respect for yourself.
I do have respect for myself. That's what makes me happy. So I know what I want and I know what I like. So if you think that the earth is flat, I'm not going to just believe you about it. You have to prove it to me. It's a challenge. Think of it as a challenge. You know?
You know what makes you
I'm just tired of people talking about it. I want someone to get the balls, grow the balls, and prove it to everyone that the Earth is flat. Put a device up in the sky or something.
You can prove that there's no curvature. It's very easy. It's simple. My lord. Just go out, get yourself a camera.
I need you to put a
take a
device
freaking video of a freaking lighthouse from 100 miles away. There you go. You can't do that on a ball. Done.
So, quick question. Ah, wonderful. Never mind.
Yeah, wasn't anyone else here? What the fuck was that?
Yeah, I believe it's truth requires due diligence from the individual, and the truth thereof, the sustenance that you gather from the action, decision, choices, will be self-evident. And it's up to the individual. I mean, we're supposed to help one another, right? But it's up to the individual if they want to seek after it or not. And that choice derives from their intent. Their intention. Do they actually care or do they not?
Man, I'm saddened by this generation. It's insane. I wish I would have been born in a time where people have called men gentlemen and so forth. You know.
Here's the thing, Clay.
Dignity.
So perhaps then you might have another battle on your hands, and that is sustaining hope.
You know, where people, there was once a time where people would have all dressed nicely. They wouldn't like use all kinds of profanity. They would talk normally to each other. They would keep sexual things within their own four walls. Yeah, but unfortunately we have I guess evolved into much greater versions of society and humans. So very sad.
It's the degradations of that which we value. And it's on purpose and it's premeditated.
Yeah.
But then again, so that's another thing that it's required. Due diligence is required of the individual to find the truth and to control thyself, to wrangle in yourself, become what you're supposed to, act how you should, value what you should value, figure out what you should value. Like robots, just being told what to do, how to act, what to say, what to wear, where to take your next picture, right? What music to listen to, what to eat, what to believe, what to memorize. Individuality is like, where is it? Clay, I think that you were born for a time such as this. I don't think that there's any real stakes. I believe
I agree.
We are here for a reason.
Agree. I'm not saying. I'm just saying, man. At least would have been a cool experience to see, you know, how people in the past with manners and self-respect, which you can obviously see in the way they've dressed. They had a lot of self-respect and dignity as for what they are. And how they have probably have talked to each other with very much sufficient and clean mouth language. But yeah, there's a reason why I'm born in this generation, obviously. To maybe expose this darkness and disgustingness, especially also among truthers. You know, this is not only against just people outside of this whole movement. I think it's also a very disgusting thing that there's a lot of truthers out there who think they are within the truth, but they have no respect for their own mouth and what comes out of it, and don't behave like gentlemen, but rather choose to use all kinds of profanities and words that are very evil and disgusting. But well, yeah, that's just, you know, they've accepted the same brainwashing that it's just okay to do so because everybody else is doing it. No need to control your mouth.
Yeah, I'm no peach myself. I definitely have things I constantly having to work on. Constantly having to remove myself, consider what it is that I could be doing better, or what I should start doing, or what I should stop. That's the process, right? The work that needs to be done. Some are ahead, some behind.
Yeah, it takes time, indeed. But I mean, there's just some people who don't even recognize it. They just do it like scattergunning every 10 seconds in their sentence. It's going to be some kind of weird, disgusting word. You know, I mean, if it sometimes happens, well, it's just the way it happens, right? But if someone is obviously doing it constantly, repeatedly, in almost every sentence, that's not normal. You know, there's something wrong with you.
Well, so these days, Western culture, if you sit back and really consider what has happened psychologically in that individual's mind that is using profanity or brings up something sexual like that, they're constantly considering how their person is being perceived by the other. And in this world and the influences that we're under, we're constantly being told that you are perceived in this fashion, right? If you do these things, you speak this way, glorify these things. For instance, that lady that was in here earlier, bringing up the sexual content, in her mind, she has been taught that bringing up sexual content willingly and being a willing subject to it makes you favored by the many. Because that's the culture we live in, right? And then if you take the individual who uses explicit language constantly, they've been taught that cussing, using foul language, could possibly be perceived as a strong individual who is serious. And they want to be perceived as a strong individual who is serious. Take me seriously. Don't doubt me. And don't think that I'm not strong, for I'm using these words, right? But it has to do with how they think that you are perceiving them, and they're constantly up with the particular image. It starts with the M. Term is slipping me. It's manipulation. Trying to manipulate our mind, how we perceive them through language and idea.
But I always take this as an example, right? If you're a grown adult right? And you want to be an example for the world. And you want, or you want to represent yourself the way you are. And you would be in front of little children and take a speech, right? You just want to explain them something, tell them. Would you use profanity, or would you be able to control your tongue in order not to like talk to the child and say F this and that and so forth all the time? Would any person who wants to represent himself to be a sane person, right, do it that way in front of children? No, obviously. They would have self-control and some respect for the ears of these little children, right? I'm not saying everybody, but I would say even the ones who have problem with controlling their tongue would be able to do so if they have a little awareness, right?
But you're talking about attributes and the things that these individuals value. So are they putting the other before themselves? You know, like I've seen it, like, you know, for instance, you know, I have nieces and nephews. I have a stepdad, and in moments he's valued what he has to say over how he influences my nieces and nephews, and he'll let, you know, a couple cuss words out, and then he'll need to be like told, like, hey, we don't say those words, right? It in the moment he's not valuing that child's mind, how and what it is that we influence them. We're losing the ability to consciously consider our actions and our mind, thoughts and ideas and decisions. We're losing that ability to actively consider that before we do them, right?
Right.
And to make sure that they're aligned with things that we value. It's because we're not even taking a look at what it is that we should value. And what it is that we should value are usually the subtle things that pass by us unknowingly. Those small interactions, but that's where the sustenance in life is. That's what makes you feel like you're alive. You know what I mean? They're little, but they're huge.
Right.
Good to consider these things, though, man. I mean, that's probably one of the biggest problems in the world today is how we interact.
I think there's a lot that goes into our system that's created this. So we are, by and large, as a world society, capitalistic, which means we subscribe to the division of labor in order to be efficient. And this has resulted in us having to trust other people and other disciplines to do things and to know things on our behalf so that we could do our piece of the job and complete it. And I think this idea has trickled down into our cosmological conception of our entire world. And now we trust that organizations can deliver us a comprehensive worldview for us to believe in, and we don't bother fact checking it. And we don't bother fact checking it because we're so used to trusting.
Is it trust or is it coercion?
I'd say a lot of it is trust. I don't think there is some grand conspiracy by everybody at NASA to deceive us. I know on that matter, I think people are just delusional.
I would say that what's the term? It's like compartmentalized. It's multifaceted. I believe that it's broken up into factions, and information is dispersed and allocated in particular ways and places in order. And it's like on a need to know basis. You know, that's how all of these agencies and companies, that's how they're prized.
Right, right. And there's a good practical reason for this on two fronts. First is because we live in the aforementioned capitalistic society where we divide our labor amongst us so that we specialize in certain things. We shouldn't have any desire or need to go outside our boundaries because our job is to be specialized in our niche. And then there are just general proprietary information that companies and organizations want to protect to make sure that nobody has the trade secrets for. And that's also very practical and common and does not require them to be actively hiding flat Earth. I mean, I also think within the classification system of the United States that certain things like scientific discoveries cannot be classified. So this might include the discovery of the true nature of Earth. You can't classify scientific discovery. And the reason why you can't is because you can't protect it, because if it's in nature and it's discoverable, then anybody can discover it. So you can't control that. So, yeah, it's my subjective opinion, but where my head is at, I don't believe them super mega grand conspiracy to deceive and everybody's in on it. Not in the least bit. I actually think the situation is more dire than that. It's worse. People are deceived and deluded into this idea and perpetuate. It's self-perpetuating. It's like a giant urban myth that got out of control. I think it's almost scarier to suggest that virtually nobody knows what the hell is going on and everybody thinks they do.
Nobody wants to be the Padawan. Everybody wants to be the master. Right? Because
right. Life is pretty good. We can get by. We can get by with the globe, right? Yeah. Yeah, nobody wants to stick their necks out, and we can all kind of get by in life with the globe. We can all just accept it and move on and not utter another word about it and just let it be, right? Well, in come these flat earthers who are pointing out all these problems with the globe and all these contradictions, and suddenly the system has a problem with it. We are basically pointing out how many people's lives could be upended by this information. And it begins with academia. There's a huge social cost to becoming a flat earther. I mean, just look at what happens in here. We see all day, every day, Globers coming in telling us how stupid we are for not believing the same thing they do. And it really comes from a place of hubris and a place of trust. That's really what it comes down to. The number one reason why people believe in the globe is because they trust somebody who's delivered this worldview to them and they didn't bother to fact check it. That's all it is. The social cost comes by way of people calling you a retard for believing this stuff, you know? And so people don't want to be called a retard, so they avoid flat Earth and don't touch the third rail.
Well, Clay mentioned it earlier, brought up trauma. Which...
Yeah, try coming out as a flat earther during Thanksgiving at a family reunion. See what happens. Yeah, it's a lot of drama.
Said trauma. But yeah.
Oh, trauma. Yeah, there is trauma. There's drama and there's trauma. For sure, trauma. People have emotionally invested so much into this idea of the heliocentric globe worldview that, yeah, there's definitely going to be some butt pain that people experience when we show them that their entire worldview is based on a lie. Pride and ego is the downfall. Pride and ego is what got man kicked out of the garden.
I would go as far to say that, and it's not to discredit or to minimize, but the plane of existence isn't as important as what it is a proper existence looks like.
Yeah,
you mentioned it by like ego and pride.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, we call ourselves flat earthers. We have taken that weaponized term and used it for ourselves. But at the end of the day, it's really all about critical thinking.
Right. I can get down with that, man.
Yeah, some of us were on the fence on this topic for like years before, tilting over. I wouldn't say this is a topic someone should approach lightly and in the spirit of fun and entertainment, because the implications are damning. So yeah, spend a lot of time with this, question everything, and go find out for yourself.
Wasn't even really the shape of the earth for me that led me into that territory. More so the existence of my creator has everything that pertains to reality, which then involves what this is, what the plane of where we are, who I am, and the why and the what, and where, right?
Yeah, I mean the whole heliocentric globe view seems to be there in order to create psychological and spiritual distance between you and your origin and your creator and what this created realm is. Yep.
It's never done that
right.
It's never done that for me. I mean, I worship God and I still believe in the globe.
Oh yeah, I know you're defective.
No, I'm perfectly sane and reasonable.
Well, what's sane about believing in a worldview that nobody's proven to you before?
Proof is not the only arbiter of truth. That's what.
So what's true for you about the globe? How's it true?
The sunset last night.
Okay. See, for some people like Matt, he just needs to see a sunset and you can go back to sleep and everything's all hunky-dory. Just like we were talking about before. You can get by with the globe belief just fine in this world and not have to worry about a single thing causing problems.
I would venture to guess that 90% of the people who believe in the globe believe it because sun sets.
I'd say 90% of them never really watched the sunset except a couple times.
Oh, never watched the sunset except a couple times? What do you mean by that?
Exactly that. Never really watched the sun, quote unquote, go down on the horizon. People seen all these pictures, but I don't think people have actually really watched it.
So when you said never,
Matthew, you've seen the videos of the sun
I said outside a couple times, Matt.
You know how freaking sunsets work. You know they just fade out of view. You know that. You've seen it over and over. Oh, what do you think they are then? What do you think those videos are? Where the sun just goes far enough away where it just fades out? You think that's a trick of the camera?
Yeah, they're deceptive videos that show just the glare.
Camera tricks. Yeah. Oh my lord.
I'm talking about. I tell people to go outside and do their own research and watch the sunset themselves. That's the best.
Yeah, that's how we got the footage of sunsets fading away and not just setting. They do all kinds of things, that sun, right? Sometimes it gets bigger as it gets close to the horizon. Sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it appears to get smaller. Sometimes it fades out. Sometimes it looks like it's setting halfway down. Sometimes it doesn't. It does all kinds of things.
Yet, no matter what, you can't zoom in on it, and it gets dark no matter what happens. The sun always sets.
Yeah, exactly, because it gets really far away. When you zoom in on it, you see different things. Sometimes you can bring it back into view, sometimes you can't.
Turns out that after the sun sets, no matter how hard you zoom, you can never bring it back into view.
My flat earthers, what's up? Yo. Yo.
I'll respond. How's it going, Globetard?
Oh, how's it going, nigger? If that's how you want to do it.
Oh, really? Okay, that's an automatic ban. Let's see. What's your name, motherfucker?
I muted him. It's King Jong-un.
King
And
John.
he's gone.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. It's like pulling teeth trying to have a civil conversation with people who disagree with you about the nature of Earth.
Oh, yeah, well, that's their intellectual level, right? Hi, flat earthers. And I say, hey, Globetard, and then he calls me the N-word. Like, what a douche nozzle.
Right. Right. I mean, he came in trying to be insulting anyway. When you called him a globetard, that was in response.
Yeah, I'm feeding him what he's feeding me. Responding in kind. I'm a fleur, well, then you're a glober. Oh, well, I guess he's getting ready for his mission to Mars or something.
You'll see someday, flat earther. I'm going to go to Mars and I'm going to prove you all wrong.
I'm telling you, I remember we were in those shoes, right? So, like, even at the beginning of that BS over the last 3 years, Mom and I were, taking some precautions and being a little, unsure of things until after a while we're like, hey, everyone's not dropping like flies. This is bullshit. Anyways, so, like, I get it, but it's like, no matter how many times NASA moves back the mission, these people are still all in. Oh, yeah, no, they're not lying. In 5 more years, we're going. Just be patient, everyone.
Yeah, like every time they waste $1 billion on their stupid outer space nonsense, we just have to take $1,000 camera out to a lake and we can show them how much their $1 billion waste was. It's kind of like economics. We're using $1,000 cameras to defeat $1 billion rocket systems.
Now, I'm not sure how much truth there is to it, but I heard that they're discontinuing the P1000 because it's so dangerous for the globe.
Yeah, I don't know if it was overtly for that reason, but yeah, they are discontinuing.
Crazy.
The Nikon P950 is pretty good, though.
Yeah, I think you can even have it modified to remove a certain filter or something. Excuse me.
Yeah, and it's not the only game in town either.
I sort of
It's just a lens, right? Like you could put a lens onto another camera.
Yeah.
And the sensor.
And I guess a sensor, eh?
Yeah, you need to do a sensor mod with some of these. Because otherwise, when you put on an IR filter, the sensor's only going to see black.
Ah.
Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. I just hopped on quickly for a brief moment. I got to take Mom to an eye appointment. I'll pop on later. Take care, everyone.
You're a gentleman and a scholar. See ya.
Thank you.
Greetings all, it's Dead Air Dave here for a minute. Do we have any evidence of the globe, the spinning globe in the vacuum of space? Anybody got any of that? Thank you.
Step right up, present your best evidence, and win a prize.
Dead Air Dave from the Dead Dog Cafe.
That's cool. Where's the Dead Dog Cafe at?
I don't know, bro. I just made it up.
I like it. You know, you guys, you think if this globe was so obviously reality, it'd be pretty easy to show us that, wouldn't it? Or with that dense? We're just stupid flat earthers. That's right. I'm sorry. My bad. Just to affirm, I got one question. If you claim that there's a ball in reality, that ball would definitely have measurable curvature, would it not?
Yeah, the curvature would be everywhere. You literally couldn't get away from it.
Thanks. I just wanted to clarify that point because that's basically the foundation of this whole thing. We haven't proven the ball, people. You've already skipped past the gravity and all the other bullshit, but we're still on the ball, supposedly, anyway. There's just so much globe evidence that they're climbing over each other to get in here and show it to us, man. We're so busy. Not.
You must have so much evidence that they have to spend a lot of time picking through it to find the best one to present. That's all we're waiting for. It must be it.
That you're onto something there, Amish, because there's so much evidence that they just can't decide which one to come in here and show us. Okay, I get it now. My bad.
It's like that guy that comes in here on Saturday mornings, Nephilim Free. He says that he's got proof, undeniable proof that NASA went to the moon. And it's in these black and white photos in his storage cabinet or storage locker, which is off site somewhere. And he always forgets to bring them when he wants to talk to us about it.
Yeah, you think you might want to go get that evidence, man. I don't know. No way he's making that up.
He'll talk all about the silver halide inside the film that could not be faked if Earth was, or if it was taken on the moon. I'm like, okay, well, show us. Show me what you're talking about. Oh, I can't, guys. The photographs, the physical copies, they're in a secure environment. I can't retrieve them now. Sorry. You just have to take my word for it. So I told them once to go submit them to a lab, an independent lab for analysis, and then, submit the results here. No, it's already been done with other samples.
Well, to quote REM, they had a great song for a litmus test. If you believe they put a man on the moon, man on the moon. Anyway. Went to the moon.
It's one of those stories.
Played golf, rode the moon buggy, never went back. Makes sense. Sorry, go ahead on.
No, I was going to lament the same thing. It's like the longer this goes on and the more you look into it, the more ridiculous it gets and the stupider you feel for having bought it.
The excuses
like playing golf on the moon.
The excuses get lamer and lamer as we go. As the technology develops, they get lamer excuses about why they can't go to the moon or whatever, whatever story they're making of.
They've got so much goodwill that they can have embarrassing accidents all over the place and nobody's catching on to it. Like I bet when back in the Apollo program, I could see Buzz and all the others sitting around at a bar saying, "Hey guys, get this. Let's go golfing on the moon." Sounds crazy as shit, right? But everybody's going to believe it. Guaranteed. Watch. Let's do it. Let's concoct this golf cart. Let's bring our golf clubs and let's knock a few rounds of golf, and we'll videotape it all and we'll send it to the world. They're going to buy it. And you know what? That's exactly what happened.
Yeah, that was a clip from the actual board meeting where they decided to do that. Let's tell them that we're playing golf on the moon. Yeah, let's go for it, dude. Yeah.
And then somebody pipes up and says, "No, they'll never go for that. That's stupid. That's too much." And then NASA's like, "No, hold my beer."
Yeah, moon golf used to be a thing 54 years ago or whatever, but can't do it now. We destroyed that technology. Our bad. Sorry about that. Keep sending us a few $1 billion, though. We could use that. Because space is hard, and other assorted bullshit. This has been Dead Air Dave. I can't stay on here much longer, man. Have a good one. Globe evidence.
See you, Dave. Thanks for coming on.
Let's examine the complete lack of curvature that the ball has because we can't find it. Back to you, Amish.
Thanks, Dave. I only got a minute myself, but it's a joke. I think within military circles that the Air Force, whenever they scout out a new place to build an Air Force base, what goes in before a landing strip is usually a golf course. It's that important. You just know that they took that same mentality to the moon hoax. Hey, look at all that real estate up there, huh? I wonder what we could do with it. Let's make a golf course. Yeah, that's a good idea. All right, I'm just bantering too. I got to get going. Nice chatting. Talk to you later.
Real quick, while my mic's working before I start driving, I've got severe thunderstorms in my area, so this should be interesting. I guess this globe is spinning weird or something. In the upper atmosphere, it seems there's cold air and warm air kind of battling each other and turns into some interesting things. So, supposed to be severe weather, maybe some tornadoes, so I'll keep everybody posted. Everybody have a good one on the plane.